Welcome to the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you here. It's been a whole month and weeks of planning and of publicity and everything. And I want to believe that you're having a good time wherever you are and your Saturday is coming on strong. Of course, since you're going to be spending your Saturday with us, it has to be beautiful, it has to be productive, and it has to be inspiring. I'm so happy to be bringing your way again the fourth edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. It actually started with me back in school in 2010, 2011, thereabouts. I was a campus honor personality, and I wanted to, get to see my fans, get to know what they look like and all. And then I spoke to my one of my bosses. Then I said I wanted to have an event, and so that was how I cooked up this particular summit. Then I tagged it and out to Pat because I was on radio and I wanted to just basically see my fans. So the outcome of the event and the way everyone embraced it gave me the inspiration to forge on. And in 2012 we had another big summit in Ibadan also where we had Funke Akinde. And afterwards I rested event because and all that. So now fast forward to 2020, it is a pleasure. We actually had a rebirth edition with very key, powerful dignitaries and individuals, people who you know that when you listen to them, you are you are setting yourself up for success, for everything good in life. And of course, they have a way. They've been able to inspire us to live our best lives, to be productive in whatever we do, to succeed in life and business, and of course in our career as well. And the 2020 edition was also very phenomenal because of the whole lockdown and the pandemic. So imagine trying to give birth to something in the midst of a lockdown. So it was a very special one for me, and I'm glad that we're able to do pull that off and inspire a lot of people, get them ready again for a new year. Of course, the year 2021. Now, coming to the year 2021, I just feel that it's a year where we have to push more, where we have to be ourselves, where we have to do all the things that the year 2020 we have the theme for the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021 as it is time to push. That is plunge until success happens. We want you to plunge onto success. We want you to plunge into your career. We want you to plunge into your finances. We want you to plunge into anything good that you're thinking about. It is one thing to have an idea, and it is another thing to have, a way to express that particular idea. And that was why when we're planning this particular summit, the 2021 edition, we had to go through a lot of back and forth trying to determine the kind of guests, the kind of speakers that you actually need to listen to at this time. And I'm glad to say, to the glory of God, that our guest speakers for this year's edition, are awesome. Now, that does not debase the fact that our guest speakers for 2020 were exceptional. Okay, but this year also we also have awesome people with us, and it's a pleasure to bring them your way, to inspire you, to motivate you, to empower you to live your best lives going forward. So we have about 9 speakers, and we're gonna be online with you here from now downside, probably 4 p.m. And we're going to be bringing those speakers to come inspire you. I'm sure you would have seen our art, you'd have seen some of the topics that these speakers are covering. And of course, I want you to know that I'm not doing this alone, because we're not created to do life alone. So I'm here with my sister, about 3 of my sisters. Some of them will be joining in between the show to moderate 1 or 2 sessions. And I want to welcome you, my sister Ejiro Osakede. We call her the energetic EJ. She's actually going to be connecting from Dubai, and Ejiro is good. She's been very helpful for this particular event. Ejiro, I celebrate you, sis. Thank you for being a part of the Standout Enterprise Festival. How are you?
Hi, I can't hear you, so that's what I'm struggling with over here. I can't hear whatever
Oh, you
everything you're
can.
saying, but the people can hear us outside because I've had to go
Oh, okay.
connect on your YouTube channel just to see, just to hear what if people can hear you. And I
Okay, were
see
you
that
able to hear
the
me on
audience
YouTube
can hear you
channel?
clearly, but for some reason I can't.
Wow, but I can hear you clearly. So it probably have to be your
Um,
audio. Maybe it has to be your audio
Hello, can
section,
you
but
say
I can
something?
hear you clearly.
You can hear me
Hello,
clearly.
sis. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, I see. Okay,
It's all right. It's all
no
right. You're
problem.
welcome. You're welcome. So
Thank you
we
so
welcome
much.
you. That is my sister Ejiro Osakede. Thank you for being a part of Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And for your information, she also participated in the 2020 edition. Ejiro, I was just giving them a brief about what they should expect today at the Standout Enterprise Summit. Uh, our kind of guests, the topics, how relevant these topics are for in this age and time, where we're basically
Absolutely.
looking at topics that varies from technology to agriculture to media to business to entrepreneurship to managing our funds and finances. And I know that these are timely topics in our lives and our career going forward, especially when we are all just trying to discover ourselves from the whole era of the pandemic. And it's a pleasure to welcome you here, sis.
Thank you so much for having me. I believe that it's going to be an amazing time for everyone that is going to plug in into the program today. The lineup of the speakers are great. And of course, Pat already told you the theme for this summit. So we're plunging full force, looking at how
Yes,
the whole past year has been, and there's been a lot of shifts in the way that we react, in the way that we do business,
right,
in the way that we do life generally, and so there
right,
is a need to pivot. There is a need to change our strategies. There is a need to look at other ways that we
hmm,
can begin to get things done. Right. So yeah. We look
yes,
forward to an amazing time today with all our speakers. And as you join us, please don't just watch. We see that we have a couple of people watching. Let us know where you're watching from, which of the platforms you're watching from. Actually, once you drop your
yes.
comments, you
Drop
should be able to
comment,
see where you're connecting, like what platform you are on. But also, just let us know where you are connecting from. If it's Lagos, Nigeria, or any other part
right,
of the world, let us know. Just say a shout out in the comment section so that we know that you're with us and you can hear us clearly, so that we don't go on speaking for
right,
so long and alas, you can't hear us. So whichever of the platform you're on, whether you're on Facebook, on LinkedIn, or on YouTube, please drop a comment now. Let us know that you can hear us clearly, you can see us clearly, and you are ready for the event today. Please engage with us in the comment section. Thank you, thank you. We'll be looking forward to that.
this
Hi, Pat, are you there? Because I think, Pat, can you hear me? I think your video is frozen, if I'm correct. I think your video is frozen. Pat, can you hear me? Hello, Pat. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So I think Pat is having some sort of network challenge. While she fixes that, please, I want you to engage with me in the comment section. Where are you connecting from? Just let us know in the comment section. To be nice, to be nice to um, have you interact with us on, on the event today, so that we know you're here with us, right? We can see that you're watching us, but it's also good for you to be able to connect with us in the chat or in the comment section. All right. Without much ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first speaker in the house today, because he's here and he's ready to deliver, great content to us today. All right. I'm just going to do a quick introduction
All right,
of
sis.
our
Sorry,
guest,
I am back.
of our first guest speaker, and then we'll bring him up. Okay, you're back.
Yes, it's network issue.
Hmm.
Okay.
All right, no problem.
Basically, the event have started, so I'm just gonna let Ejiro take on a session to introduce our first guest, who is Abiola Champ. And wherever you are, I want to charge you up. I want you to be inspired. I want you to know that we are rooting for you here, and we want you to succeed in whatever business, whatever thing that you have set out to do. And I know that after this event, your life will never be the same again. Just put your heart to this. Just put your passion to this and focus on the things that you're going to learn today, so that you can be able to practice it in your real life. And as you listen, try to share the link. Follow us on Instagram so that the whole world know that today is the Standout Enterprise Festival. I love you all so much. It's the reason why we are doing this, because I know that we have to live a life that is fulfilling. We have to live a life that is
All right. I think your network is is misbehaving again, but that's okay. Pat has just officially said we are live and we are ready to
purposeful.
go.
We have to impact lives as much as we want to develop ourselves. All right, sis.
All
I'm
right.
not sure if you can hear me, but if you all can hear me, we are officially live and we are ready to go. And Ejiro Osakede, my sister, will be bringing in our first guest, Abiola Champ. Over to you, Ejiro. Thank you very much for being a great co-host.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, guys. So we're going to bring on our next guest now, and I'm just going to read out his profile before bringing him on stage. Right. Our first speaker today is no other than Abiola Champ Salami, who is a world class performance coach committed to raising world class leaders and improving the productive capacity and brand perception of organizations and governments. He is an alumnus of Harvard University, Lagos Business School, and American Government International Visitor Leadership Program, IVLP. His commitment to workforce productivity, youth and women empowerment, as well as leadership development, led him to publishing books, audio and visual content, as well as designing and implementing capacity development programs towards achieving the relevant sustainability development goals, SDG. He is the author of Get Mad, You Can Make a Difference, forwarded by Dr. Christopher Kolade, CON, who says it's a man's world, forwarded by Dr. Mo Abudu, and his latest work, The Magic of Emotional Intelligence, forwarded by Professor Dana H. Bourne of Harvard University. Abiola has acquired over 10 years' experience of corporate engagement and capacity development with signature interventions such as Speak Like a Champion, a productive communication program, the magic of emotional intelligence, from boring tales to fantastic sales. I love that one. A selling and relationship management program, improving team performance, a productivity and synergy activation program, inspiring attitudinal improvement, a performance improvement program, developing executive presence, an image perception enhancement program, and exceptional leadership, a comprehensive leadership development program. In the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, he championed a campaign that reached over 1 million people in handling panic in the wake of coronavirus. He also released a free ebook on how to enjoy sound emotional and mental health during the coronavirus pandemic. He was announced in United Nations supported top 100 most influential people African descent class of 2020 upon the opening of the United Nations 75th General Assembly. Please, men and ladies, or ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mommies and daddy, everybody, please let us welcome on stage Mr. Abiola Cha.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for that glowing introduction, Ejiro. Thank you. And
Thank
it
you
was
so
good
much.
seeing Pat on the call, and I know she's watching. Pat, you know we have this in-house joke that is Ibadan related, but I will not say it on this call yet. But you know how we roll. You know how we do this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today to be joined with all these amazing people. I'm seeing my friends and brothers who will be speaking later on this program. And it's such a privilege to be the first to speak on the platform today. And my conversation is around how to apply emotional intelligence in life, in business, and career for optimal growth. How to apply emotional intelligence in life and business and in your career, to achieve optimal growth. When people hear about emotional intelligence, the number of things people attribute to emotional intelligence. Some people think emotional intelligence is a tool for deception. And so when they think somebody is trying to deceive them, they say, okay, you want to be using emotional intelligence for me, Abby. Some other people just think it's one expression that's just so technical, like one jargon that, yes, I went to Harvard. And so perhaps they think it's just one jargon only Harvard people or technical people, that some jargon that they use. But emotional intelligence is easy and simple. It's a concept. At the same time, it's a skill. It's a skill that we use every day. It's a skill many people use every day to achieve peak performance and advancement in their lives, in their businesses, in their careers. When you don't understand emotional intelligence, you may be stuck on the same role if you're in a career for a long time. When you don't understand emotional intelligence, you can start your business and you will not make consistent profit. In fact, you can make profit for a while, but you won't be able to make consistent, sustainable profit. If you don't understand emotional intelligence as a leader in your business, in your organization, you would have consistent, serious issues with your team members. And your leadership competence will be so low. Your team members may even be resigning from time to time because they just don't want to work with someone like you. Or you don't have emotional intelligence, even your spouse will will suffer it, because you won't be the best lover that you can be, to your partner. You won't be the best parent that you can be to your children. And we have a lot of leadership gaps in Nigeria, and in Africa, by extension in Africa. And the reason is because a lot of leaders lack emotional intelligence. And when leaders lack emotional intelligence, the people suffer. When leaders lack emotional intelligence, succeeding generations of people within the citizenry continue to suffer, continue to live in penury, cannot maximize the potential, will remain underdeveloped for many years, despite the talents that people may have. You see, a lot of people watching me right now, you have talents. Some of you've taken your talent through a discipline to convert it to skill. But despite that, you're so skillful in that area, you are probably not making as much money as you should make. Then, if you are making some money, you probably can make a little bit more if only we all pay attention to emotional intelligence. So, what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence begins with you as the individual, because emotional intelligence is your capacity to understand your emotions and manage your emotions on one side, and also to understand the emotions of other people and manage their emotions. So the four components, the first one talks about understanding your emotion, which is the place of self-awareness. I fondly say that it's the place that it's important you understand what I call your mumu button. Mumu button. We all have mumu buttons. Now, Let me read from the comments to see if you think that you have, whether you think you have Mumu button, type in Y. Let me see what you're typing. And if you think you don't have, type in N. Let me see what you're typing. I want to see, I want to hear from everyone. I hope people I can see comments. I hope I'm able to see comments. Adriel, let me know if I can see comments. So I want to know if you think you have Mumu button, say yes. If you think you don't, say no. So just type in Y or N. Can I see the comments coming? I would like to see the comments coming, people. I would like to see the comments coming. Okay. I've seen Y. Okay. I've seen another Y. Okay. Oh, this is great. Okay. Well, I've seen two Ys. I hope to see more Ys or more Ns so that we know yes or no. And when we say Mumu button, simply, it's what is called triggers in the English language. What is a trigger? A trigger is something that when it happens, it makes you to behave in a particular way automatically. A trigger is something that happens to you and makes you to behave in a certain way automatically. There are many of us, we don't even understand our triggers. We're not even conscious of the presence of a trigger. We just find ourselves behaving in a particular way, feeling in a particular way, and by virtue of our feeling, we behave in a particular way. So there is something that gets you angry, and it is important that you know the thing that gets you angry. The state of anger itself is not the beginning of the feeling. There is something before that anger. And it's important that you know what that thing is. Is it something somebody says to you that gets you angry? Is it something that somebody does to you that gets you angry? Is it a memory about something that gets you angry? Why is it important for us to pay attention to our triggers? Because when we don't pay attention to our triggers, we may find ourselves in certain emotions and behaving in certain ways that could rob us of opportunities. For example, you got angry suddenly with a customer and you may likely lose that customer. That customer may be a very promising customer. I mean, a customer with the potential to do huge business with you. You may lose that customer. You got angry with someone that can be a core investor for you. And because you displayed anger with that individual, you may not win that investment. We're talking about plunging till something happens. That is the push for this morning in this conversation. Plunge until something happens. And in your plunging, if you cannot manage your emotion, you will just be on the same spot, marking, doing every activity with zero productivity. You see, it is not just about activity. It's not just about working. It's not just about dreaming. It's not just about writing proposals. It's not just about trying to follow up with people to buy your product, to buy your service. It's not just about having a great CV so that you can attend an interview and land a great job. It is equally important that you know how to put your best foot forward. Because you see, there are a lot of people who have an erroneous description of consistency. They are doing the wrong thing over and over again, and they're expecting a different result, and they think that is consistency. You cannot be doing the same wrong thing over and over again, and then you're expecting a different result. That is insanity. That is insanity. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It is important that we learn to put our best foot forward. And emotional intelligence helps us to manage our emotions such that we can. uh, uh, Emotional intelligence helps us to be aware of our triggers and be aware of the emotions that easily beset us. And by virtue of our awareness, then we can manage that emotions. For example, if you're on this call this morning and you had a nickname when you were in secondary school or when you were in the university, the most likely reason that nickname came to you and stuck was the first time somebody called you that nickname, you reacted. You were upset. And then, of course, you told them, never in your life, don't call me that name again. And you started screaming, shouting, and then they were watching you and they were having a great time seeing the way that you behave. I know there's somebody listening to me right now, watching this right now, who is saying, oh, wow, this is what I used to do to other people. If you can relate with this nickname experience, let me hear from you. Let me hear from you. Let me hear from you. The reason that nickname stuck is because you fought it, you got angry, and when they saw that anger, they kept on pressing that mumu button. When they want you to get angry, they will call you that name. When they want to, and when they want you to react, they will call you that name. But that power that they have over you wouldn't have been that effective if you knew it was a trigger to get you angry, if you knew it was a trigger to distract you from your goals, because yes, you want to plunge until something happens, but you want to be sure that in your plunging, you are doing the right thing consistently to expect a great result. Not that you are doing the wrong thing consistently and you're expecting a great result. So emotional intelligence helps you to know yourself. Somebody said that to thyself, be true. Someone else said that the beginning of success is you should know yourself. And that's the place of self awareness. Knowing yourself is not about knowing your name, it's not about knowing your tribe or your religion, it's not about knowing your gender. It is about understanding your emotions. We are all a product of nature and nurture. We're all a product of nature and nurture. Nature is hereditary, which is in our genes and our DNA, our hormones, the things you inherit from your parents. You may look like your father, you may look like your mother, you may look like a distant cousin, in any of the sides, your mother's side or from your dad's side. It is hereditary, it is nature. You may be walking. Some of us, we share the same gait in our family, by gait, GAIT, which is a way of walking. Some of us, we share other mannerisms with our family members, not because we learned it. It is because it's in our blood to walk like that, or to talk like that, or to sound like that. There is nature. The other part is nurture. Nurture is how we have developed over time, the lessons we've gone through, what our parents taught us, what they taught us in school, what you've seen on media, and all of that. We are all the products of nature and nurture. Self-awareness helps you to learn and understand how nature and nurture has dealt with you so far, so that you can start to unlearn those things. One of my favorite quotes by a gentleman with the name A.W. Toffler said that the illiterate of the 21st century won't be about those that can neither read nor write, but people that can not learn, which is you acquire new information, relearn, which is the information you have already, you do a revision of it, and unlearn, which is what you have always known before, that you don't need for the next level that you are going to as you continue to plunge, that you take it out of your system. This is critical learning point for us as we continue to plunge until something happens, as we continue to push and persist until our greatness happens, as we continue to push and persist until success comes, as you continue to push and persist until your transformation comes, as you continue to push to plunge until your breakthrough comes, until you start making the money that you want to make, until you find that job that you're seeking, until you start to experience consistent promotion on that job, in that career that you're seeking, until you become the super mega star that you dream and aim to be. It is important for us to begin by understanding nature and nurture, and how it can hold us back, and how it is currently holding us back. I talked about anger. Another emotion that we need to really pay attention to is fear. Fear. It is said that courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is the willingness to persist in spite of the fear. So it's important that you pay attention, self-awareness. What triggers fear in you? Is it that the moment you want to talk to somebody older than you, you always experience this fear? Is it that if you want to have a conversation with someone who is a celebrity and you probably need the person's support in what it is that you are doing, is that what triggers the fear in you? Is it a thinking? Is it that you have a thinking about yourself that because you're last born, and that, or because you have been deprived all your life, or because you have entitlement mentality, and because you don't want to have entitlement mentality, and then you switch to the other side, the complete other side, of not even having confidence in yourself. What triggers fear for you? Is it once they call you to come and make a presentation to people? Is that what triggers your fear? For some of us, it is not just calling us to come and make a presentation to people that triggers our fears. If there are just 10 people you want to speak to, you are fine. If these 10 people are on your level, you are probably fine. But the moment the people you want to speak with are celebrities, then you will start shaking. You may almost pee in your pants. The moment that you realize that, oh, you need to talk to some senior people in your organizations, then you start feeling this fear. What triggers fear? You see, you cannot solve a problem if you don't understand where the problem is coming from. You cannot find solution if you don't even have an understanding of what the problem is and what is the source of the problem. So self-awareness is the place that makes us conscious of the triggers of our emotions, triggers of not just negative emotions, but even triggers of positive emotions as well. So what triggers happiness in you? And it's important that for some people, when they see dodo, oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know what dodo is? D-O-D-O. When they perceive that somebody is frying dodo around, they can forget every other thing. They will just be showing one kind of joy and excitement that dodo is about to land. Now, because a lot of people are in Ibadan on this call, for some people it is amala and begiri and ewedu. Oh my God. Now, nobody's talking to me about this dodo thing, about this amala thing on this call, as if I don't know what I'm talking about, as if it's not a meal that you like. Is there anybody else there that is listening to me right now, and you know the miracle of dodo, and you know the miracle of amala and begiri? Is there anybody on this call, that can relate to what I'm talking about? Because you see, I'm saying these things because in as much as they are good things and they trigger certain emotions in us, we can be triggered to happiness, to overexcitement in a way that it will distract us from plunging until something happens. So it is important for us to know what triggers negative emotions in us and what triggers positive emotions in us. When you are aware, when you are self-aware, this is what triggers these emotions in me, then you can now move into self-management. Self-management is your ability to control your emotions, because it is not that you will not feel the fear again. It is not that you will not feel angry again. It is the fact that even when you feel fear, you do it afraid. Even when you feel angry, you can control your anger and still put your best foot forward and still say what you're supposed to say that will bring value to you, such that you don't just open your mouth and express your anger anyhow to anybody. It is important that we know these things, that you know what the trigger is. Your trigger may be food. Your trigger may be one fine boy there. Your trigger may be one fine girl out there. Your trigger could be certain words that people speak to you. And the moment somebody says something to you, you forget about yourself, you get distracted, you don't plunge with your goals again. What emotional intelligence does for you is that it shoots you in the direction of your goals, is that it helps you to understand what the triggers of your emotions are, and it helps you to manage those emotions so that you can always put your best foot forward, so that you can manage yourself effectively. If you cannot manage yourself, it was one of the richest men in the world at the moment said that if you cannot manage your emotions, you cannot manage your finances. That is powerful. I'm not sure somebody heard that. If you cannot manage your emotions, you cannot manage your finances, because it is critical that you can control your impulses. There are some of us in the process of our plunging, we can spend any money on anything, anyhow. We can buy what we don't need to impress people that don't like us, because we don't have the self-control to manage, because we cannot manage ourselves, and our inability to manage ourselves leads us not managing our money. If you cannot manage your emotions, you cannot manage your finances. In fact, if you cannot manage your emotions, you cannot manage your life. You cannot manage anything else. So what you want to do is to cultivate self-control, and it is easy. How to cultivate self-control? It is easy. First is that you know what the issue is. You see, the moment you are aware of what your trigger is, the moment you are aware of what pushes you to spending every money you have, and some people will say, oh, it's village people. Some people will say, oh, it's a spirit. Some people will say that there's canker worm. Some people will say all manner of things. Oh, it's because you are not paying your tithe. Oh, but some people will say all of those things. But you see, it is indiscipline. It is simply indiscipline. And you see, a lot of us, we go to mosque, we go to church, we pray, we fast, we do all of those things. But a miracle is not a cover for our irresponsibility. A miracle is not a cover for our responsibility. Your spirituality is not a cover for your irresponsibility. God, divinity, the God that you are calling on, is not the one that will excuse your irresponsibility. Your irresponsibility is inexcusable. Your irresponsibility, I'm saying it again, is irresponsible, is inexcusable. If you want to really truly plunge until something happens, if you want to really truly become the champion that you are created to be, if you want to truly to achieve those dreams in your heart and in your mind, if you want to truly become all that you were created to be, it is important for us to know that the place of self-control, that we need to start taking personal responsibility for ourselves, for our lives. See, miracle is not it's it's not an alternative for our irresponsibility. Miracle is not a cover for our irresponsibility. If you are irresponsible in a particular area, you need to work on yourself. And this is not finger pointing. It is important that we tell ourselves the truth. I'm not saying that it is important for me to tell you the truth. I'm saying it is important for you to tell yourself the truth. What are these triggers? What are the things that trigger certain behaviors in you? You see, the hallmark of whatever religion you even practice is behavioral transformation, in that you are aware of the things that are setting you back. You are aware of the reason you don't go to the gym as you are supposed to, and you keep talking about losing weight. You're aware of the reason you are not successful in your exams, and then you blame it on the lecturer, or you blame it on the learning process. You are aware that if you could just read a little bit more, that you could pass with glowing colors. You are aware that if you could just get someone to sit down with you and share and break it down for you in the way that you can learn, you are aware that you will pass excellently. You are aware that it is because you like to sleep too much. That is why you are not reading as much as you should read. You are aware that there's a professional exam that you're supposed to write. And when you write that professional exam, it will elevate you. It will place you on a higher pedestal and make you more attractive to employers, make you more attractive to clients and customers, depending on the kind of business you have, you are running. That is what you are meant to do. Whatever is stopping you from not doing it is an excuse. Emotional intelligence empowers us. It empowers us to live beyond our excuses. You see, a lot of us, we have excuses. Excuses, I believe, are the tools of the incompetent. And the incompetent people use excuses to build monuments of nothingness. And people who use excuses will never, ever, ever, ever amount to anything in life. What are these excuses that you are using? It is important you are aware, and by virtue of your awareness, that you take control of yourself and you take control of your life. You see, that God will not come down to do anything for you. It is your responsibility to ensure that you continue to plunge until something happens, to ensure that you continue to persist until something happens, to ensure that you continue to learn as much as you can, to ensure that instead of spending money on things that don't matter, you invest money into developing yourself so that you can become the super mega champion that you were created to be. It is important for us to know this. Emotional intelligence is it's a powerful tool. It's the powerful tool in the hands of any champion. It's a powerful tool in the hands of anyone that really truly wants to stand out. It's a powerful tool in the hands of any entrepreneur that wants to record consistent growth. It's a powerful tool in the hands of any career professional that wants to continue to earn promotion, to be a superstar, not just in your company, but to be a superstar in your industry. You begin by self-awareness, which is understanding your triggers. What triggers negative emotions in you? What triggers positive emotions in you? The next step is now, by virtue of the trigger that you understand, you now start to control yourself. You start to think about, what are the traffic lights? What is that thing that leads you to anger? That thing that leads you to distraction. A lot of us in the beginning of the year, we set goals and we said, oh, 2021. Some of us, we went to church, said 2021, different kinds of things. My year of divine manifestation, my year of growth, my year of blow, my year of super mega blow. We have all these things that we say, but it's not just about our confession. You see, when you're thinking and you're speaking and your behavior don't align, you cannot experience any growth and success. When your thinking doesn't align with your statements and your behavior, you cannot record any optimal goal or success. A lot of us, we talk it a lot, but we don't even think it. We just talk it because other people are saying it around us, and because they're saying it around you, you're just regurgitating what they're saying. You're just saying it back so that you can feel among. A lot of us, we're not out there to succeed. We're just philamongers. Who are philamongers? People want to feel like they're successful so that when they are talking, they can say the words, they can speak the words that everybody's saying, they can speak the lingua, they understand the lingua. But until it is from your mind and it is backed up by consistent action, you cannot be the super mega champion that you are created to be. It is about applying emotional intelligence in your life, in your business, and in your career for all optimal growth. And it is your responsibility to make sure that you continue to plunge. You don't plunge doing the wrong thing. You don't plunge saying the wrong thing. You plunge doing the right things that will lead you to your result, such that even if you're not getting the result momentarily, you will get the result eventually. It is about doing the right thing. It's about ensuring that you have been strategic. It's about focusing on your behaviors and ensuring on asking yourself, What are the things I am doing right now that are keeping me from becoming the champion I am meant to be? What are the things I am doing or saying now? Who are the people I relate with consistently? What leads me to the third thing about emotional intelligence, which is social awareness. Oh my God. Social awareness. Social awareness is that you understanding the emotions of other people. Remember, we began by saying you need to understand your emotions, and by virtue of understanding your emotions, your triggers, the emotions that set you back, you manage those emotions effectively. When you manage your emotions effectively, you can manage your finances. You see, forget, oh, let me go back a little bit to that self-management. Forget whatever economic indices, that they are talking about in the media. Forget about whoever has a PhD in economics. Forget about whoever, is a mega super chartered accountant. Forget about all of those degrees and all of those certifications. If you don't have your emotions in check, if you have the degrees and the certifications, if you have the degrees and the certifications, if even if you have gone to my school, Harvard University, whichever school it is that you have gone to, if you cannot control your emotions, you won't be able to manage your money. And if you cannot manage your money, you cannot manage your life. Now, moving beyond that into social awareness. Social awareness is understanding the other person or the other people, knowing who they are, understanding their triggers, understanding their interests and their needs, not from your own perspective, but from their own perspective. And one big word, one key word that is very important that you need to pay attention to as I round off today is empathy. 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 Empathy says seek first to understand before you are understood. Empathy says that pay attention to the other person rather than just paying full attention to yourself. Empathy says to you as a salesperson, as an entrepreneur who is seeking funding, empathy says to you that what it is you are looking for, you don't present it to the person you are looking at from your perspective. You present it to the individual from the individual's perspective. A lot of times we don't seek to understand before we're understood. We just want people to understand us. And so we get on social media, we say whatever it is that we like, we talk, and continue to talk and more talk. And then we say, oh, we're expressing ourselves. Or we're seeking closure. So because we're seeking closure, we just want to talk and talk and talk and talk and put things out there. But real power is not in talking. Real power is actually in listening. How do I can prove this to you? Because every one of us, we have one mouth and 2 ears. And I believe that the reason we have 2 ears is so that we can listen some more, not just hear, so that we can listen some more than we talk. It is a different thing to listen. It's another thing to hear. You may be hearing me right now. If you're on this call, you're hearing me right now, but you may not be listening to me. Listening requires that you pay attention to what you're hearing. Listening requires that you pay full attention to the person speaking to you at every point in time. Listening requires that you are not on your phone typing something else or chatting with someone else, that you are not watching another movie on Netflix while something really important is going on, that you're not distracted by any other thing, but you are paying full attention to the individual that is having a conversation with you. You see, a lot of times we have issues in relationships. We have issues in romantic relationships. We have issues in professional relationships because we did not listen, because we did not pay empathy, because we did not show empathy to the people we're interacting with. We just want to get our points through, and we just want to talk and talk and talk and talk without realizing that the most powerful people are not those who can talk. The most powerful people are those who can use these 2 things that the good God Almighty graciously bestowed us with. The many of us, we have ears. Some people have big ears, bigger than mine. Some people have small ears. Whether your ears are big or your ears are small, they are your tool. That is the tool to your future. That is the tool to building rewarding relationships with people. It is less of talking. It is more of listen. When you listen more, you will gain perspective. When you listen more, people will trust you more. Think about it. Which of your friends are you closest to, or are you closer to? Is it the friend that comes to talk, or the one that listens to you? Now, I know that yes, you like people who talk around you, but I'm asking you, think about it. Which of those friends do you really truly trust? Is it the one that talk and continues to talk, no comma, no full stop, no break, no jam, doesn't know when to stop, doesn't know what to say, doesn't know what not to say? We shall open the mouth, is the mouth, and just say whatever will just drop from the person's mouth? Is that the person you trust and you want to do business with and you want to grow with, or someone that keeps quiet and listens more? Even the Bible says that when the fool is quiet, People would think that this foolish person is wise. That's what the Bible says. Not my words, not my statement. That even the fool, when he or she is quiet, is deemed to be wise. That is a fool. And then even if you think you now have wisdom, it's not about opening your mouth and talk all the time. You see, when you listen, you reserve your power. When you listen, you gain perspective. When you listen, you build more rewarding relationships. When you listen, you will learn. When you listen, you would grow. One of the biggest issues in leadership is that leaders don't listen. Leaders just want to achieve their own goal. Leaders just want to do whatever it is they want to do. Leaders don't necessarily listen to people that they are responsible for. You can imagine I didn't say leaders don't listen to followers. No, because as a leader, you're not meant to have followers. You are meant to be leading a group of leaders. You're meant to be leading and grooming another set of leaders. It's not about followership. It is always about leadership. And leadership is not about who is in front. Leadership is not about it's not just about the position. It's about disposition. And the number one disposition on leadership is emotional intelligence. So if you're on this call and you aspire to go into politics, or you're already a politician, or you're already in office at the moment, please note that your concept of politics should be around leadership. And it's not about the people bowing to you and serving you. It's about you truly serving the people. And you don't serve them just by the words that you speak. You don't serve them just by your campaign promises. You truly serve them by seeing consistent transformation in the lives of the people you are leading, not just in the lives of your cronies, not just in the lives of your friends, not just in the lives of the people close to you, but in the lives of the people that you are leading, whether they voted for you or they did not vote for you. So far, they are within the jurisdiction that you are supposed to be leading. You need to show empathy by always seeking to understand them. Not a media show that shows that you are listening to them, but the proof of your performance, that you are achieving peak performance, not because you are doing propaganda, or because you are achieving peak performance by the way you are touching lives and you are modifying them. And I think that I've exhausted my 30 minutes. Thank you very much, Ejiro and Pat, for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to serve every one of you. As you're watching, you can follow me at Abiola Champ on Instagram. You can send me a DM. Tell me how you feel about what you've heard today. Not just about how you feel, but tell me what you have decided to do, the decision you have made by virtue of what you have heard today. And not just what you have decided to do, also send me the message today. In a few days, send me another message of what you are now doing about what it is you've heard today. The great investment from Pat, Ejiro, and the team will just be a waste if you don't apply the things that you are learning to stand out as the entrepreneur and as the career professional that you're meant to be.
Wow. Thank you so much. That was super packed. And I love how you even like on time, like you really came prepared for us. And it shows that you're really like you are practicing what you're preaching, right? Because you understood, you came, it's okay, this is what I'm meant to do, and this is what I'm doing. I'm leading by example. And thank you so much for being so gracious that we can reach out to you in your DMs on Instagram to say, sir, thank you for what you shared. I have my notes here. You know, the fact that I not like, you know, we've not heard this thing before, but I'm a believer that you keep hearing until it becomes your reality. You have not learned it. So that I've heard it before does not mean that it's working for me. Until it starts working for me, that is when I really heard it. And you know, you said your words plus your action plus your thought is what leads to success. If there's anyone missing in this equation, it's going to affect the end result. So we need to align what we're thinking to what we're saying and then what we are doing. Thank you so very much. I love it. I love it. If you don't have your emotions in check, you can't manage your funds. And if you can't manage your funds, you can't manage your life. I love it. Thank you so very much. This was really powerful.
Thank you.
Guys, if you're here and you're connected right now, you were in this session. If you have just one question, we can take one quickly before we release Mr. Abiola Champ here. If you have one question, please type it in the comment section wherever you're watching us from, whether you're on Facebook or you're on LinkedIn or you're on YouTube. Please, if you have a question, now will be a good time to drop it in the comment section and ask. You see, you talked about, you know, how we keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, and we all know that it's insanity. But still, how do you know what points you? Because sometimes you can actually be blind, like you are just focused on doing this thing, you're failing, and you're still doing it, you're trying it again. At what point are you sure that, guy, this thing you're doing, can you do it somewhere else or can you do something else? What's that difference between, is it giving up or re-strategizing, or just pivoting? What's your take on that when somebody is doing that and feels like they're just doing the same thing over again?
Okay, so it's about feedback. I believe feedback is the breakfast of champions. I believe that
Hey,
to a
please,
large
tweetable moment right there. Feedback is the breakfast for champions. Please go on, sir.
I believe that to a large extent, there is no failure, there's just feedback. To some extent, there is no failure, there's just feedback. So if I'm doing something and I'm not getting the result, the feedback I'm receiving is I'm probably not doing what I'm supposed to do, or I'm not speaking to the right person, or I'm not doing the right thing, I'm not speaking to the right person, or I don't even have, my goal is not right, or my approach to pursuing the goal is not right. So it's about feedback. But what the challenge for us is, many times we don't listen. We go back to it again. We don't listen to the feedback. We don't receive the feedback. Some of us are too arrogant to receive feedback, because we just believe that so far we got this idea from somebody we really, really respect, and then we're running with the idea, then it's not working. So we hold on to the respect we have for the individual rather than checking to see that the circumstances may not be the same. I mean, the place where a seed, an apple seed cannot grow in Lagos, but it's still an apple seed. If the apple seed finds the right soil, it will grow. When you put the apple seed in the wrong soil, it will not grow.
So,
Does it mean the apple is wrong? No, it's just the soil that is wrong, that's not appropriate. And it's important that we know that we put the right seed in the right soil. But many times people, we're too arrogant to receive feedback. And I'm not talking about just feedback people give to us, but feedback that our pursuits and our goals give to us. If it is not working, if you're not getting results, be humble. Be humble enough, to change your course. Be humble enough to seek help. It is about feedback. You see, this takes me to something called the Juari window, but there's no time to really express that. But just note that feedback is important. Life continues to give you feedback. People continue to give you feedback. You see, even when people are in the position to give you feedback, we need to be grateful, because you're not the best mirror of yourself. You're not your best mirror. You're not the best judge of your behavior, your character, and your input. Other people can see things you cannot see about yourself. And it's important that we pay attention
absolutely.
to listening when they are
The blind
gracious
spot.
enough, to give us feedback. You don't have eyes on your forehead, right, and behind your neck. You only have two eyes in front of you. You have blind spots. That is why if you drive a car, there is the rear mirror, there are the side mirrors. Even the fact that you have the rear mirror and the side mirror, you still have a blind spot. That is why people behind you can sound horn to you to let you know that, hey, you're about to enter the ditch. But where you don't listen, you will end up in that ditch. So it is about feedback, paying attention to the feedback we are receiving, and the flexibility to change our ways towards the achievement of the goal that we have set.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so very much. That was really a succinct answer. And I
Thank you.
believe that people who are going to watch this later and those of us who are live now will take that away. Feedback is important, but it's not just about taking it. Even the things that we're doing also gives us feedback, and we need to be humble enough to get the feedback and act accordingly. Thank you so much for your time here today. We really, really appreciate you taking out
Thank
time
you
from
for
your busy
having me.
schedule to be here to deliver today. God bless you. Have a wonderful day, sir. Thank you
Thank you.
so
Thank
much.
you. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye. Pat, bye bye.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. Please, as you join us wherever you're joining from, whether from whatever platform you're joining from, whether Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, please just drop in the comment section, engage with us in the comment section. When the speakers are dropping something that resonates with you, you can reiterate it in the comment section so that we know that you are here with us. And the speakers also know, because we can't see you, the speakers can't see you, but they can see your comments so that they know that you are really listening to them and engaging with them. All right. Without further ado, I'm going to bring on the next speaker on stage. Our next speaker today is the beautiful. Our next speaker on stage is the beautiful Imade. Imade is a strategic. Let me say that again. Yes, our next guest is Imade. I don't want to. In fact, I always have issues pronouncing her last name, so I'm just going to leave it at Imade. so that we don't murder her name. Imade is a strategic advisor with expertise in corporate strategy development, project management, change management, risk management, as well as results based monitoring and evaluation. She has over 13 years of experience working with reputable local and international organizations. As a result of her passion to see people achieve their business or personal goals, she provides strategies to individuals to enable them execute their personal or business ideas and projects successfully. I can attest to that personally. To achieve this, she founded the Execution Club and the Execution Boot Camp. She also provides pro bono advisory services to micro, small, and medium enterprise to enable them increase profitability, productivity, and sustainability by showing them how to manage projects, risks, and the people side of change. To advance project management practices in Nigeria, she was part of the team that developed the DUCAP methodology, a project delivery methodology which has been tailored to suit the peculiarities of project delivery in Nigeria. Imade holds certifications as a project manager, PMP and Prince 2, change management practitioner, PROC, risk manager, CRM, and management consultant, CMC. In addition, she acquires a master's degree in business administration. She is a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants and the Chartered Institute of Project Management of Nigeria. She is also a member of the Project Management Institute and British Project Professional Society. So far, she has helped over 1,000 individuals and organizations achieve their goals and is currently on a mission to reach 4,000 by 2025. Imade currently serves on the faculty of the world's leading change management organization in Iran and consults for several public and private sector organizations in Nigeria. She's fondly called the Strategic Execution Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Imade Osie. Even you know who put your last name on the
It's Oswald
so let me not stress
Benedro.
these
Hi,
people.
everyone.
Let me not stress these people. Let them just call me my first name. You're welcome, Imade. So good to have you
Yeah,
here.
it's fun. So good to be here. And the first session was amazing. I was just smiling all through. It's amazing. It's so good to be here as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. So Imade is going to be speaking on the 6 pillars of building a sustainable business. So you want to pick your pen and your notepad right now and take down notes. Thank you, Imade, for being here. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Ejiro, and thank you, everyone. I can see amazing people in the comment section. Thank you, Mr. Salami, for that powerful session. It was indeed reviving. And I'll just build on what you have said so far regarding the 6 pillars for building a sustainable business. And from the topic, you can see that we have 2 keywords here, right? Sustainable business. And if you know about businesses or if you've heard about business, then you can attest to the fact that the purpose of a business is to deliver value for profit. And like the last speaker said, if you don't envision it, you can't achieve it, right? And as a business owner or an aspiring business owner, it means that ultimately you want to exchange value for the purpose of profit. And the second part of the topic is sustainable. And by this, we mean longevity. How sustainable is the business you're building? How sustainable is the NGO you're building? How sustainable is the profit you're currently achieving? How sustainable is the value that you're currently giving out? And this topic is indeed timely because we're at a time where everything seems to be changing so fast and people are losing ideas, they are losing confidence in what they are building. And I feel like this topic is key at the times that we are now, especially because the theme of the conference is plunge until success. And if you look at what plunge means, in essence, it's saying push, it's saying go in, it's saying go deeper until you achieve success. And like you are aware as well, pushing takes effort. So if you're pushing in the wrong direction, it means that you're wasting effort in the wrong direction. And this also applies to businesses as well. If you're building a business, you have to plunge in the right direction. And that's why I feel like this topic is so critical. And I hope that the next 25 minutes or thereabout would help us uncover what I want to say and how to help business owners are on this call right now. Now, if we look at the global statistics, you'll find that data says that in Nigeria, 80% of businesses fail within the first 5 years. And globally, that statistics drops to about 50%. That means that in Nigeria, 8 out of 10 businesses fail in the first 5 years. And globally, 5 out of 10 fail in the first 5 years. And these are businesses that people quit their job to do. People survive on with their family on. People are aspiring progress and success on. And the data shows that 8 out of 10 in Nigeria don't go past the first 5 years, which means that there are things that we have to pay attention to. There are things that we have to listen to. There are things that we have to put into practice, because building a business takes time, it takes courage, it takes patience, and most of all, it takes strategy. So look around you. How many businesses have, let me see in the comments, how many businesses do you know in Nigeria that have spent maybe 15 years and are still thriving? How many businesses do you know in Nigeria that are actually outlive the owners? Think about it. Honestly, ask yourself, the business you're currently building, can it outlive you? The business you're toiling day and night, can it outlive you? Even this conference has done 4 years. Let's say our darling sister Pat leaves the scene, she goes into WHO or becomes a prime minister somewhere, a president somewhere, let's hope. Will this conference still go on? And that is the key we're trying to achieve this morning. How do you ensure that the business you're building, what you're trying to achieve, can outlive you, can live beyond you, can continue to deliver value even in the long term? And before we go into the 6 pillars, we must establish the foundations of a business, because no building can stand if the foundation is not right. And no pillar can stay properly if the foundation is not right. So before we even go into the 6 pillars of building a sustainable business, let's even understand the foundations for a business. Because like I said, the purpose of a business is to deliver value, and in the hopes that in doing that, it gets profit in return. And profit is not merely sales. You can be selling for all you want. If your income does not exceed your expenditure, it means that you're not making profit. And it means that there is a problem that needs to be resolved. And to resolve all of these things, the 6 pillars have to be in place, but you have to also get the foundation right. So many young people, our blood, they hot, as they say, right? We want to build this big business. We want to become entrepreneurs of the world. We want to make money, but we have to understand the foundations. Because for you to say you're building a business, you have to know exactly the value you're delivering. What problems are you solving? What situation are you trying to improve? Who are you trying to help? If you cannot determine this by yourself, you can look at the sustainable development goals and try to tie what you're doing to those goals. So if you look at your business, ask yourself certain questions. This business you want to start, this business you're currently engaging in, what problems are you solving? What situation are you trying to improve? Who are you delivering these solutions to? Because like I shared earlier, the data shows that 8 out of 10 businesses fail within the first 5 years. And if you look at the cause of the failure, it speaks to no market need, poor cash flow, or no cash flow management. It speaks to wrong employees and wrong staffing. So you must know exactly what you're trying to serve and who you're trying to serve. Because the who is the market. And if you don't have a market for your product or your service, then you are not in business, because customers rule the world, right? So you have to know 2 key things. One, what are you trying to achieve? Which problem are you trying to solve? Which solution are you trying to improve? Who are you trying to serve? And what makes you different? What makes you unique? What's your special sauce? What's your special flavor? What's your special spice? What is your unique value proposition to your market? Most people just go into businesses on the hype. They plunge in the wrong direction. They plunge in for the wrong reasons, and they stay stuck and they become frustrated. So you have to evaluate today. Ask yourself this question: who am I trying to serve? And what solutions am I bringing to the market? And how am I doing this differently? What makes me different from the competition? And once you establish this foundation, you know who you're trying to serve, you know what you're trying to serve, you know the market you want to reach, and you have your unique value proposition, you can then begin to build the pillars. And the first pillar, people take this thing for granted, but the first pillar is your business structure. And by your business structure, I mean the legal identity of your business. Most people, especially Nigerians, in an attempt to cut costs, they don't have the right business structure. They feel like registering a business is additional money. So they rather just open their Instagram page or open Facebook page or wake up and start selling. But the truth is, for you to build the business of your dream, you have to have the right business structure. And hello, there's not just one type. You can become a sole proprietor. You can have a structure that is a limited liability company. You can have a corporation. You can have a partnership structure. But the key thing here is you must envision in your mind's eyes where your business wants to go. I know so many people who have lost funding opportunities because they didn't have the right business structure. I know people who just started their business with a business name, and they went on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. They put the name there, and after 4 years, they were about to now make the business a legal entity, and the name was taken. They had printed flyers, they had printed banners and posters. They had to go back to the scratch to start rebranding. How sad. How sad. This should not be you. So the first pillar is to have the right business structure. Determine how far do you want your business to go. Because the truth is, there's so much you can do as an individual. So even if you want to start as a sole proprietor, you must think of expansion. You must think of partnership. You must think of a business structure that can carry your growth. Did you get that? And the business structure is important because if I ask you a question, will your business survive if you're no longer in business? Will your business continue to survive if you, as the founder, is no longer in business? Food for thought. Don't answer me right now, right? Just think about it. So the right business structure is important if you want to build a sustainable business, because you will lose opportunities, you would lose partnerships, you will lose funding and investments if you don't have the right business structure. And then secondly is systems. I cannot say this enough. I cannot say this enough. What happens, God forbid, if you fall sick? Will your business on Instagram still make sales for that day? What happens if for some reason you're no longer in the picture? You have to travel for your daughter's wedding. You have to attend your examination. Will your business still move on? Having a business structure is very important. And the structure is a combination of your processes, the people that you have, your policies, and your technology. And this business system, rather, it's key for growth, because like I said, your business system is a combination of your processes, your people, your policies, and your technology. Have you ever wondered why you go to restaurants in different parts of the country and the food tastes the same? Have you ever wondered? You visit certain shops and the shops look the same. The way the customer reps attend to you is almost the same. It feels like deja vu. It feels like you've been here before. That is because these business owners have put in processes. They have standardized their processes. That's why Coke, if it's from Coca-Cola, it tastes like Coke, because the processes are standardized. So if you want to build a sustainable business, you have to have the right system. And the system is the combination of your processes, your strategy, your policies, your people, and your technology. So you cannot take your system for granted. You, as an entrepreneur, you have to document your processes. You have to standardize them. Your processes have to leave your head. A lot of us were so smart that everything starts and ends in our head. And once we leave the equation, we cannot replicate the results. And let me tell you, amateurs cannot have the same result over and over again, but professionals can replicate results because they have a system. So I ask you today, are you an amateur or are you a pro? Because for you to become a pro, you must have a tight system, a system that ensures that your processes are standardized, they are documented, such that if you are not there, someone else can step in and replicate what you do. You have to have a strategy. I can't say this, I can't overemphasize this. A strategy is not your wish. Hope is not your strategy. Your strategy is a series of things that you are going to do to move you from one point to another. We all have very big dreams, very, very valid big dreams. But to achieve your dreams and to move to where you want to go, you must have a strategy, which simply means the set of things that you will do to move from point A to point B. And as a business owner, you must have a strategy for marketing, for sales, for customer retention, for disaster recovery. You must have a strategy. You don't just wake up and say, oh, this morning I'll post 3 things on Instagram today or on Facebook today. Tomorrow I'll see A, B, and C. You must have a clear-cut strategy that will help you move from point A to point B. And here's the trick. The fact that you have a strategy doesn't mean that you must hold it to your chest. As the market changes, as the environment changes, as things change, you must review your strategy. Like the first speaker said, you don't expect to do the same things and get a different result. So if you are engaged in something and it's not working, review your strategy. Are my goals correct? Is my tactics correct? Is what I'm doing actually fit for the market right now? So you cannot afford to just have hope and big dreams. You must have a plan in your head and then on paper where your business needs to be in the next 5 years, your vision, your mission, your objectives, and clear activities to get you from point A to point B. Because your strategy makes a part of your whole business system. And then you must have the right people. You know, most people don't want, they say, oh, it's cheaper. Yes, it's cheaper to have just you in the business, but in the long run, it's more expensive. Because you cannot grow to the level that you want to grow if you don't have the right people around you. And so part of your system is having the right people to support you, the right people to give you feedback, the right people to bounce ideas with and get their perspective, the right people to help you carry the ball when you're dropping the ball. And that makes a system when you have the people in place that help you run your business even when you're not there. And like I said, you cannot have big dreams to build a multi-billion dollar business. I want to be a sole proprietor. It doesn't work that way. So your vision must match your actions. Do you get that? Your vision must match your actions. So you cannot afford to have big visions and weak actions. So if you want to build a sustainable business, you must have the right people on your team. You must have a lot of advisors that you ask questions, that you bounce ideas together, that you discuss issues. You must have the right people because that makes your business system complete. And where you can, you have to automate. Right now, there are different levels of automation. I know people who now have a one-page website on free links. So there are different levels of automation. The important thing here is to determine, based on your budget, based on your business needs, the level of automation that you require. Okay, so I've shared 2 key pillars now. The first one is the structure. The second one is the system that consists of your people, your processes, your strategy and technology. The third one, which is very key, which most people want to ignore, is risk management. You cannot build anything if you're not managing risk. In fact, if you're not managing risk in your business, you are in a risky business. I'll take that again. If you are not managing risk in your business, you are in a risky business. And what is risk? It's simply saying, what are the things that can happen that can affect my business goals? What things can happen that can affect the achievement of my business goals? And that's just risk management. You want to be proactive. You want to think about all the things that can happen. What things can impede your sales? What things can impede your marketing plan? What things can impede your growth and your scaling? What things can even impede you as the founder to move your business from point A to point B? You want to manage risks. You want to be proactive. Most people say, God forbid, but hello, God forbids nothing. Because even as we are on this call right now, we are exposed to risk. The internet can go off, God forbid. Anything can happen right now. Even as you leave your house, you are exposed to risk. So when you're building a business, you have to understand that businesses come with risk. And don't forget that the higher the risk, the higher the return. So if you don't understand risk, you won't be able to profit from risk. And people actually profit from risk. So having engaged in risk management helps you understand risk and helps you profit from risk. It makes you proactive enough to think about all the bad stuff, what can happen, not in a way that limits you. Okay? So when you're thinking about risks, don't think about it from the point of things that can limit you. No. Ask yourself very honest questions. What can happen? If I launch this product, why will people not buy my product? If I launch this service, why would they not, uptake my service? What can happen? And when you think about what can happen, you then go ahead, which is the second step, to put things in place to ensure that if these things happen, you reduce their effect on you, and in some instances completely make them not happen. Did you get that? So risk management is very crucial if you want to build a sustainable business. You have to think about what can go wrong with customer retention, what can go wrong with marketing, what can go wrong with sales, what can go wrong with delivery. And then think about, what can I do as a business owner? What can I do to help make sure that when these things happen, their impact on me is reduced, or these things don't happen at all? And that is the third most important pillar. You have to manage risk, because the flip side of risks is opportunities. So if you are not taking risks, then you're not growing. Do you get that? If you're not taking risks, then you're not growing. All right. But if you don't understand risks, you're being foolish, because taking risks is different from being foolish or being ignorant. You must understand the risks you're taking. You must be prepared for the outcome of those risks. You must be prepared for the consequences of those risks. And you must be positioned to maximize opportunities from risk. Okay, so you have to ensure that you bear this in mind, that to build a sustainable business, you must take risk. But the key thing here is you must understand risk and you must manage them. Now, the fourth pillar, which is also very, very, very important, is managing change management. We've all been dealt with by the COVID-19 pandemic. If you haven't changed, then, well, something is wrong, because the world has changed. The world has changed. And if you don't manage change correctly as a business owner, as an individual, or as an entrepreneur, you will not achieve your goals. So you must be able to understand that changes are important, that changes will happen, and you must prepare your mindset to deal with change and manage change. So if you want to build a sustainable business, you must manage changes. So some people had very thriving businesses, physical businesses, right? And we can see what the COVID-19 did. People who currently have physical shops have to think twice. They have to now come online and have more online presence. Otherwise, the business is going to crash. And then if you have a business model that is so fixed on physical interactions, then you are at risk as well. Because right now, people are social distancing. It's more convenient to shop online. So, but if you're stuck in your ways, if you don't manage changes, if you're someone who wants to do it the way you have been told or the way your ancestors told you, you know, there's some people like that, right? They hold rappers for 100 years, which is good. Which is good. But if you're running a business, you have to be able to manage change. I'm sure some conferences that were held physically 2 or 3 years ago are now being held online. Some people have completely moved from physical shops, stores to their online stores. So as a business owner, you must manage change because changes are inevitable. Get that. Changes are inevitable. And there's a favorite quote that says you either adapt or die. It's as simple as that. You either change or you die, or you become stale, you become stuck, you become old school, and nobody now recognizes with you anymore. So as a business owner that wants to build a sustainable business, you must understand change management. You must manage change. You must be emotionally intelligent. You must be socially aware. You must know your environment. You must know yourself. You must know your customers. You must be able to perceive when there's something going wrong, and then you must be able to redirect your steps. You must be able to smell opportunities and latch in and plunge in. Okay, so you must manage change as a business owner, otherwise you stand the risk of getting stuck and not moving. And the fifth one, which is the most, perhaps it can be argued, right? But perhaps a very important point is you must be positioned in your head and in your mind to deliver excellent customer experience. And when I say customer experience, I don't just mean customer service. It's one aspect of the whole customer experience. I'm saying from the point that a prospective customer engages with your business, with your NGO, they must have an excellent experience from that point till you close. Most people are so nonchalant, so they feel like it's only at the point where you actually engage the customer for sales that is where you have to look after your customer. No. From the beginning to the end, you have to have a seamless customer experience that is excellent. From your branding, from the way your logo looks, from the way your store looks, from the way you pass your messages, it has to be an experience that the customer will remember. It's almost like foreplay. It's like foreplay, right? You know what foreplay does, right? Let me not overemphasize it. You know what foreplay does? You have to have this foreplay in your customer experience process. From when your prospective customer engages with you, there has to be a foreplay. They have to have a beautiful experience with your business. You have to know how to entice them. You have to know how to attract them. You have to set up your system and your business in a way that when they see you, look at the flyer, right? See the beautiful colors. I'm seeing yellow, purple, white. You know, it gives you a sense of royalty, a sense of belonging. So it means that even from branding, from marketing messages, it has to be right to give your customers a beautiful customer experience from start to finish. Because customer is king. They say cash is king, but without the customers, you won't get the cash. So customer is king. And if they don't feel sweet with the experience that you give them, they're going to leave. And if you check the data, it is more expensive to have new customers than to retain your already existing customers. So you have to have this pillar and you have to be deliberate about enticing your customers, about serving them well, about making sure that they think about you. When they think about that product or that service, you are the first person that comes to their mind because of the way that you treat them. Okay. And then you also have to know when to let certain customers go. But it must be done with strategy. It must be done with tact. It must be done after you have done your own part. Okay. And that's the fifth pillar. And then the final pillar, which is my favorite pillar, right, is the execution, is the strategic execution. You can have the right structure in your mind. You can have the right system in your mind. You can have the right risk management system in your mind. You can have the right change management system in your mind. You can have the right customer experience system in your mind. But if you don't execute, it is nothing. Because you don't win on emotions, you win on execution. I'll take that again. You don't win on emotions, you win on execution, which means that you can sit here all you like, you can feel good, you can have goosebumps, you can clap for the organizers and say, oh, that was a great conference. But if you don't execute what you have learned, you are as good as somebody who did not attend the conference at all. Do you get that? So for you to build the business of your dreams, you have to execute, and not just merely executing or doing. You have to execute strategically. You have to plunge in the right direction. You have to push in the right direction. Champions know how to plunge in the right direction. And even when you don't and you make mistakes, you have to be agile enough to change your strategy, to change your tactics. Okay, so execution is the first most important, in my opinion, my most favorite part of building a sustainable business. Because from doing, you get clarity. From doing, you get experience. From doing, you get expertise. Okay, so you cannot sit here, you cannot feel good and have all the goosebumps and leave this conference doing nothing. You must go back to your business. Take these 6 pillars and begin to score yourself. Do I have the right structure? Do I have the right system? Am I managing risk? Am I managing my customers very well? Am I managing change? You must sit down and do a fair assessment and begin to put things in place that will help you win in your business. So execution is so key. And I know that for most of us, I think it's a cultural thing. We feel like, oh, let's just listen later, let's just listen later. There is no time, oh, there is just no time. Because every time wasted takes you backwards. Do you get that? Every time you waste takes you the same amount of time backwards. So because slow motion is better than no motion. Did you get that? Slow motion is better than no motion. So you better be moving. You better be moving. Try out stuff. Don't be so afraid of failure. What is failure? Failure is feedback. Failure just simply says, you know what, try again. But we are so afraid of failure. We are so stuck. We want to have the perfect time. We want to be among the crowd. We want to wait for that time where everything adds up. Everything will add up in the end. But it means that you have to start. You have to start doing something that will push you closer to your goals. And finally, to wrap it up, I would just say my favorite quote. Okay, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to keep moving that counts. It's the courage to plunge. It's the courage to look at your existing business and say, what am I doing wrong? That is what counts. It's that courage that counts, that says, look at your business. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? What can I do better? And how do I move on? And to close my session, I'll say again, because this is where most people stay stuck in their businesses because they are afraid of failure. They have, and for some people, they've attained success too early. So they just stay there and they just start floating. Remember that success is not final. So you might be successful now. If you don't keep on building on that success, precept upon precept, line upon line, you will fall back. So remember this today, even if you remember nothing. Success is not final. So don't be deceived that you're making a few sales and you think it's good, okay? Failure is not fatal. So don't get stuck because you tried a few things and it didn't work out. So what? We've all been there, done that, okay? But it's the courage to keep plunging that counts. All right? What are you?
Fantastic. Well done. Thank you so much, Imade. Like, You have pieces it all and given us a reason to really go home and not just say, oh yeah, amazing speech, but execution.
Exactly.
You don't succeed, you don't win. You don't make progress based on emotion, you make progress
Exactly.
based on execution.
Execution.
And the important
Exactly.
thing that for me here is, when you linked it up to success and failure, is that there is a time factor there.
Yeah.
So that is slow does not mean it's not coming. That is
Exactly.
taking a while does not mean you won't get there. So don't put yourself
Yeah.
under unnecessary pressure, but
Yeah.
ensure that you are executing. Like you said,
Exactly.
slow motion is better than
That's
no
no
motion.
motion.
So it's better that you are taking out 30 minutes every day to work
Yeah.
on your business
Yeah.
than wait to have one full weekend to go on a
Exactly.
retreat to now focus on business strategy. It's
Yeah.
better to break it down to 30 minutes every day where you sit down, strategize, check these 6 pillars that Imade has so succinctly elaborated for us. What is your business structure like,
Yeah.
right? What are your systems and your processes?
Yeah.
What plans or what plan are you putting together for risk management? If it's, I
Yeah.
love what you say. So if you're not managing risk, you're in the business,
Yeah.
you're
In
in
a
a
risky
risky
business.
business, right? You're in a risky
Yeah.
business, and then you have to be able to prepare to deal with change because they would come.
Yeah.
As you and I
They will
already
come.
know, change is the only constant thing. So they would come. And the better prepared you are to adapt when those changes come, the better for you to succeed in your business, and then position your head and mind to serve your customers with excellent, let them have excellent customer
Yeah.
experience. Personally, I think I
Yeah.
need to work on that one. As we're talking on, I'm like, hey, Adrian, you need to work on your customer experience. So I'm going to work on that. And then you have your strategic execution. Thank you so much, Imade. It's been an amazing time
Thank you.
of listening to you and jotting down these things that you've shared, the 6 pillars. And I do believe that they are really, really important. Thank you so much. Yes, Imade's handle
You
is
too,
already in the
Imade.
comment section. So please, you can search for her on Instagram and follow her content on Instagram. Whoa, like I will sit down there and just binge on her content and you'll be okay. Like that's like you don't even need a personal or a special consultation with her. But of course, she has consultation. So if you click on the link in her bio, you get consultation as well. So she's a resource person, and yeah, I appreciate you, sister. It's so good to have you here. Thank you so much. If there's any question now would be a good time to ask. If you're connecting with us, whether from Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, if you have any question, please drop it in the comment section and Imada is going to respond to it. But in the absence of any questions right now, because we're already running out of time for the next session, no problem at all. Thank you so much, Imadi, for being here. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you for taking our time off your busy schedule to be here. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Imade.
Hi, Danielle. How are you?
Hello.
Hello,
Hi, good to
Danielle.
see
How
you.
are
Hi.
you?
I am well.
Hi,
Can
how
you
are
all
you?
hear me? Good to see
Yes, we
you.
can.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Good
can hear
morning. Happy
you. Thank you,
Saturday.
Imade. That was a very powerful session from Imade. Well done,
Yes,
sis.
it was.
Well done,
Well done.
sisters. Yes, it's a pleasure to have you here, Danielle. Danielle, it's what time is it at your end? Danielle is connecting us
Uh,
from where are you now? You Miami or Florida or
I'm
Philadelphia?
in I'm in I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. It's 7:45
Oh,
a.m.
okay, Atlanta. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. And then Ejira is connecting us from Dubai. It's a pleasure to have you both here, sisters. And Dr. Pedro is going to be joining us very soon. And in case you're all watching us or you're just joining in, this is the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And the theme is plunge until success happens, push, basically. And I'm so happy for all our speakers. And so far, we've had to listen to two awesome speakers. We've listened to Mr. Abiola Champ, the founder of Champ City, the one who would always want you to be a champion in whatever you do. And he's spoken so much on emotional intelligence. We've also had just outgoing Imade Oshobeni, who has spoken on the 6 pillars of sustaining your business. And we have more speakers to go. And we just want you to relax wherever you are and keep enjoying Standout Enterprise Festival wherever you are in the world. Don't forget to follow follow us on Instagram at this Standout Tribe. That is our official Instagram handle. We're just gonna paste it there so that you can follow us and keep connecting, send us, drop feedbacks. Also, when it is important that when the speakers are talking and you have anything that is really poignant to you or something that you love, please try to note it down in the comment section so that other people can learn also. And my sister here, Danielle, is connecting with us all the way. And I really want to appreciate your presence, sis. Thank you so much for joining us within this short time.
Anything. Yes, absolutely. It's not a problem at all. I'm
So,
happy to
basically, I
support.
wanted to thank you, sis. So, basically, how has it been like for you? I know you've been busy of traveling, touring, working on your businesses. How has year 2021 been for you so far in terms of business and
2021
entrepreneurship?
2021 has been so enlightening for me. It really has. I've grown a lot as far as like growth mindset, personal development. I have a very strong focus right now on personal development, and because we know if we focus on ourselves and if we grow personally as individuals, everything around us is bound to level up. So this year has been a year of
Yes.
coaching for me. I'm working with several coaches in several areas of not only business, but also in my personal life to gain access to information, resources, and even networks that I did not have access to before. Even now, I traveled to Atlanta, Georgia to attend it's called Invest Fest. So it's a financial literacy, wealth development, and investment conference for 2 days. So it's CEOs from all over the country gathering here in Atlanta, Georgia, to talk about wealth building, to talk about, money, and to talk about how to grow our money and what to do with our money and how to become 6, 7, 8-figure business owners, how to go from 8 figures to millionaire and billionaire talk. So it's been a wonderful year. I've done as much business or as little business as I've wanted to, and I've pretty much reinvented and recreated my entire life.
Wow. So I think I kind of feel that the whole idea, in 2020, the pandemic kind of stole our time and the things that we wanted to do. And then coming into 2021 and knowing that everything is now normal, I kind of feel that it's giving a lot of us individuals, corporate organizations, entrepreneurs, the a renewed vigor and strength to want to do something. So a lot of people I feel are achieving so much more. So it's like it's an adage in Yoruba, that's the southwest Nigeria. It says that when a horse, how do I put it now? When you go back, when you go some steps backward, you come back stronger. That kind of stuff.
Hmm.
So I think that is
Yep.
what 2021 has been for us. And we have Dr. Omapeju join us also. Omapeju, I know. Sis, how are you doing?
Oh, she's on mute.
Oh, she's on mute. You need to unmute yourself, Dr. I'm trying
I
to
think okay.
unmute you here so you can. Oh, okay.
No, she has to
Unmute
unmute
yourself.
herself.
If you can.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi,
can
sis.
now.
How are you?
Very well,
Good to be
thank you.
connected with you. How are you
Sorry.
doing?
Very
Okay.
good, very good.
Can you reduce the sound behind you, sis? It's a bit noisy from your end.
Okay, let me actually turn down the background
That's
sound.
fine.
Hold on, let me.
Yes. Yes. Okay, well, I'll quickly go to my sister, Ejiro Osake. Ejiro, I know you've been quite busy trying to engage a lot of things, trying to be there. And basically for this year, for me, from what I've observed you do, you've focused more on event planning. You focus more on harnessing your skills and talents digitally. How has the year 2021 been for you so far? And what do you think? Do you think it has been a very a year of good prospects for you? And going forward, what are the things that you think you should look at that you want to focus on in terms of business?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Okay, so
Welcome.
Pat, there's a feedback coming that your voice is faint. So I don't know, maybe you want to increase, maybe
Oh,
project some more. I think it could be it could be a network thing, but yeah, maybe you can project some more when you're speaking so they can hear you clearly. But we can, like,
okay.
yeah, it's a bit slow, but we can hear you still. Yeah.
Okay, I've increased the volume a little bit. Okay.
All right, no problem. So yeah, indeed, 2021 has been a year. So I feel like since 2020, it's been more of exploring myself, getting to know me better,
Okay.
and tap into the strengths, more of my strengths than my weaknesses, on learning a lot of things that I perceived, the perception about myself before now, and just dissing them and say, hey, no, I'm not that person. This is who I am, and this is going forward. This is who I
Mm.
want to be. And like you correctly said, COVID, also just, I know I've always loved, the media space, presenting and things like that. But COVID just made me very, very, it brought it together for me, being a tech savvy person. Like, I'm just very inquisitive when it comes to tech. Not like I know the technical part, but I just like the aesthetics and all of those things. So that has made it more interesting for me. And then plugging that with, or adding that to, my presentation and all of that. So it's been like, okay, I want to own this space. I love this. I love to be on the screens anyways. And so now I'm not plugging into my ability to also bring people together, to connect people, and to organize events, plan virtual events, and all of that. And that's one of the things I've been doing majorly, as well as just also reworking my business, which is the business of
Yeah.
making audiobooks for African authors, and just trying to understand that space and how I can really pivot, or just tell the story, or retell the message, reshare the message to the people that really need that message, and all of that. So it's been more of me connecting with myself, as well as seeing how I can really serve my world better. So it's been a very
Well,
interesting year, I would say. Yeah,
it's good to
thank
know
you.
that my sisters are leveling up in every areas of their lives. So well done, sis. Well done. Because I see these things. I see when I go, or I had to when I go online. Sometimes I see Danielle just posting pictures of one event after another. I see Ejiro. I'm like, oh my God, these ladies they never get tired. And I think that is the spirit. That is the spirit of entrepreneurship. That is the spirit of
Yeah.
sustaining ourselves, sustaining our career basically. And I remember when I was writing my third book, Start to Startup, I had a lot of insights about that book. And I one of the stuff I talked about in Start to Startup is the importance of performance, the importance of performing. Because it is one thing for you to be something, and it is one thing for people to know that you are that thing, right? Because just like the last speaker said, she said it's important that you execute and you practice what you
Mm,
preach. So
yeah.
and then the easiest way for people to know that you are doing this particular thing is for them to see you doing it, not for you to say, oh, this is what I do, this is what I do. Picture
Yeah.
speaks louder than words. I think someone has
Word.
said that before, so it's very important. So I like the fact that we are performing in every area of our lives. And it is my expectation and hope that everyone who is joined or is part of this online summit today, people who will be listening to this recording later, would have that renewed vigor to be able to perform, to execute everything they've learned over the years. Because I know that there are a lot of conferences we attend, and we learn a lot,
Yeah, so I think that's a network glitch there.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Pat. Are you back?
I not. It's kind of frozen.
Yeah. Okay. So while we wait for her to unfreeze, yeah,
yes,
Dr.
please just
Kweju,
send a
please
message
tell us about
Dr. Mary, and
how has the
how
year
was
been for you so far?
Well, it's been quite
hello,
interesting.
I hope you guys
Because
did
I'm in
not
the
lose
hospitality
me
space.
in at any point.
And also,
Did you lose me at any
okay. So
point?
I think Pat is back.
Okay, I think she's back.
Yeah, we did. We lost you for a bit.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm in Nigeria, so okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope you guys heard the last thing I said before and I lost connection. But all thanks to the Nigerian network. I hope it's going to get better. I love you all. I love the network. So please help me to help everyone at the Standout Enterprise Festival. Okay, so Dr. Omar Kweju, I'm gonna quickly ask you. I know you were an entrepreneur in the hospitality space, and you know that the lockdown, the pandemic, really affected that industry because a lot of people could not do tourism, travel, do a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, um, since the last 8 months now, we're in August. How has it been for you, and what are the changes in the hospitality space? Do you think that the pandemic has helped how your perception about how you run a business in that space?
Well, that's a very serious question. The truth of the matter is that I think one of the industries, I think the most affected is the tourism. When you look at the tourism, hospitality comes into play because people can't travel, people can't go for meetings, everything is virtual. Like today, we're doing a virtual summit. I would have thought like a year or two ago, we'll be having a summit with over hundreds of people in attendance without actually physically seeing people. So that has really changed the space a lot, and it's also helped people understand that for you to stay in business, you need to know what value you're bringing into the business. You need to be able to give your customers what they want. You need to be able to meet the expectations and continuously meet those expectations. Because if you don't meet it, now everybody's competing for the very small market that is available. And if you don't stay in on top of your game, then you're going to lose out of the game completely. So it's actually improved a lot in the past couple of months. Things are getting better. I think people are starting realizing the importance of human interaction, the importance of going out, the importance of that communication, so it's actually getting the space back up. But we're still not 100% there yet. And it's also helped us understand the challenges that we face because a lot of hospitality facilities have to shut down because if you don't meet a certain level of occupancy, you can't even meet your needs. You can't cover your costs. You're going to be in a big, big, big problem if you are trying to continue because this is a lot of us are just managing. We're just surviving. Do you understand? So without the guests walking in, you don't have a backup stashed up somewhere that would sustain the business over a period of 3, 4 months at that level of maybe 10, 20, less than 50% occupancy. So this is really a very important learning curve for us. Helped us to, like we're doing a course on food safety in collaboration with Lagos State. We've also seen the importance of how food hygiene and the relationship between restaurant hygiene, food safety, and how it can also help mitigate against the spread of the pandemic and then also affect your guests. So it's actually been interesting for us, and there's so much we've learned from this experience that we'll probably never have learned if this hadn't happened.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, sis. Because
Yeah,
I just kind of feel that in spite of everything, the hospitality industry is an industry for everyone. You guys might
yeah,
be the professional in that field, but then it's a field for where where we all benefit from because the world wants
yeah,
to an extent have experience some of this luxury lifestyle. They want to be able to
yeah,
travel. They want to be able to visit places. They want to be able to have their choice food. Basically. So
yeah,
it is
yeah.
an all-encompassing industry that I'm very hopeful about that will
The network again.
eventually, I want to say thank you to all my sisters for joining me in this short conversation. It was important that we have that, and it's a way for me to also
Yeah,
connect with my sisters, know how they are faring, because the three of them are also co-hosting on this show with me. We've had Ejiro Osakede go through the first two speakers, that is Mr. Abiola Champ and Imade Oshobeni. Thank you so much, Ejiro. I really appreciate you for your contribution to the
Thank you for having me.
Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And I love you. You know that already anyway. So, and I also appreciate Danielle P. Jeter, my sister, all the way from the United States. She's going to be also moderating a few sessions of the speakers much later. And now we also have Dr. Omopeju here also, and she will be moderating some of the speakers. You see, I'm so lucky. I'm not doing this alone. I love the speakers. So don't get it twisted. If you're just joining us, the event is Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. The theme is Plunge Until Success Happens. And right about now, we have our third speaker. I am so happy that she's here with us, and I am so inspired. We have Shola Adeshaki here. She's the founder and CEO of Money Stewards. She's going to be speaking on the topic understanding financial literacy and creating income and building generational wealth. I'm going to quickly go through her profile. Sorry, someone, I can hear someone's audio. Please, can you mute it? I'm going to quickly go through Dr. Through Shola Adeshaki's profile. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. She is in fact, we actually crushed on her on Wednesday because she's a phenomenal woman doing awesome in her field. Positivity, profit, and prosperity are some of the main words that defines her lifestyle. And she is bringing all that force to the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival today. And I'm currently reading the profile of Shola Adeshaki. She is FCA, FCCA, CPA, CFEI certified. She is a global personal business finance coach and chartered accountant with over 20 years hands-on experience. She is passionate about helping people understand and manage multiple money message, maximizing their resources, achieving their crucial financial milestones, and building true wealth through the concept of financial planning. Through the Smart Steward Financial Advisory Limited, a holding company that owns the Smart Investment Club, the Smart Stewards Academy, Booksmart Financials Solutions, and other subsidiaries, Shola has helped many people, young and old, as well as businesses in over 30 countries, currently in about a 10,000 member community, bounce back from financial stress to rest, from debt to wealth, to living amazing lives. She is an author of currently 8 published books and several unpublished articles. She has been featured in many local and global articles, including Yahoo Finance, Business Day, Tribune, Guardian, Punch, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountant of the United Kingdom as ACCA. She is also a member of the Chartered Professional Accountants of Canada. Oh God, sis, and she holds BSc and MBA degrees from the Oxford Brookes University and Edinburgh Business School, United Kingdom, respectively. She's also a certified financial education instructor. When you see some profiles, you just have to, it's so overwhelming. Beautiful profile, ma'am. Shola was recognized as one of Nigeria's 100 most inspiring women in 2020 and has won many awards in recognition of her job in the financial and business industry. She continues to leverage global alliances to demystify and amplify the money message around the world. She is happily married and currently lives and serves individuals and organizations globally from her base here in Lagos, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Shola Adeshaki, the money coach and the CEO of Smart Steward, right here at the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. Today, she's going to be speaking on the topic understanding financial literacy, creating multiple incomes, and building generational wealth. Sis, thank you so much for honoring this invitation. God bless you. Over to you.
Thank you. I'm totally glad to be here. Please confirm you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Please confirm that you can hear all.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you very well. Can you hear me too? Awesome. So, can you hear me, everyone? I am glad to be here. Good afternoon from my base in Lagos, Nigeria. Totally excited. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, the Standout Tribe, for this beautiful opportunity. I do not have so much time, but I just want to touch on the basics of financial literacy in the very short period of time that I have. So I talk to a lot of people all the time. People get into my DM, people send me emails, and they want to know how they can maximize their finances. Now, they want to know how they can get better with their finances. They want to just do amazing things, but they feel so confined. They feel so restricted. They feel so inundated and overwhelmed because you know what, their finances are not in order and all of that. So I tell people that, you see, unfortunately for us, financial literacy is not what we are taught in school. Now, these days, you see programs like this in which we are talking about financial literacy. We are talking about how you can save, manage, and multiply your money. But 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't so. Okay? Now, things are changing, and we are here for financial literacy is becoming a topic or a phenomenon that we are all embracing. So most people want to do, they want to save, they want to invest. But like I tell people, see, the first place to start from is understanding financial literacy and how financial literacy can help you change your finances, how financial literacy can help you maximize your resources. I already mentioned that financial literacy, for most of us here, I don't know the age range, but for most of us of my generation, our parents didn't teach us financial literacy. Our teachers in school didn't teach us financial literacy. At the uni level, nobody was teaching financial literacy. They were only teaching us how we can become doctors, lawyers, and all of that. So financial literacy over time became a responsibility that everybody needed to embrace. And it is still a responsibility that you and I should embrace, maximizing our resources. So a good place to start from talking about financial literacy is that there are three economies that should be of interest to you. When I say economy, I mean financial economy. The first one is your personal economy. How you manage your finances, how you make money, what you do with your money, how you save money, how you multiply money, and all of that. The second economy that should be of interest to you is what I call the national economy. I know we have people from different countries, but I live in Nigeria and I'm going to use Nigeria as an example. What my state governor is doing, what the president of my country is doing, what the regulatory agencies are doing, the CBN, the Securities and Exchange Commission, what they are doing should interest me because these things affect my finances. So, personal financial economy, national economy, and then the global economy. You will agree with me, and COVID has, emphasized or shed more light on this particular point. The world has become borderless, and what is happening in one part of the world affects the other part of the world. Now, COVID broke out, well, supposedly from China. Look at the far-reaching effects. Economic principles, macroeconomic principles in America affects us in Nigeria, invariably affects your pocket, you see. So when we talk about financial literacy, when I talk about the three types of economy, you should realize that it is not enough to say, at my own level, I am saving, I am budgeting, I am doing this and that. You must be interested in what is going on in the news at both national and global levels because it will affect you. In Nigeria, for example, we have a lot of macroeconomic issues, inflation, currency risks, and all of that. I remember about 3 years ago, I told people within my community that, hey, if you have any substantial sum of money that you are not using for anything, change it to dollars. Start a dollar mutual fund, even from here in Nigeria. And you know what they did? When we changed money back then, it was 360 naira to $1. As of yesterday, black market was going for 500 and maybe 10 or more. You see, does anybody have any personal control over that? No. So when the government is saying something, when they are sniffing, when they are coughing, you should be interested, irrespective of where you are. When President Biden is saying something that has to touch on macroeconomic issues, you must be interested. Brexit, you must be interested. These are not the days where you are just comfortable watching African Magic and Netflix. Because at the end of the day, money for pocket, food on the table, clothes on your body, your children going to school, and so many things. You must be interested in your personal economy, in the national economy, and in the global economy, because these things affect your finances. Now, let me bring it back home to financial literacy. How then, yes, you have said that my personal economy is important, that is important, and all of that. How then, what then do I do in the immediate to maximize my finances? Number one, embrace financial literacy. And when we talk about financial literacy, it's not just knowledge. It is not just, oh, okay, they said I should become financially literate. You pick a book, you start to read, and all of that. There are three factors or three components of financial literacy. And the first one is having the right mindset. See, when it comes to money, money is largely a mindset thing. And the question is, when you hear the word money, or when you talk about money, when you have conversations about money, what is your energy level like? Some people, when they talk about money, they are frustrated. Some people are agitated. Some people are apprehensive. Money, don't talk about money, because they see money as one God, small God somewhere. They're like, money issues freak me out. No, you must have, if you want to make a headway with your finances, you must have the right mindset. I am a firm believer in having the right mindset and having the right affirmations. And I say it, money answers to me. I am leader over money. Money is my servant. I am not servant to money. I have what it takes to make more money. I am a person of value. I say those things to myself. Because if you do not say it, when you watch the news, when you observe things going on around, you are likely to be discouraged. Limiting beliefs will set in. What are some of those limiting beliefs that you say, or some of those things that you have embraced? Oh, money is only for the corrupt. No, if you are in Nigeria and you are not amongst the politicians, you can't make money. Those are beliefs. Are you telling me there are no billionaires in Nigeria or any part of the world that are not necessarily involved in politics? Largely, you must consider what your mindset is, what your mindset looks like. What are you thinking about money? Affirm it, say it, embrace the right things. Money comes to me. I attract money. I have the right skill set. I know what to do. I'm a person of value. Yeah, I may not have money in my pocket right now, but I have the skills. I understand what it takes to make money. Let's settle that mindset first. Have the right mindset, have the right beliefs, have the right affirmations, conversations with friends and people around the world. When people are saying, oh, there's no money, everybody is poor. I'm like, no, 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 no. I am not poor. Nigeria may be like this for now, but you know what? Even in Nigeria, there are multi-millionaires springing up every day. There are billionaires springing up every day, and I'm one of them because I attract money. I carry value. Mindset, number one, very important, because you cannot. I love a quotable quote that says, "Nothing guarantees a good future like a correct picture, and you cannot feature in a future you cannot picture." Should I say that again? Nothing guarantees a good future like a correct picture. Picture where? In your mind. And you cannot feature in a future that you cannot picture. So the mindset is critical. The power of imagination. You must see yourself as wealthy, first of all, in your mind, and then you would attract it. The second thing is knowledge. Remember, I'm talking about what financial literacy entails. I have said your mindset is very important. The second thing is knowledge. You must be knowledgeable. You must understand what it takes to effectively manage your finances. And I love to tell people that, see, there are 3 M's of money, and these are the original MMM. Make it, manage it, multiply it. You need to embrace knowledge. How do I make more money? What skills do I need to embrace? What is happening around the world? What do people want? Because it is not just about what you know how to do. It is about you meeting the needs of people. you filling up the gaps in the lives of people. So, what skills are prevalent? Are they digital, soft skills, physical skills? If I'm selling products, are they things that people need? You must be a student of knowledge. You must be a lifetime learner. You must watch the news. What is happening? So in Nigeria, the government has banned importation of some items. Is it a good time to go into agriculture? You must have your ears on the ground. News. I love entertainment. I love watching Netflix, but largely, to a large extent, because I know there are things beyond my control that affect my finances. Macroeconomic issues, inflation, devaluation issues, they affect me. So I must know how to manage what I have and how to multiply it. Knowledge is so important. So the question is, how are you learning? I wish I could show you my bookshelf right in front of me. Read, read, read. Read about finances, read about saving, read about managing your money. Example of books. Everyday Millionaire. Poor dad, rich dad, or rich dad, poor dad. Robert Kiyosaki, cash flow quadrants. Total money makeover. Dave Ramsey. Who are you following on social media? These are the days where what you know is what will make you stand out. So knowledge is critical. Social media, follow people who know the way, right? Follow me on social media. Follow other financial literacy experts. Do you see? And the third thing is the skill set. Now, remember I said financial literacy is the mindset, the knowledge set, and then the third thing is the skill set. See, what happens is a lot of people want to save, they want to invest, but they do not even have the knowledge. And that's why you keep falling victim of Ponzi schemes. You keep, putting your money into the hands of the wrong people. When you have the right mindset, you are not greedy. You are not like, I want 30%, I want 300% in 1 month. You know that is greed. You know that wealth is largely accumulating wealth or becoming financially successful is a marathon and not a sprint. So when somebody says, come and put your money in this thing, in 1 month you will get 300%, you know that, you know what, I'm going to run. I'm not interested. So but a lot of us want to do these things without getting the right knowledge, without having the right mindset. And that was why I started this conversation from the right mindset, the knowledge, and the skill set. So what are some of the skill sets you should embrace for a time like this? Let me leave you with the acronym CREST, CREST. I see that some people, are putting those things in the comment. Please help me. The first skill that you need to have as part of, financial literacy skills, as part of the skill set is what I call collaborative skills. Now, these are the days where we need to collaborate, to do more, to make more. Now, when Pat reached out to me about this program, like, why not? Yes, I'm here teaching you. Maybe some other day I would also need that for my program. I will say, Pat, can you be a part of this program? Collaboration. Do you see? Look around you. Who can you work with? What can you do together? These days, you see a lot of startup businesses being co-founded. You see, this person is a co-founder. That person is a co-founder. Even if you are not starting businesses, what can you do with others? The world has become borderless. You can be in Nigeria, and you could be consulting for somebody in the UK. Somebody in the UK knows what you do, and they're mentioning you to another person. To make more money, you must be ready to collaborate with others. Who is marketing you? Who is talking about your skills? Who is talking about your products? Who can you learn a skill from? Who can you learn that from? Collaborative skills. The next skill that I need you to learn as part of managing your finances is risk management. You need to understand that life itself is a risk. I see people who want to make more money, who want to invest, but they never want to lose it. Now, I'm not saying lose your money, but I'm saying that inherent in life are risks. Risk is a part of life. So sometimes when you take a decision, it might not pan out well, but you know what? You build the muscle, you go on to the next thing. But to say, I don't want to take a risk, I don't want to go back to school, I don't want to learn anything new, I don't want to meet new people, you're not ready to take on more risks, then you're not ready to, maximize your resources. The next skill is E. I call it the earning skill and the expense management skills. Earning skills is from time to time you have to look at what is coming in for you. Is it enough? Am I making enough money? Can I do better? What are the things I can do? Can I go back to school? Can I get an additional qualification? Can I moonlight with a particular organization? Can I go and learn or intern? What do I just need to do? I tell people to increase your earning capacity, you must learn. If the money you are making right now is not enough, then you need to earn more. Earning more is a function of doing more. Doing more is a function of learning more and knowing more. You see? So, earning skill, then expense management skill. Expense management skill is budgeting. Because of time, budgeting is just simply saying, this is what I make, this is what I need to spend. Do I have excess? Do I have deficits? What can I do? I teach the 50-30-20 rule of budgeting. When you make money, 50% of your earnings or your salary should go into your need to have. What I need to have? Grocery, house rent, school fees, and all of that. 30% should go into your nice to have. What are nice to have? Occasionally, you want to indulge. You want to take care of yourself because it's not enough to just work and work and work. You must take care of yourself. Take care of your body as well. Health, occasional things to indulge. Take that with a pinch of salt because some people will say, yes, the coach has said we should indulge. And then you're not saving, you're not doing anything, you're just indulging. Then the 20%, remaining 20% should go into what I call saving and investing. But for me, I tweak my figures. I save and invest about 40% of my earnings. Do you see? So I just tweak the other figures because I want to save more. I tell people your debt is an obligation to the past. Expenses are obligation to the present. But saving and investing is for the future. And saving is putting money aside. Investing is putting money to work. You see? So earning and expense management skills, critical for you to build your financial life and to be successful. Now, life is in stages, yes. All of these things are to help you build the muscles because this day and age, you see a lot of young people who want to just make it fast, fast. Let me just make it fast, fast, sharp, sharp. Those things don't last. Yes, I know there's so many things, so many options. But if you want to build well the true way, then this will work. S, which is the S in quest. Saving and investing. I already said it. Saving is putting money aside. Investing is putting money to work. How can I save? Save at least 20%. Put it aside. And don't just put it in your bank account, savings account, where you can always stretch your hands, deep into it at any point in time. When you save, there are a lot of fintech platforms. I don't want to mention names. In Nigeria, there are a lot of virtual saving platforms around the world as well. When you save that money, move it out of your bank account, put it there, lock it up. 10, 20 days, 30 days, 6 months, I'm not touching it. So keep saving the money and ensure you are earning interest on it. Then investing. What do I invest in? Depending on where you're watching this from, there are about 4 asset classes. Time won't permit me to go deep into them. Cash and cash equivalent. Example, mutual funds. Fixed income security. Example, government bonds, treasury bills, treasury certificates. The third type, stocks and shares. These days, you can buy fractional shares, US stocks from anywhere in the world. In Nigeria, there are apps that we use. Today, buy $20 worth of Amazon shares. Tomorrow, buy $10 worth of Facebook shares, Google shares, or whatever shares that you like. Read up about them. I already talked about knowledge. Buy those shares fractionally. Keep heaping up. Keep building for the future. Those are shares. And you can do agro-allied opportunities. You can do alternative investments. There's no time to go into, should I do crypto or what? Should I do this and that? You go read. Read up about these things and decide on what works for you based on your age, based on your risk temperament. Some people are aggressive when it comes to investing. Some people are very moderate. But do what works for you and not just what people are saying. Are you with me? So the last thing is the T. You remember I was talking about CREST. I said collaborative skills, talking about financial literacy. I said risk management skills. I said earnings and expense management skills, saving and investing skills, Then technology skills. See, this is the future of money here. Phone, technology. That's where the money is. Traditional investments platforms are good, but most of it, the world is changing. And if this is what it is in 2021, we don't know what will happen in 2025. Time is changing. Blockchain technology and a whole lot of more interesting things are coming up. You don't say technology is evil. And don't just be on your phone, on social media. You must embrace everything that technology has brought to the table. Not just social media is one part of the internet. Do you understand? We can leverage technology to save. There are apps on your phone that can help you save, apps on your phone that can help you invest, apps on your phone that can help you budget, apps on your phone that can help you make more money. How many of you have heard of Fiverr or Freelancer? Those are platforms where you can list your digital skills. I use Fiverr a lot for a lot of things. I go there, pay this person $100, $170. They get my stuff done for me. So what am I saying in essence? We need to embrace financial literacy. And I've told you that financial literacy is a function of three things. Number one, having the right mindset. Number two, embracing knowledge. Number three, embracing the skill set. And I gave you an acronym for the skill set that you need to embrace. Let me leave you with a few parting words. I already mentioned this. There are three things to do to money. Make it, manage it, multiply it. How do you make more money? What can I do? What can I do? The world is borderless. Where's the money going? Follow the money. What are people doing? What are people needing? Right? Manage it. Use apps and all of that to manage your money. And then multiply it. Invest. When you invest your money, even when you're sleeping, your money is working for you. And you don't have to wait for long. You don't have to wait till when you have so many millions in your bank account. I tell people, even if it is $5, £5, 5,000 naira, whatever, as long as you invest it, you have the right to be called an investor. Do you see? Another thing is building true wealth is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Give it time. Discipline yourself. Work the muscles. Another thing I like to say, according to Dave Ramsey, is that financial success is 20% knowledge, 80% behavior. So you have learned all of these things. What are you going to do with them? What is changing today? What action points are you doing? What are you taking away from this conversation? You see, so it is not just about what you are hearing. It is what you are doing with what you know. Okay? And then let me wrap it up again from where I started. Having the right mindset, having the right money circle, speaking with the right people that would encourage you to do more with your finances. I run an investment club in Nigeria called the Smart Investment Club. What we love to do is to teach the literacy and then provide opportunities for people. We've got members in over 30 countries. Why? We believe that having the right community also speeds up your growth. Speed gives you the resources. When you have accountability partners, when you're in the right money circle, it helps you, to do more with your finances. So what are your friends saying? The people around you, what are they saying? What are they doing? A few years ago, I have this very small group of close-knit friends. But, young ladies, we started way back, many years ago. When one of us bought a house of our own as a single, we were like, really? This is doable. This is doable. The second person bought a house, third person, and that's how it went around, and it's still going around. The people you see, the people you associate with, to a large extent, determines what you can do. You see, because you see them and you're like, if you can do it, I can do it as well. Do you see? I hope I have been able to leave a few points with you on how you can maximize your finances, embrace financial literacy, embrace the CREST tools that I shared with you, have the right money circle, have the right money community, and I know that it's going to be an amazing remaining part of the year. And don't be deterred by what is happening around the economy. People are getting richer by the day. New millionaires, multi-billionaires are springing up. You will be part of them. I'm going to be part of them as well. But let's put in the work.
Amen. I will
Let's
be
keep building the muscles. I love you all. God bless. Follow me on
part of
social
them.
media. Shola_Adeshaki on Instagram. Thank you for having me.
Wow, sis, you killed it as usual. Every time, the way you always do. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that beautiful, mind blowing, and powerful session. And I like the fact that you ended with prayer. You said that we'll all make this money, and we will all build generational wealth by the grace of God. Thank you so much. You've been awesome. And some of the tips that you shared are take home, good take homes for us. I like the fact that you made reference to us the need to have collaborative skills and expense management skills when we talk about budgeting, because that is very important. Because for a lot of people, when you have the money, sometimes the demands already comes in before you even start making the money. And if you're not financially disciplined, you tend to want to spend the money that you don't even have, or the money that you're supposed to save for investment. And I also like the fact that you made reference to, having mutual funds and being able to, have investments beyond our shows. You talked about, having mutual dollars. Yeah, I remember when you talked about that. Now, Ma, for some people who are listening, because we have different kinds of audience. I don't know. Finances varies. For some people will even say that they don't have the right job yet to be able to invest. So when you talk about investing in dollars, are you literally saying that it is for people who already have the money, or can we start small? Is it possible for me to have like $10 and still invest it? Because when I see your brand online, I'm always thinking, well, I need to be able to be in that capacity before I can start saving. Because some people, it is money to eat that we're still looking for, right? So we have people come from different is it okay to start small with the money we have?
Okay. Awesome. You're breaking here, but let me
$10.
just quickly
Thank you.
let me quickly answer the question. So, like I said, attaining financial freedom or becoming successful in your finances is a marathon, not a sprint. Start small. I already said that. No matter, you see, a lot of times people say I earn little, I don't have much. My response to them is that, see, expenses are sacrosanct. Expenses are such an important part of life. Whether you're making money or not, you will spend money. Yes or yes. So if you have to spend
That's
money,
true.
then you must find a way of also saving money and putting money aside. What are the little things you can do with your finances? I already mentioned that you can buy US fractional shares with $10 per month. Each time you have an extra 5,000 naira, $10, $5. There are many apps. In Nigeria, there are a couple of apps that you can use to buy US stocks. In the UK, in the US, there are loads of them. Just go online and say that and type it out. What softwares can I use to buy US stocks? So these days, I mean, technology is such a blessing. You can buy fractional shares. So when you have $5, buy $5 worth of Amazon. And you know the beautiful thing, no matter how small the worth of share you buy, your name goes into the database of the company and you can vote. You have
Wow.
voting rights. Yes. If you buy $10 worth of Amazon, your name goes into Amazon's database. When the time of voting comes, you are eligible to vote. Do you see? So don't wait till when you have the big money. Start small. Keep building. There's what we call dollar averaging cost. Today you buy $10 worth of Amazon. Next month you buy another $10 worth of Google, Microsoft. You know, that's the beauty of our age. You don't have to wait. One Amazon share as of yesterday costed $3,300. How long would it take to accumulate that for a lot of people? But buy $5, buy $10. So start small. There are mutual funds in Nigeria. You can start with a minimum of 5,000 naira. You know, there are opportunities that you can crowdfund. You can do as little as sometimes 20K, 25K, 35K, as long as you have, people who have the same money values with you. So always do your due diligence and be sure that you are moving with the right set of people. I hope that helps.
Yes, that
Yes.
helps absolutely. Thank you so much, Ma. And I want to introduce my moderator. I'm honored to have her with us, Dr. Omopeju Afanu. And okay, you
Hi,
guys are
sis.
already doing this stuff. Thank you. We've been able to engage Dr. Omopeju also about the hospitality industry where she's thriving from, and she's been able to share her thoughts, about that particular area. And we also just had you share your thoughts on uh, financial investment and financial literacy, which is a very important tool that we all need to have. And even myself, I've learned today because I always think I need to have a lot of dollars to be able to do some of these investments. So now that I know that I can start small, if I have $100 that I'm not using, I'll just drop it there. Thank you so much, sis. You've been very awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for being part of Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. We've been speaking with Shola Adeshakin, money coach, EO Stewart, and she's been able to talk to us on the importance of understanding financial literacy, creating multiple incomes, and building generational wealth. In case you're just joining us, it is Standout Enterprise Festival 2021 right here online virtually. So we are everywhere. For everyone who is still online with us, we appreciate you. For everyone who is going to be listening or watching this recording later, I want to say that I appreciate you also. Please do not just watch or listen. Kindly let us know that you are here with us and alive with us and happy with us. Drop your comments. Anything that the speaker is saying that is inspiring to you, express it in the comment section so that other people can learn also. We're going to be bringing in our fourth speaker very soon, but and then of course my sister Dr. Omokweju will be doing justice to that in a short while. And while we are looking forward to doing that, I want to quickly share a few thoughts about my book, my third book titled The Patriology, which I launched last week. It's been a very busy month for me. In fact, August is my busiest month in the year. And the title of the book is The Patriology. In one of the books, I titled it Start Your Startup. Okay, Start Your Startup basically shares my thoughts about the entrepreneurial, being an basically, and that has come to stay in spite of everything that is going on in our world. In fact, I kind of feel that entrepreneurs have more leverage around the world to be able to do things, to be able to, you know, be a part of the tides, no matter where it goes. And if you observe, even in 2020, a lot of businesses still thrived, okay, because some people were smart enough to leverage on technology. And something very interesting happened to me when I was writing my book. So I wrote my book, not really being conscious, of course, being conscious of technology and innovation, but I wasn't thinking of the future of work. So the future of work is to think about how artificial intelligence and robotics and data science could take over some of our jobs in the future. So when I was writing, I wrote in that regard. I wrote in respect of of my understanding of of how we can take entrepreneurship to that particular level, and it's a very inspiring one. So I want to quickly share a few thoughts with you about my book. It is titled Start Your Startup, part of the Patriology collection, the 12 P's of business and career success. So that's one of the those are the things. So I'm going to share some of the P's with you, just a few P's before we bring in our next guest by 12 noon. So 1 minute, guys. So if you remember when Shola Adeshakin was speaking, she was talking about the importance of having collaborative skills. And the only way you can enjoy collaborative skills if you are in tune and inclined with people, with having the right people in your team as part of the things that you do. Because if you don't have the right people in your team as part of the things that you do, or to support your growth process one way or the other, then you might not be able to amount to much. And the truth is, we are not created to do life on our own. We're not created to, basically just be there and just keep planning things on your own. There are times when you know that you're going to bring people in your life to be a part of your process, to be a part of the things that you do. So it's very important that you understand people management. It's very important that you have the right people in your team. So even organizing this event, for instance, I had to, consult people that I know that, when they're part of this can thrive. Okay, so that is what you also do when you're trying to set up a business. Apart from having your capital, the right mindset, the right business ideas, if you don't have the right people who is going to take your business from your thought level, I mean your idea level, to the level where you want to see it come to life, then it might be so slow and so far for you to get to where you are going to. So having the right people in your circle, in your team, is very, very important. And one of the ways you enjoy this privilege is to be in contact with people. Don't be that kind of person who go to an event and not want to network. Don't be that kind of person who would see people they need to ask for help from, and then you'll be reluctant to ask because probably you are shy or you are proud. If you're shy and you're proud, you will not really get to where you want to get to in life. The only way you can be shy and proud and still achieve something, maybe a little bit, is if you're from a rich home. But if you know that you are struggling, you are probably you're a breadwinner in your family, or you just feel that if you don't do it, no one else will do it, then you cannot afford to be proud or to be shy or to be afraid. Yes, fear is another factor that prevents people from networking, from connecting to the right people. So wherever, at every point in time, whatever it is that you're doing, make sure that you always work on leveraging on your connections, work on leveraging on your contacts. Now, I'm not saying that be a nuisance to the contact list on your phone, or at any point in time you just go around and just call someone up and say, "Oh, I need your help for this thing." No, make sure that you strategically use your contacts. Strategically use your contacts. For instance, if is having a contact, for instance, let's say you have the contact of a very big personality or a rich person, and then you send them DMs and messages all the time saying that you need 10,000 naira or thereabout, or like this, the normal slogan people always use, urgent 2K. If you're that kind of a person, then you may not be able to maximize your contacts, and they will not be there for you when you need a major collaboration. So it's very important that you use your contacts judiciously, you use them purposefully, and then you use them strategically. So always know that, okay, these are the kind of person I would go to if I have this particular issue. I have a friend of mine who has contact numbers for a DPO, contact numbers for lawyers, contact numbers for almost every industry. So whatever she's going through, she just dials a number. Before she even have the conversation with you, she said, "Wait, let me call my this person." So you like, "Oh, you have contacts for almost everybody." She said, "Yes." So it's been very strategic. Now, for that kind of a person, I'm not sure that she will be calling those persons randomly. She will only call them when it is of extreme necessity. And that is one thing that I want you to embrace also. Make sure that you use your contact in a way that will bring good glad tidings to you when you really need them. And also, it's very important that you understand how to sell your vision to the people that you want to support you. If you have a good vision and you don't share it in a way that they can be a part of it, then you might end up being frustrated. Like I said earlier, you're not created to do life alone or to go about your businesses alone. There's some of us who have creative presence. Now the truth is you might have the idea, but if you don't have someone who can interpret the idea for you or recreate the ideas for you, it might not lead you to anything, right? So sometimes I feel I have something in my thoughts, I'm imagining something. Like for instance, I'm very good in illustrating graphics. I know what I want part time. The cover design for my book, the patrology, and the other three covers, I was the one who illustrated the designs. Now I had to draw it on a sheet of paper, and I sent it to my graphic designer, right? Now I had to do that because even if I understand the picture, what I want in my head, I cannot bring it out the way I wanted it. So it was when I gave the picture that he was able to interpret it, and I got what I wanted. So it's very important that you are able to communicate your vision and your ideas to people that will help you, because it goes a long way. It goes a long way in helping you have the kind of people you need in your circle. Now, another thing I want to talk about is the importance of structure, having a good business structure and business documentation. And when I talk about structure, it is all encompassing, talking about how you document your process. When you register a business, for example, when you're opening your account, when you're having your first client, when you're having your first customer base, what are the things that you put in place? How would you be able to say in the next 10 years, these are the people you started with? So when you look at when we talk about policy structures, you're talking legacy, you're talking about the future of your business. And that is why I respect a lot of entrepreneurs and startups and founders, because when you look at them, especially the ones that are thriving in their careers and in their field, when you look at the things that they are doing, you know that these are people who have put the right structure in place in their businesses. And it goes a long way to help you to actually, maximize your potentials and be able to scale up your business in a very easy way when it's time for you to scale up. Because when you start off a business and you're not thinking of the scale up process, then it will be very hard for you. So imagine that you are doing a business and then you don't have any form of documentation. You don't have a receipt anywhere. Of course, now you can use an e-receipt, a virtual receipt, and you don't basically have a good plan, a good business plan for your business. And then you suddenly see a partner or a client, someone who wants to be a part of your business. You will now you realize that you'll start struggling to put things in place because from the onset you didn't have a strong foundational background. So it's just important that you have some of these thoughts in place. So in my book I talked about the 12 P's of success. The first one is on people. I talked about people. And the second one I talked about partnership and business projection, which is very important. We already talked about collaboration earlier. I talked about how to turn your product into profit. I talked about how to have professional business ethics. So some people don't even know how to respond to emails. Some people are very slow to responding to emails. Someone send you an email on, let's say, on Monday, and then you're replying on the upper Monday, right? That's already too late. Except that you're on vacation and then you put your email on vacation mode, because some of these things are very little things that would help your business to grow if you understand it. So, and then another thing, a lot of us, for instance, have Gmail accounts. How do you use your Gmail account? Do you have, or some people don't even have emojis on their Gmail? When people send messages to you, what do they see? Do they see your signature, your email signature? Some people don't have that. So if you're listening to me right now and you don't have all these things in place and you're an entrepreneur, please try to update it. It's very, very important. Update your email signature with your name, your social handle, your email, your personal email, or your phone number, so that people know where to get to in case they send you an email and you don't respond. And it's also very important that when you are replying to other people's, if you're replying to other people's email, you'll be able to see those things that the some of the registers in your email, and then they'll be able to communicate with you effectively. So those things are very, very important. They're just basically simple tips, but they're also very important for your business growth. And don't forget that the theme for this year's summit is plunge until success happens. And some of these things, they might look very small and tiny tips, but they are things that you want to put together to ensure that your business happens eventually and you plunge into success. I also noted that it is important that you have a positive approach to business. Don't forget, I'm sharing with you some of the nuggets in my third book, The Patriology, which is in the Patriology collection, which I title Start Your Startup. And then you have having a I have a have is I have this here. It says it is important to have positive approach to business. You can wake up every morning running your business, being an entrepreneur, even going to your workplace or being working for a 9 to 5, and then you go there all gloomy, all feeling sad. It's very good that you do something in joy. When you do something in joy, it's very, very important. I'm not saying that you go about, laughing at everyone and showing everyone that you're happy and everything, but joy is that feeling that emanates from your heart. You do something with a sense of gratitude, a sense of hope, a sense of progress. When you go about your life and your business in that manner, you will, of course, end up being successful in whatever thing that you set your mind to do. But of course, also putting other good good tips into consideration. And I also talked about the importance of being proactive and being purposeful in your dealings is also very important. As a startup person, you need to go into business because you see purpose in it. It should, your business is something that you want to spend your time on. So it's not something you want to go in and do randomly. You have to go into it. You have to do it with a sense of purpose so that it will yield the right result that you want it to. And when you're proactive, you are very, very good to be proactive. When you're proactive, you are smart, you are swift, you are just, on your A game, and people can easily, feel the energy that you bring to your business and your the things that you want to do, be it your product you're offering, or be the product that you're selling, or the services you are offering. And then it's also very important that in your business you understand the concept of public perception. How have you been able to position yourself? How do you think people perceive you? How do you think people perceive the business that you do, the services that you render? How do you make people feel when they come in contact with you, when they come in contact with your business, when they come in contact with that product? That also talked about the importance of promoting yourself. The truth is, you are your number one promoter. You are your number one fan. You are your number one cheerleader. Nobody can promote yourself better than you do. Apart from you, the next person that can promote you very well is God, because God is, for me, is the ultimate PR. People will always promote you when they know that you are ready for them, or you're probably in that space where they can align with you. But you are the one who can start promoting yourself at your own level, because you are not ashamed of yourself, you are not afraid of yourself, and you know that yes, your growth is a process and you will eventually get to where you are going to. So please do not hesitate to promote yourself in any ways that you can. But before you go into self promotion, make sure that you have done your homework, you've done your assignments, and that when you expand and people come for the things that you have promoted, they will not be disappointed. I know that you're still growing. I am growing. We are all growing. But it's also very important that we don't promote mediocrity. We don't promote half-baked success or half-baked achievements. Make sure that whatever it is that you're promoting is something that you're proud of. And I actually feel that if you work so hard on something, you'll be proud of it. And even if you're a shy person, or you're a laid back person, you will still want to come out and to talk to people about it. Like for instance, myself, I am a shy person. I'm very laid back, and sometimes I stammer also, but it doesn't take away the fact that I'm positioned and I'm always inspired to tell the world whatever it is that I am working on, and that is what you should do also. So it doesn't matter what business you're doing, or what product you are trying to offer, or what ideas that you're birthing. Make sure that you promote yourself. Make sure that you build a platform of promotion for yourself, and I know that God will help you. And also, in rounding off, before I bring in our fourth speaker, Shola Adeshakin talked about the importance of having financial literacy. And so being prudent in business is very, very important for you. Make sure that you don't eat your profit. A lot of, I've seen some people say that, oh, because you're doing a business, probably you're selling rice and beans, for instance. And if you want to eat rice and beans, you have to take from that one you are using for your business and then you eat it. You're eating your profit. Financial discipline and business discipline is you be is you is the is you knowing that it is important for you to be prudent and not eat your profit in any way. So in case you're just joining us, I hope you enjoyed that beautiful session. I've just given you a little excerpt from my book titled Start Your Startup, which is a collection from the Patrology My Thought book. The book is available on Amazon. You can order for it. And the event is Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. I remember describing it as a show because I'm used to being on radio, right? Well, this is not a show. This is an event, an enterprise summit. And I'm so proud and happy that this is coming on live. We've taken on 3 guests already, and I'm going to be inviting my sister, Dr. Omokweju Afanu. She's right here to bring in our fourth guest, which is Mr. David Lanre Messon. David Lanre Messon is going to be talking to us on digital entrepreneurship and the global opportunities that abound in the tech space. He is the CEO of First Founders, and he is a technology entrepreneur. Hello, sis Peju.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, sis. Welcome back.
Good to be back
We
again.
have
Yeah.
yes, so you can take on his profile so he can come in and
Okay.
address us.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I'll be reading the profile of David Lanre Messon, popularly known as DLM. He's the CEO of First Founders Inc. and Senator of the World Business Angels Investment Forum, WBAF. I'm committed to raising digital disruptors and entrepreneurs to lead some of the biggest digital startups in Africa through his exclusively styled entrepreneurship incubation program in a bid to engender wealth and job creation. DLM has, in the last 10 years, worked with government leaders, private sector CEOs, and mid-level managers, foreign companies, and small-scale enterprises to develop ideas and strategies, raise funds and broker deals, and penetrate local markets. His work, insightful papers, and thoughts have been hosted and recognized by the World Economic Forum, Grow Africa, Global Shapers, Africa Leadership Magazine UK, SME 360 Nigeria, Africa Business Leadership Forum, South Africa, Europe Research Council, Rise Networks Nigeria, Junior Chamber International, TEDx, Box Factory, Iran, Veterans in Tech, USA, Leap Africa, Harvard Business School, Image Launchpad, India, and many more. DLM is an advisor and board member of a couple of organizations, which includes Maya Organics, a leading organic skincare company with branches in Nigeria and Ghana, Leap Africa, a leading leadership and youth development organization working across key countries of Africa, FORKS, an organization at the forefront of environmental rehabilitation in Nigeria. Some of DLM's key recognitions are 2006, one of the 100 best authors of the World Bank International Essay Competition. 2007, one of 101 ABLF Young African Leader. 2008, Leap Africa Nokia Youth Leadership Award. 2020, one of Nigeria's top 10 CEOs of the year. DLM serves as the president of the Leap Africa Alumni Network, African International Advisor of Scala Global Academy, World Peace Ambassador of the World Peace Track, Lagos Community Organizer of Harvard Business School Online, member of Amnesty International, is a TEDx speaker, is an alumni of Harvard Business School, Lexford University, and Scalable Global Academy Dubai, respectively. Wow. That's an interesting
Wow,
profile. It's
well
mind
done.
blowing. Wow.
That profile is humbling. I just want to be
Your
like you
mic,
when I
your
grow
mic
up,
is
sir. Thank you
muted.
for joining
Your
us.
mic is muted. Yeah, oh, great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mokpeju, and thank you so much for
Wow.
giving me the opportunity to be part of this great festival. I know that if we have
You
many
welcome.
more of this sort of event, the impact will be very numerous across board. I'm
Wow.
personally very passionate about wealth creation and job creation through entrepreneurship, and every time I find an opportunity to, see platforms like this, I just know that there's no way we won't bet new ideas through people who participate in an event like this to be able to make impact. And this is the reason why I want to thank you and I appreciate you and applaud all of what you are doing. God bless you.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir,
You're
All right.
for
welcome, sir.
us. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you. So I'm actually doing this from my car, so I wanna relinquish my driver's seat so I can ask someone
Be
else
more
to
comfortable.
drive me
Yeah.
while I do this, if you allow me.
Work
All
forward.
right, thank you very much. Okay, so I know that I'll be speaking about digital entrepreneurship,
Yes.
and most especially
Yeah.
how young people or participants of this great event can leverage on digital entrepreneurship to driving the next economic narrative in their respective regions and across Africa. And as it is, I know I have a presentation. Do we have the presentation? Come on.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Are you there? Are you with us?
All right. Okay. So I haven't seen the presentation, but I will just start with introduction. So we are living in an age where before now traditional business models are extremely very leveraged, and these has sort of engendered some sort of growth. But in this age and time, if you are running a business or you have a business idea and you are not thinking about how technology will play a fundamental role in deploying that idea, you will be 10 times behind the world. And the reason for this is because technology has sort of shaped the way we consume, the way we live, and the way we engage, with the world generally. And without technology, it is very hard. It is really, really very hard to cope in a world that we are living in. And if you look at it, from business to social media engagement to how we consume to our lifestyle and everything, all of this has sort of been influenced by technology. And as such, any young person who is looking at entrepreneurship should not only look at entrepreneurship from a traditional business model point of view, but should also look at entrepreneurship from the perspective of digitization. And this is so because you will see that the biggest companies, the unicorn companies or emerging companies that are shaping the economy of the world, whether in China, America, South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, to Kenya, and all of that, you will see that those who are at the forefront of entrepreneurship as of today are, are running technology based companies, which is why I have become a major proponent and an evangelist of digital entrepreneurship, helping as many young people to one, get into entrepreneurship, digital entrepreneurship, or get into entrepreneurship, leveraging digital tools, and also helping consumers to understand that we are now in an age where you must begin to learn how to use digital tools to drive whatever consumption or transaction that you are making in your daily engagement and all of that. So then what do we say digital entrepreneurship is? Digital entrepreneurship is you solving a problem or creating a value that solves a problem, but leveraging digital tools such as softwares, web, or mobile apps, or maybe it could be even AI or even machine learning. It could be Internet of Things or whatever it is. But what is important is that at the end of the day, you are leveraging technology to drive the value proposition or to create and deliver the value that you are offering. And this is so because you will see that if you want to buy anything right now, before you ask a person, the first thing you will think of is to go to Google. And I'm sure you will agree with me. You go to Google and ask, where can I buy XYZ? Now, Google provides you that information. And if you are able to find that information, you will see that that information will lead you to either a website or to a WhatsApp where you will now begin to leverage that conversation. And first of all, hear more about the value that they are offering you and all of that. So you will see that technology plays a very important role when it comes to entrepreneurship in today's world. And again, the way services are being rendered or offered, or how employees interact with customers these days, you will see that technology plays a very, very fundamental role. Customer service they are leveraging, technology to engage with employees are leveraging technology to engage with their customers and all of that. So it is important that, going into entrepreneurship, you should not only be thinking about a business idea, but you should be thinking about your business idea from the perspective of leveraging technology tools. Now, you may be asking me, if I have an idea, what is the best operating model to use in driving your your value proposition? Sometimes you just might say, let's take fair money that is loaning people money. As of today, they mostly leverage mobile apps. When Carbon started giving people money, they were leveraging website. But you will see that the operating model is not just only about designing a website that says that, hey, come take money or get information about how you're going to get money. You can actually even put all of your details into that website, and that website develops an algorithm that helps to determine your credit score, which will now determine how much you are expected to take, and then that money will now be deployed through that same channel to your account. And if they want the money back, they also use the same channel to getting the money back. So that is to tell you that the way platforms are beginning to emerge is beginning to be different. And I always tell people that when it comes to digital entrepreneurship, there are 4 basic pieces that you should look at when it comes to digital entrepreneurship, particularly when you have an idea. You have to understand that in this age and time, the 4 P's of marketing or deploying anything is no longer about promotions, place, price, and product and all of that. It's now you build a platform, bring people on the platform, and then push a paradigm to them, push a particular culture. Let them begin to see that platform as a platform where they can get let them begin to think in a particular way about that platform, and then you can now sell a product. And I'll give you an example. If, for example, you want to check on your friends online, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? You are either thinking about Facebook. Facebook is a platform. They brought people on the platform, and then on that platform, the idea that comes in your mind is that you want to connect with people. So that is the culture. What is the paradigm? The paradigm of that platform is that every time you come on Facebook, you connect, you interact with your friends on that Facebook. The same thing, if you look at Instagram, there's a little trick to it. You are not only connecting to people on Instagram, but mostly connecting to products and services of a lot of people on Instagram. So you see that when you want to say hi to people, even in this age, you see that the first thing you probably will think about is, let me go on WhatsApp or let me go to WhatsApp and say hi to this person. So you see that technology plays a very, very important role when it comes to WhatsApp or Instagram or Facebook. But if you are thinking of buying something, on something, there's a paradigm, there's a mindset that comes. So the question is this: when I'm putting my idea out there, what is that singular thing I want people to think about? So that's to say that when you are creating your idea, don't create multiple values at the same time on a single platform. That can actually mar the value or the engagement level of your idea. Let it be that what is that one thing that when people think about, they remember my platform and they come straight to my platform to come and interact with that value proposition or that value that I'm offering. That is the beginning of you using technology to drive, which means that if your value or the idea you have is not simple enough, then you might find it very difficult to have a certain type of audience constantly thinking about you on your platform. And now, again, this is it. Using the push and pull strategy when it comes to digital entrepreneurship or with your idea, it's not only about you offering a value. It's more about you ensuring that when you are pushing something, we are pushing that value to your target audience. Let it be that it is that thing that you always think about. And again, for you to be able to even validate your market or build the right kind of traction on your digital platform, it's important for you to drive repetition. Without repetition on your platform, you haven't successfully launched a platform or that idea that drive the type of entrepreneurship that you should drive. And what I mean by that is that if you ask yourself, how many times have you been on WhatsApp? You didn't just wake up and want to go to WhatsApp. You go to WhatsApp always because there's always somebody that you want to go talk to. If that is not happening on your platform, if I visit your platform once and I don't come back again, that means there is a problem with the operating model of your idea, which is why this is very important. Now, following this, you have to understand that before you develop your idea, there are things, there are different types of business models that you must look into. I have an ebook that I wrote, which I'm sure will be shared to participants shared to you to even understand more about this. It's unfortunate that I don't have my presentation going on right now. But then the truth is that, one, you have to think about that. Is my idea a transactional idea, or a subscription-based idea, or a commission-based idea, or a charity-based idea, or a license-based idea? Now, take MailChimp. For those of us who know MailChimp, MailChimp already understands that their business model is a subscription-based idea. So which means that for you to be able to successfully use all of the features of MailChimp, you have to subscribe. And that subscription keeps happening over and over. Now, there are certain platforms that is ad-based idea, revenue-based idea, or revenue sharing-based idea. Take, for example, if you put content on YouTube, you'll be wondering, how does YouTube make money? They make sure that the final consumer of the content on YouTube is consuming for free. But how they make money is that the content creator brings quality content on the platform, and with that content, they develop an algorithm that helps the platform to identify the type of content which will appeal to the type of audience in order for them to be able to market this to the type of advertiser that want to reach that type of audience. So the advertiser pays YouTube, and YouTube shares that revenue with the content creator. So you will see that YouTube is leveraging content creators to deploy adverts to users and get money from the advertiser. So they make money and they share money with this. That is a revenue-based type of model. So you have to be able to think about your business model when you're looking at entrepreneurship, talking about digital entrepreneurship here. If it is a license-based, take, for example, the software that you use to control antivirus on your platform is a license-based, type of model. So it's a digital type of idea where they license the product to you for 1 year, which means the next year you have to still pay for that license to use that product for 1 year. That is a license-based idea. There are some other platforms where what they do is take commission. When users come on the platform and engage with that platform, then the user pay the platform owner, and the platform owner takes a certain percentage of whatever the user pays. That is called commission. So you have to be able to think through it. My book will give you more information on this. But as a startup or as a person who wants to leverage digital entrepreneurship or leveraging technology to be able to drive your entrepreneurial ambition and passion, it's important for you to understand the 9 operating models of digital entrepreneurship before you even begin to develop your platform. Because when you don't understand that, you might not be able to understand the type, how you will deploy your value to your audience and the type of marketing strategy to leverage or the type of digital communication to leverage to be able to reach your type of users and all of that. Now, during COVID-19, you will see that a lot of people began to leverage technology to deploy their services. A lot of traditional business models began to think about it and say, wow, the world has changed. The pandemic has shaped the way we interact with products, the way we interact with ourselves, and how we make purchases. You can be in your house and leverage whatever you are trying to sell, even to the point of fish. If you are selling fish, if it is fish that you want to be selling, you need to now begin to understand that people will come and look for your fish on the platform. So if you are even relating with suppliers, you can go to your suppliers, for example, and snap all the type of fish, give them their name, give them a good description, put them on your platform. Thank God for WhatsApp business. You can even start your digital entrepreneurship from a WhatsApp business platform and begin to sell. You snap all of it, describe it, and then you promote to your target audience and they will interact. You can from WhatsApp move to your website, from website move to mobile application. But what is key is that you cannot be using a good phone that snaps quality pictures and you are not using that same phone to begin to make business happen. Because what is the essence of all the contacts you have on your phone if they are not translating into value for you at the end of the day? It's the only interaction. So now that takes us to, where does digital entrepreneurship really start from? Once you understand digital entrepreneurship, you can leverage any technology tool. You can use your Instagram, you can use your WhatsApp, you can use your Facebook to begin from somewhere. I don't know if you know about the saying that says that start with what you have, where you are. Right now, you can begin to make money. I remember I returned from politics in 2019 and I lost over 46 million naira in my political ambition. And that affected my company. And I needed to start all
Hello, everyone. I don't know what happened, but in case you can hear me, please can you drop a comment in the comment section? Let me know if you're there and you can hear me. I see that Mr. David Lanre Messon was left offline, so I'm not sure where the technical obstruction started from. Please kindly drop a comment. Let me know if you can hear me, if you are live with me. Thank you. And we are also doing what we can to bring him back online. And already I just displayed his book, the book he was talking about, book he wrote, he actually wrote post-pandemic. So most of the things that he's saying are emanated from that particular book. And for all the registered participants, we're going to ensure that you all have the book. So in case you've not registered, please try to register on the link that I already shared so that we can send the book to your email. Wow, he's back. I don't know what happened. It must have been some network obstruction, but we're right here. Thank you for everyone who is dropping comments. We appreciate you. We love you. Yeah, we have it back.
So
Thank you,
sorry. I
Mr.
don't know, for some reason I just got off the radar. I'm so sorry about that.
I actually don't know what I didn't know what happened. I thought it was from my end, and I was trying to work. I was looking at my connection. I was saying, "Oh my, I'm okay from my end. It must have been you. You're welcome back.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
certainly.
appreciate
It's from
you.
my end. So
So
sorry
just
about
take it
that.
on from where you stopped
Okay, so
from.
just to conclude on this, digital entrepreneurship is a new frontier
Sir, I've
for.
uploaded your book cover. Sorry, sir.
Oh, great,
I
great,
have uploaded
fantastic.
your
So,
book cover. Can you see?
oh, great, great. I can see. Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. So, I mean, digital entrepreneurship is a new frontier for the economic growth of Africa. And if you really want to create wealth and create jobs, I think you should start thinking about digital entrepreneurship. Flutterwave started from Nigeria and has become a unicorn company as of now. Mentioned by the Times Magazine this year as one of the unicorns to look out for, alongside Facebook, Apple, and the rest of it. There are several companies that are doing extremely very well as of today. And let me tell you the truth, there are three fundamental qualities to begin to look at. As long as this ecosystem exists and you have an innovative idea that you are extremely very passionate about, you can be sure that there is now a very strong and robust ecosystem of investors willing to support your idea. I have that experience in the last few years. I've been able to raise over $10 million for startups, and because they have very powerful ideas, they have very great value propositions. And with the economy that we are living in, yes, of course, the Nigerian policy right now is not really pushing things the way it should. But the truth is that we are getting there. Companies are emerging and doing extremely well. Tech companies are emerging and all of that. And the truth is this: you don't have to start big. Start small from even your WhatsApp. As long as your idea is clear enough to you, and you are able to remain consistent with building the technology of that idea until you get to the point where you can scale and reach maximum numbers of people, trust me, the future is really going to be bright. I'm saying this right now that you can leverage technology whether you know nothing about technology or you know something about technology. If you already have a tech idea, you can begin to network within the ecosystem with the right set of people to be able to, you know, deliver that value and at the same time make impact and create wealth and that job that you are looking forward to creating. And which means that we now live in a world where digital is the future. And I encourage every one of us, in this short conversation, that we are able to pick one or two things to adopt, digital entrepreneurship as a new tool for entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Larry. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. We really appreciate you and all the beautiful nuggets you've shared on digital entrepreneurship and and how we can leverage global opportunities that abound in this tech space. And I like the fact that you made reference to the fact that it is important that we evolve from the way we do things traditionally, because when we are focused on innovation, that is when we can have new ideas and be able to do new things that will propel us forward. We really appreciate your thoughts, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to be giving Mr. Larry 5 more minutes so that he can take in your questions. Please, if you have any questions that you want to understand or you want to him to expatiate more on as regards the topic digital entrepreneurship, please drop your questions in the comment section. Now, please do that. And please note that he has generously, we need to thank him. Please drop your comments. Just say thank you, Mr. Larry. He has generously given us his book on digital entrepreneurship, which he wrote post COVID-19. So please just thank him for us on behalf of Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. Thank you so much, sir. We're going to make sure that this book gets to all the registered participants. So far, I think we have over 500, and we're going to email the books to all of them. They are going to have a copy of it. And please, if you get a copy of the book, make sure that you make reference to it, send him a message on Instagram and across all social platforms. He is on Instagram, for instance, at Lanre Messon. Go and follow him there and get more updates and feedback about that particular book. And so, in closing, I want you to share a little thought on digital marketing. I know that you should know, because if you're talking digital entrepreneurship, I understand that you have a little clue or more clues about digital marketing. Basically, for a lot of businesses, a lot of entrepreneurs, some people don't know how to leverage digital marketing in their businesses, and it goes a long way to be able to understand some of these tools, understand how to use LinkedIn, understand how to use Instagram, understand how to use Facebook to push your brand forward and to be able to monetize your skills. Just share a little bit of thoughts around that area, sir, before you take your leave. Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you very much. So there's no way you will drive digital entrepreneurship or you'll be engaged or involved in it without knowing digital marketing. It's going to be hard, because digital entrepreneurship is hinged on not just the technology tools, but also on digital marketing. Digital marketing is basically the content that you create to persuade or convince
Mm,
those you are engaging with. And there are several tools in the space of digital marketing that you can leverage. Talking about social tools, for example, we have Facebook, Instagram, we have Twitter, we have LinkedIn. Those of us who think that you cannot sell on LinkedIn, that's a very big assumption. You can always sell on LinkedIn. Then we have other tools such as email marketing. Email marketing, yes, a lot of people do not leverage on it because they feel that it's too sort of bogus to operate. But the truth is, if you learn the art, particularly using platforms like MailChimp or Constant Contact, you can use these tools to communicate effectively and directly with your client. Now, other tools within the digital marketing space is that, for example, if you have a website, it's important to do your SEO, search engine optimization for your website. It's also important to do search engine marketing using keywords to be able to drive traffic to your website, because people are constantly searching for things on the platform. Yesterday, I found out via a statistics that over 91 million people searched on Google secondhand clothes. What that means is that, just imagine you have a platform that is selling secondhand clothes. You would have been found within that 91 million, times, or people within that time that they've searched that. So do you know how many words people are searching? Imagine the word secondhand clothes surfaced on Google 91 million times. That means a lot of people are looking for it. People are looking for platforms that are selling secondhand clothes. And for that to happen, it means that we don't have a lot of platforms who are selling this. So this maybe might be an opportunity for you to sell secondhand clothes on the platform. But that is if you are able to position within that space by using SEOs or SEM for your website. You get. So I can go on and on with digital marketing, but what is key is that you need to be able to know that these are the various tools within digital marketing, and you need to be able to leverage, this for the growth of your business. Google is our best friend. The good news is that Google helps a lot. If you go to Google, just type digital marketing. You're going to see several platforms. In fact, go to Coursera, Coursera.com, for example. There are free courses on digital marketing that you can do that will help you with understanding the tools that you can use to be able to drive communication and marketing for your business. So, and there are several free courses on Coursera or even on udemy.com. So you can leverage that too. I think that's just what I have to say with that.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate you. Please, if you have questions, drop it in the comment section. We're going to be excusing our fourth speaker now, but just keep still drop your questions. I'm sure he will see probably see this live later, or we'll probably copy it and send it to him so that he can address it. And then please follow him on his social media at Larry Mason. Thank you, sir. You've been awesome talking about this particular topic. And when we thought about the person that can actually do justice to this topic, I did not think too much, because I know that this is one core area that you've been practicing on, that and you've been working on, and you've been able to make a live and a name and a platform for yourself over the years with this particular venture on talking about innovative technology. And of course, and I know that this is also one of the things that inspired you to start your company, First Founders. And I encourage you on that particular company, because when I saw the name First Founders, I was thinking, what were you thinking when you started that company? Did you start it to celebrate people who are starting new businesses, and the fact that you want the world to appreciate them? Or what was the vision for you when you started First Founders? Please quickly share your
Okay.
thoughts with us.
So for first founders, really, thank you so much. I mean, thank you for the kind words, honestly. And just to quickly touch
Thank
on
you, sir.
for first founders is focused on helping. There is just a market gap where there are several young people who have ideas and do not have the money to develop the technology of their ideas. I know they are venturing into that digital space, but they don't have the money. So what is First Founder doing? We are helping those who have great ideas but don't have the capital to be able to develop their MVP, minimum viable product. So our company helped them to develop that minimum viable product, the technology of their business, and position them to be attractive to investors so that they can raise their seed funding or pre-seed funding. That has always been the challenge with several good ideas with young people. So First Founder is doing that. So we call them First Founders because they are pretty much like first-time founders, and we are there to help them bridge the gap of developing their technology and making them attractive for investors to get their first investments.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for shedding more light on your company. And also, you can follow First Founders on Instagram. It's been awesome sharing this stage with you, sir, for the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. I've been speaking with Mr. Larry David Mason, the CEO of First Founders, and of course, a tech entrepreneur. He's spoken on digital entrepreneurship and the global opportunities that abound in this tech space. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. You've been awesome. Have a
Thank
beautiful
you so
weekend
much.
ahead. Bye for now.
And you too.
Wow, that was a very beautiful session, and I want to believe that you had a good time with our speaker, who has been able to share a few thoughts with us, very awesome thoughts with us as regards digital entrepreneurship, which is a very great tool that we all need to understand and we all need to leverage on. And I was very intentional when I told him to share a little bit of thought around digital marketing, because of course that's another very important thing that we all need to know. I know that there are a lot of people who do businesses, but uh, some people are not really doing well in terms of projecting what they do on the social space. Social media is your friend, and I always tell people, if you are doing something and the world does not know about it, and you're just restricted to your location alone, then you are short changing yourself. So it's very important that whatever you are doing is well represented on the social space. You're working on your personal branding, you're working on your product branding, you're working on your business branding, you're making sure that you're well equipped and relevant on the social space. So don't forget and don't get it twisted. It is the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021, and the whole aim of this event is to ensure and to empower you, to inspire you, basically to become the go-to person in your industry. And I want to believe that after this event, you'll be more empowered to be the kind of person people want to go to whenever they need information about the product or about a particular service. So please do not, take any information that you've learned or the ones you've learned before now for granted. There is power in execution. There is power in practicing whatever it is that you've learned about, because it goes a long way to help you define the kind of person you are and the kind of life that you eventually build for yourself. So do not take any information for chips, and make sure that you practice what we have preached so far, and of course practice some of the things that you've heard too, because practice makes perfect. If you hear things and you don't put it into use in a way, then you might not be able to learn from that particular thing. I told myself about a year ago that I will stop attending events. The only time I will attend events is if I have to go there as a speaker, or maybe as a moderator, like I am moderating my event right now, or as a host, like I am hosting my event right now, because I realized that I've learned so much, so much. If, in fact, some of the things I learned, I had to bring them into my book also, just to make references, because I know that it is not just about learning; it is also about doing. So as much as you're learning, as much as you're adding more information to the information that you already have, it is also very important that you execute them and that you practice it. And I really want to thank you for still staying with us, for enjoying this particular edition with us. We are online on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, also on my YouTube channel. Make sure that you share the links and connect with everyone. And I'm going to be on this note bringing our fifth speaker for today. I love this particular connection because connection does up on digital entrepreneurship. We're bringing in Mr. Charles Idu all the way from the United Kingdom to talk about data science, data analytics, and business intelligence. And so I know that the topic would find a way to merge and to intertwine and inspire you the more and give you more information that you need to leverage digital technology, because that is the future of work. I remember making reference to the future of work later. This is the future of work. So no matter what you do, now we need data. Data is the future. So Mr. Charles is very equipped and she is very experienced and in this particular industry, and he's a professional. He's been doing this for many years, and it's a pleasure for me to bring him on to join us for this particular session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, sir. I'm going to quickly read his profile for you, and then you can enjoy his session. Mr. Charles Idu is a UK-based leadership coach, technology and professional and business analytics consultant whose experiences cuts across human resources management, data analysis, agile project management, and the business analysis fields. His exceptional records and expertise is evident in a foray of prestigious organizations where he has delivered optimum services. He is an alumni of the prestigious Coventry University, United Kingdom, where he obtained an MBA in global business. Wow. Ah. He is a pastor of the Redeemed Church, Rivers of Love,
Yeah.
UK. That's my pastor in the UK anyway. And he is the CEO of CYI Consultancy, where he specializes in empowering others in the field of data analysis and business intelligence. Charles believes in guiding people towards a life of impact, and he has pastored more than 1,000 individuals towards living a wholesome and peaceful life. He is on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter at Charles Idu. So it's a pleasure to have you for the 2021
Thank you.
edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And our
Thank you
last
so
speaker
much.
already
Thank
shared
you.
thoughts on, thank you. Our last speaker shared thoughts on digital entrepreneurship. And I just want you to take on with that trend and to share thoughts with us around the data analytics and business intelligence.
Okay. It's like
And we
it
can
been
learn more.
frozen. Such that. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry if I fumble a bit in sharing my screen. I'm going to share my screen very quickly. As Pat has said, I'm Charles Idu. I'm a data analyst. I'm a pastor. I'm a father. I'm a husband. You know, in life, we need to learn to balance how we live and to make our life count. And I believe that everyone listening to me will gain one or two insights, you know, towards I'm going to share with you this afternoon. I believe within the time I've been given for now, you'll be able to ask questions at the end. So I'm just going to do a very quick overview, you know, of who is a data analyst. And let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, share screen. Let me see from my workspace. Let me see. Yep, I think it's going to be this one. Let me try and pick which of the entire screen. Okay, there. Apple is asking for permission. Okay, browser can't. All right. Okay, but in a way, I'm going to try our best possible to discuss with us who is a data analyst. And one more time, I want to say thank you, Pat, and I appreciate all the speakers that have spoken ahead of me. My name is Charles. I live in the UK, came in 1999 from Nigeria, and it's been a journey. It's been a journey, and there are lots of stories behind it. I would say working hard, being fearless, daring the dareables, you know, and trusting God, His faithfulness every step of the way. Before I delve into being a data analyst, where I delved into being a data analyst, I was a teacher. I did my PhD Greenwich University, in UK, and there I got a teaching role where I taught mathematics for about 8 years. Actually, I had my first degree in Nigeria, Law University. You know, the only uni in Nigeria. Okay, now let's get on cracking. I believe can still see me. Okay. Unfortunately, you can't see my slide. I'm not too sorry, I don't really know how to share my slide, but you will catch up. You will catch up with it. And on my slide, I've got keywords. I've got the tools that you need. But the first question you want to ask yourself is, who is a data analyst? Who is a data analyst? Okay. I asked a friend of mine. Who is a data analyst? So I said, who is a data analyst? He said, a data analyst is somebody who makes money like someone that uses charm. And the truth be told, a data analyst is a well-paid job. It is a family-friendly job. Okay, family-friendly in the sense that most of the time you work from home. The server that we in accessing data, it's cloud-based. I can tell you that 65 to 80% of data sources are cloud-based. So you have that leverage, that privilege, that the opportunity to work from home, can do your school runs, um, have a cup of tea at your own, which I enjoy working with people. But at the same time, if you have a young child growing up and all the child care you want to take care of that loads, you can train to be a data analyst, which my company does. Train people to be a data analyst and get fantastic roles, UK, anywhere in the world. Okay, who's a data analyst? Is a data analyst, one, collects. That word collect is loaded, okay? A data analyst collects, organizes, and studies data to provide business insights. You see, to provide business insights by applying tools and techniques for data analysis and data visualization. All right, and I'm going to break that down. Thank you. I'm going to break that down. Oh, I wish I could share my slide. I wish I could share my slide and you can see, my slide, but let's get it on. So when we talk about collecting data, depending on the tools that the business use, some businesses rather, collect data using SQL, that's SSIS, Visual Studio, collect data using Python, R, and so on. It could be Excel, CSV, the list is endless. Collecting data from different sources, organizing them. Another word there is integrating them. Another word is cleaning the data. Another word is transforming the data, okay? And when it comes to studying the data, we're talking about understanding the data. 50% of the job of a data analyst is to understand the data. Okay, to understand the data. If you don't understand the data, you can't analyze it, you can't enhance it, you can't create reports. So you study the data, you look at the data flow, you create the relationship or data model, and so on to provide business insights. Okay, that's what you do. You provide insights. You tell the business what is happening using data. Okay, it is a scientific process, I will say, and it is not that difficult if you put your mind to it. As a matter of fact, what you have learned in life is not less difficult to learning to be a data analyst by applying the right tools and techniques. That's what we call data analytics life cycle. It's just a kind of an end-to-end process. You won't be the only one doing it. And that's why we have people like a data engineer, we have a data modeler, we have a data architect, we have the business intelligent people. You are only taking a subset of the entire data, and it is beautiful, right? Another beautiful thing about being a data analyst is that you work close to top stakeholders. You're working close to managers, you're working close to directors. They want to hear what you have to say, to advise, to recommend, not advise, to recommend to them, what is happening in the business by studying, analyzing the data, creating visualization that is understandable to both technical and non-technical stakeholders. I have another definition. As a data analyst serves as a gatekeeper for an organization's data. Okay, so stakeholders can understand the data and use it to make strategic decision. Everything about data comes to you. They need the data. So take care, for example, how are we doing in so-and-so region? What's the sales in that region? How is this business doing in that area? Who is our best staff? What is the best product that we're having? And that's, I call that a kind of a descriptive, reporting or descriptive analysis, telling the business what is actually happening there. Then you can drill down further to what we call diagnostic analysis, where you drill down why has it happened, you know. So let me give, for example, Sainsbury's in I hope it's okay to mention. Okay, a business, let me say, a business in Thamesmead or in London made 5 million, and the same business, okay, in Birmingham made 15 million. That is a descriptive report. Okay. Now, when it comes to diagnostic, why did the business in Birmingham made more than the business in London? Okay, so you may now be drilling down, filtering down, you know, writing one or two queries depending on what tool you're using, whether SQL, whether Python, whether it's Excel, you know. Why, you know, you may look at the product, you may look at the competency of the employees. You can look at the customer behavior, how they spend. You may also look at the region, the area where the business in Birmingham is. Are they high earners that lives here, you know, and so on. So oh dear, my time is running very fast. Okay, that's what data analyst is. You work with data, and I'm so opportune to have insight, you know, to the COVID issue, you know, in United Kingdom. And the truth be told, the cases of COVID came down not only because of medication or the vaccine. It came down because the government was able to make good use of data. That's it. They made good use of data, you know, to advise the community, to advise the nation, you know. And they were able to look at hotspots and areas. If you remember, there was the traffic light that the Prime Minister came up with and said, this area, the pub can open, but this area, the pub cannot open. It was data. That was not technology. That was not, you know, yeah, it's technology being applied using data. All right, it is data being analyzed, insight being given, you know, and decision was being made. And guess what? The case went down. Hey, we are out of lockdown. Thank God for data analysts. All right. So now responsibilities of a data analyst, just as I've said, data analysts obtain data, the filter, clean, monitor, and audit the data, a kind of a data profiling, you understand, spotting trends, you know, looking at the patterns of things that's going, you can easily tell, I think that employee is a good guy. We can recommend him to be a manager. The way he started, you know, and look at his sales up. I think this product, we need to get in more of those products. I think on Fridays, we have a lots of people that come to shop for, you know, Pampers. You get it. And when they shop for Pampers, they also get themselves a box of Budweisers. You get it. Spotting the trends and giving insight to the business, recommending to them what they should do. Generate easy to understand reports. A data analyst creates reports that is not complicated. Okay. You may be very skillful. You get it in reporting, in creating dashboards, you know, all the slices, you know, writing powerful DAX and all that. The truth be told, the director just does something as simple as possible, you know, something they can see and understand. That's just it, you know. Yeah, you know, without having to even touch the mouse at all, understand what you said. I have a manager that it just like, you know, your heading well explained. What is this chat about? You know, he doesn't want to, you know, it's so busy. He doesn't really have the time to be wants to understand what you have written it must be clear. That's what we're saying. And it's the job of a data analyst, generate easy to understand reports, develop and improve processes. How have we been doing it before? How can we do it better? A report that takes you 2 days, how can you improve the process so that you can create it in less than an hour thereabout? When it comes to data quality, all right, improving the data culture of the business as a whole, giving suggestive recommendation to improve the quality of the data. Data quality issues has cost United Kingdom over 1.6 billion in a year. So it is a big issue. It is a big issue. Okay. Also identifying business needs and all that. I don't know. Should I continue? All right. Okay. Let me say this. Then we're going to look at what I call market sizing, and I will slow down there. Okay, and open up if there is any question whatsoever. Okay. Qualities of a data analyst, and I really love this bit, and if you're going to be a data analyst or you're trained to be a data analyst, it's good for you to know qualities of data analyst, because at interviews you will be asked. Okay, and likewise, if you are someone that is afraid of numbers, you have this phobia for numbers, for formulas. Once trained, one of my candidate works in one of the top FTSE 250 companies. Now, I remember when she came in, she was like, look, let me tell you my weakness. I hate numbers. When I was in secondary school, once the math teachers come in like this, I'm out of the class through the window. And I was like, okay, don't worry. Data analysis is not really all about mathematics and all that. Okay. Yeah, she actually threw herself into the training, got a fantastic job, changed her life. I mean, her financial life. She's so fulfilled, happy. Yeah, we had a chat, was it yesterday as well, just trying to a kind of a flow back on how you remember so and so, and we just laughed over it. So what is what qualities of a data analyst? And if you have this, you can be a data analyst. All right, you can be a data analyst. Data analysis is not really much about coding and all that. To know how to code is fantastic. To know how to query is fantastic. To know how to write DAX is good. They are all added advantages, But I want you to pay attention to qualities of a data analyst. One, attention to details. And the way I will explain this is, if you have a girlfriend and you don't forget a date of birth, a birthday, if you don't forget, then you have that skill already. Or you're married, you don't forget your wedding anniversary, you already have the skill for attention to details, and attention to details is so crucial in the role, responsibility of a data analyst, that the comma, even the unseen gaps, there is a function called trim. Unseen gaps, they are very crucial. If you're working on Python, Python is a tool that is a program that is case sensitive. If you're using lowercase when you're supposed to use uppercase, or using uppercase when you're supposed to use lowercase, you get an error. But by the time you practice this on and on, you get into it. One or two mistakes, you understand, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So attention to details is a quality required by a data analyst. I remember when I was in Abuja, I was living in Dodan Barak, and some of the military guys, they were working in Asu Rock, and they're not allowed to come home, so they just rent out their rooms in the barrack to we civilians. And there was this day, and I can't forget, I came back from work, got into the room, all right, and I just continue my business as usual. So this soldier came in, who rented out the house to me, came in after about an hour. After he was expecting me to say something, and I didn't say anything. And he said to me, Charles, did you notice anything in this room? I was like, it was just a room. I said, no. He asked, was this how you left the room when you went to work? I looked around, everything looked as if they were in place. And he started picking. We're talking about attention to details. Then he said, didn't you notice that those shoes were not there? I came in this afternoon and I moved those pair of shoes from that position to that position. You should have known. And I moved your hand. I'm like, why should I be looking at where I put the shoes initially and hangers? You moved them around. It didn't take anything. Nothing was missing. It just moved around one or two things and expected me to know that somebody came into the room. And I tell you, after that encounter, that kept me thinking. Attention to details, all right? Attention to details. And that's why I never lost the phone. I don't lose wallet. I don't lose keys. I don't. I just have a way, of organizing myself, when I sit down, when I move, when I put things. And the same thing, a data analyst. Attention to details, attention to instructions that you've been given, business requirement, business rules, and so on. Don't let me speak some technical jargons here, okay? Also, another quality is the problem-solving skills. How do you solve problems, okay? How do you solve problems? Problem-solving skills, creative thinking, okay? As a data analyst, you must be creative in your thinking. You must be creative in your thinking. Now, let me go back to problem solving. Ladies, for example, you go shopping, you have X amount of money, and by the time you're picking things, you know how much you wanted to spend, you know how much is in your card. Hardly, I can tell you, hardly will you find any lady, guys, hey, right, that will get to the till and they will say you don't have enough money for what you have picked. Because you see, as she is picking those stuff in the shop, as she's picking them, in her subconsciousness, she's solving a problem. There's sum and subtraction going on. May pick one thing, look at the price and put it down. What you don't know that what she has done is she has looked at it and said, my bank balance is £500 and this is 300. It's going to deprive me from other things. Problem solving, creative thinking, analytical skills, okay? These are qualities of a data analyst. Also, good industry knowledge is crucial. Effective communication skills. I love this one. Effective communication skills. I was once asked the question, Charles, what if you're creating a report and you need to get hold of a stakeholder and the stakeholder is not reachable? What do you do? I'm not talking about communications now. I'm talking about effective communication. I won't give you the answer online. All right. Effective communication and also excellent technical skills. The best way to improve your technical skills is to keep working on it. Get your hands dirty. There are lots of materials online. We've got lots of materials on our LMS, our learning management system, that you can come, access, and train. You can do self-paced learning, to be a data analyst, and you can enroll to be a student. Now, I'm going to round up with just what I called market sizing. Okay? Market sizing questions are used mostly in consulting firms or consulting industry. whichever it should be. And market sizing questions will assess your attention to detail skills, quality, your problem solving, critical thinking, analytic skills, your industry knowledge skills, your communication skills, and also your technical skills. Just one question will cover all this. And I tell you, if you understand, know how to solve market sizing questions, I tell you, you are already 55% a data analyst. Now let's go for it, okay? Let's go for it, okay? So we've got this question here that says, there are two questions, but we are going to look at one because of time. Let me try and see if my host has sent me any question. I hope I'm still on point. I hope I'm still fine. Am I still okay? I'm still good? All right,
Yes,
good. Okay, thank you,
yes,
thank you.
sir.
All right,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Go on.
Okay, yeah. Market sizing question. Okay. I know you can't see my screen, but what the question is saying is that how many fridges are there in India? So take, for example, you are in the office, you get it, and you've been paid £400 a day, £500 a day. The business wants to make a decision, right? Perhaps they want to go to India to set up a new business, but sometimes you're not given the whole picture. But the question was thrown for you: how many fridges are there in India? How do you approach this question? Okay. Even at interview, you maybe ask a question like this. I remember, very funny. That was, sorry, I'm laughing. Yeah, that was an interview I did, and that was an interview I did some time ago. And the market sizing question I was at, it blew me out. It blew me out. I tell you, as a result of that, I gave more attention and I trained my children on market sizing question. Okay, let me put the question through. The question was, how many people blinked on Circle Line at 10 a.m.? Now, Circle Line is a train line in UK, right? And your eyes, how many people blinked their eyes at 10 a.m., right? Now, looking at that kind of question, you should know that 10 a.m. is within 59 seconds, okay? That's where you're starting from. Then you're looking at, is it a peak hour? Is it a non-peak hour? Now, there is no exact answer, but they just want to see how you solve problem. They want to see how your creative thinking. They want to see how you analyze, how you communicate. Is your communication clear? Is it effective? And so on. I tell you, it blew me out. It blew me out. But the one I'm giving us today is how many fridges are there in India? Okay. I've thrown this question to quite a few people, and they just complicate the matter. You get it. And if there's anybody from India
on the comment section, and I hope that audience will engage. Please engage
okay.
the question. How many fridges
Yeah.
are there in India? We are learning
how many
about
fridges
at the moment. Yes. So I hope
how many fridges are there in India? How do you approach this type of question?
This kind of question, someone has to think very well before. I know a lot of people are make mistakes, get the wrong answer and then put that on the public space. So that's why if there are no answers now, I'm sure a lot of people are reluctant. But of course, this is recorded, and we know that some people would engage with it even when we're offline.
Yeah, I believe so too. I believe so, because it's really going to help. It's going to help you. It's going to help you to start thinking outside the box. You get it? It will activate your things. Yeah, it will within you. So the first thing you want to look at.
Of that, can you give us the answer?
Okay, all right. Now to start with, there is no exact answer, but you want to look at the process. One, you need to look at the population. You get it? Start with the population of the people in India. So I'm going to estimate 1 billion. I know it's around 1.3 billion, but but for easy problem solving, I will say 1 billion. Now, that 1 billion people will not have a fridge each because you have a fridge per household. So you now want to look at what is the average household, in India. So let's say maybe 4 or 5. Let's take maybe 4 people per household in India. So that will be 1 billion divided by 4. That will give you 250 million. So we have 250 million fridges. Okay, there. Now that is one part. Okay, that's one part. The other part you need to look at is, apart from people in household, what other areas uses fridges? So you want to look at hospitality businesses. You want to look at hospitals. You get it, that uses fridges and so on. So I'm just going to coin that into businesses. If we look at 20 or 50 people per business, to the case of 1 billion. So, and let's assume that a business has 2 fridges, okay? So that we'll be looking at around 100 million fridges, okay? When it comes to the business side, 250 million on the domestic side, household. Add those two together, we have around 350 million fridges in India. Now, is it 350 million? No. But what the business wants to see, you get it as a data analyst, is how you solved the problem. You get it, how you analyze it. Now, if your stakeholder, your manager asks a question from what you have said, they will chip it in. But at least you have presented something, you get it, as a data analyst. And watch this. Don't speak like an historian. Don't say we need to look at the population of Indian and the people living in the household. No, you must put an estimate. Okay, population of Indian estimated 1 billion. Okay, you are a data and we need data. All right, we we need data. You're not an history teacher. Just tell us history about India and about no. You must put it and add the end. Yeah, that's it.
Comment section here. Folashade Adeniji, my sister, hello sis, said Indian population is about 300 million people, and an average household has 5 people. So a minimum of 300 million divided by 5 people use fridge. Is she right?
India is more than 300 million. Even Nigeria is almost 300 million.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, sis. So correction, 1.3, about 1.3 billion.
Okay, yeah. India is around 1.3 billion. Around 1.3 billion. But for analysis like this, you are advised to round up, okay? Because you're speaking on the spot. These are not questions that you go and think about and come back, right? Look, let me give you an instance. Your manager or your director may meet you in the lift and just chat and say, "Oh, Pat, how are you?" I was thinking I was going to call you, but now that I saw you, in UK, how many beds did you think was sold in 2019 prior to COVID? How many beds do you think? On the spot, you get it, on the spot. So you have to start speaking. You don't tell him that I'm going to go and come back, right? That you're being paid. You're paid for every hour. So keep practicing questions like this. They change your thinking, right? Your aptitude. They change your IQ. Yeah, make it very quick. Yeah, I think I'm going to round up the except somebody has a question.
Thank you so much. Please, if you have questions, just drop it in the comment section. Thank you so much. You've been very generous. Oh, thank you. I love that comment. She said, "I am happy for my attempt. My approach is getting there." Good. Yes.
Yeah, good one.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you, sir. But before you go, I want you to share the prospects and the opportunities that lies in being a data analyst, because I know you've done a few definitions. You've also been able to give us scenarios where data analysis needs to be applied. But I also understand that data analysis is the skill of the future, and it's something that a lot of Tech 500 companies are demanding from
Yeah.
their employees. So for some people, I know it is also useful for entrepreneurs, but there are people who are listening who also want to, level up in their career space. So how, if someone says, yeah, I want to become a data analyst, what are the process, what are the courses, professional courses to take, how are they going to go about it, what kind of organizations are in demand for this particular skill, and is it even a viable needed skill in most organizations, or is it just a digital number or
Okay,
assumption?
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say to you that the future is data. Okay, the future is data. Data is the new oil. All right. The richest man in the world became rich through data. As a matter of factly, the last 10 multi-millionaires in the world became millionaires through data. Please, what is Facebook selling? Mark Zuckerberg. It is data. What's Instagram? Instagram, it is data. Even your WhatsApp, data. If you notice one thing about Mark, very intelligent guy, everything that generates data, he buys them off. You get it? What's this car? The oh, sorry, what's this car now? It's all based on data. It's no petrol. You get it?
Oh, is it
It's on
one of the latest cars
Tesla.
from? Okay, Tesla
Tesla.
from Elon Musk. Yes.
Tesla, yeah. Tesla became a multimillionaire because of, not because of the car, but because they use data on the car. This is a car that can be updated like a computer. Okay, it's all data. The future is data. Look at the whole world has opened their eyes on global warming, to reduce emission and all that. You will find out now that people are now working towards how to use data, you get it, to maximize productivity and all that. Businesses now that have been working in shrewd ways have decided to implement data, right? Create a department for them, even in United Kingdom, in United States. And I tell you, if you live anywhere outside UK, outside US, you are, look, and you have a data skill, man, the future is yours, because the time is give within now and the next 5 years, right? Africa is going to bat data all round, right? To make a decision with
Proof. We can see the proof already. We can see.
yeah, good. So it's not just going to be I'm thinking, can I see that no, you need a data analyst to analyze thing. And we have data centers being created all over, you get, the world, and this is because people have started seeing that, what data is it. And let me say this, when it comes to working with data, you can work from anywhere in the world. Okay, you can live in Nigeria and work for Google. You can work for any company anywhere. You are not limited, all right, by space or by time. Okay, data analysis is the main thing. Now I'm talking about qualifications, depending on where you live. All right, there are some countries, they don't care about qualifications. But I know some countries like United States, like Nigeria, they want to see your certificate. But like United Kingdom, it's good to have certification, but they are more interested in you doing the job. And I think this is the approach the world should go now, okay? Instead of we writing people off because they don't have a certificate, in this and that, we should go more into experience. We should go more into their problem solving skills, hire them, give them the opportunity to make mistakes, and also to make it. And I tell you, A lot of talents are wasting away because we have limited them because of certificates. Oh, you didn't have a first class, I can't hire you. There are many people with first class that cannot make a spoon. Many people with first class that are not, they are so unproductive. And there are people that did not even go to uni, right? I tell you, and they are very, very skillful. Okay, certification. There are different types of certification. There's certification for big data. There is DA100 by Microsoft, and a whole range of them. If you go on Google, you can. So it won't be as if I'm advertising any company. They have not paid me to do that. So you can just Google certification for data analysis. But I always recommend DA100. It is cheap. I think it's $165. And it covers data analysis with Power BI. Power BI is it's a very, very good tool. It's on high demand with Tableau out there. All right. I hope they're going to pay me for this. All right. And getting into being a data analyst, you can do a short training. All right. You can do a training of 6 weeks. I conduct a training of 6 weeks, and it is end to end. All right. End to end. After the 6 weeks, we'll put you on a project for about 3 weeks thereabout. We do a CV review for you. You put out your CV. Your phone starts ringing like mad. You get your first job. Wow. And I tell you, your first job, you're going to make the money for your training within the space of 1 week. And
Wow.
if you want to go to uni, you can study data analysis or data science. But in United Kingdom, I have met people that study data science, data analysis in uni, right? And when they get to work, they are not that productive like someone that trained, because the training is more of hands-on. I told the young man, he said, I'm going for a master's part-time in data analysis. And the wife came to us. Watch this. Sorry, I'm laughing again. The wife came to us for 6 weeks, for a 6 weeks training. And I said to the guy, I said, let me tell you, by the time you are completing your master's program, your wife would have bought a house. And God help you. God help you. And I tell you, got into the training. After about another 6 weeks, got a job, making good money. The guy is still running after coursework. I said, look, oh boy, you had better buckle up well, okay? Because it is more about solving problems, okay? And the industry is an agile one. It's a fast pace. Things are moving, Projects are coming up. The earlier you get into it, the better. And I will round up with this. Data has come to stay. Data has come to its data analysis is going nowhere. It's going nowhere. It has come to stay. It is the future. Okay. If you look at some places in Asia, like Japan, what they are using data to do now in robotics, in AI, you will know that, look, this part of the world, we are still behind. Okay. And everybody is going to adopt those invention. All right. And it is room for you and I. You get it to delve into it as early as we can. You get it. And all right. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you so much, sir. You've been very generous because I know that you basically charge for sessions to share your thoughts on data
I
analysis with
do.
people. So, and for you to have done this freely at the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021, I do not take it for
Yeah.
granted. I really want to thank you so much for
You're
sharing your
welcome.
wealth of knowledge with us. May God continue to bless and increase you, sir. People are
Amen.
asking for your numbers.
Amen.
I'm going to send it to them via
Please.
DM
Please.
much later so that they can make more inquiries. Thank you so much, sir, for being
You're
a part
welcome.
of us, for sharing your thoughts with us. And ladies
Thank you
and
for
gentlemen,
having me.
thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still on, we've been speaking with Charles Idu. He is the CEO of CYI Consultancy, and he is a data analyst based in the UK. So far, he's spoken on the future of work, analytics, and business intelligence. And I emphasize on the future of work because that is what we all
Yeah.
need to leverage on to be able to enjoy the opportunities that lie in technology in this age and time. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
back to back,
Thank you.
I'm not
Amen.
going to have a beautiful weekend, sir. God bless you. Bye for now.
Thank
Back to back, I'm not going to waste too much of your time. It's a pleasure for me to welcome our next speaker here, and this is something that is very humbling to me. In case you are online, please call in more people for this next session, because this next session is going to be all about the creative industry, people that are in the entertainment industry, content creation. You want to learn one or two things, this is this session for you. If you know that you are a comedian, or you want to become a comedian, you want to do music, you want to be able to, package content for social media basically, and become the go-to person as a comedian, or as an entertainer, or as a creative content person in the entertainment space, and of course the digital space, talking about digital entertainment, this session is for you. So if you're watching this, make sure you bring other people on board, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to invite to the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival our very own Mr. Kunle Idowu. I'm sure some people don't know the name, but I'm sure you would know Frank Donga. And it's really an honor for us to have him for this particular edition. And I'm sending out prayers on his behalf. I pray that God will bless him. It's very, very, we have to always appreciate little things, for people to bring out their time to be able to come and impact lives, to come and do things with us, to, empower other people. It's really a great blessing, and we do not take it for granted. I, as the host, do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I want to introduce to our next speaker. He is a multiple award-winning personality. We call him he's popularly known as Frank Donga, but his real name is Kunle Idowu. He is a Nigerian actor, journalist, photographer, filmmaker, and of course, a celebrated comedian who rose to fame through the web series The Interview on Indani TV, about an unassuming job seeker, for which he was nominated for Best Actor in a Comedy in the African Magic Viewers Choice Award in 2025. So it's a facial expression for me, actually. Since then, he has gone on to feature in several movies like The Wedding Party and a lot of other movies. The multi-potentialite Mr. Idowu attended Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University, where he obtained a BSc in agricultural science. We're still going to ask him if he has a farm much later. And also the University of Ibadan, where he obtained a master's degree in animal genetics. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Kunle Idowu, aka Frank Donga, right here at the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. You've been awesome. I am proud of
Thank
you.
you.
I celebrate you. I celebrate your craft, your art, your facial expression is something else. Whenever I feel sad and I go to your page and I see some of your videos, just your face alone is okay for me to change my mood. And I know that for a lot of people listening to us, for a lot of people, who have come in contact with your art and your craft, this is the joy and the happiness and the feeling that you give them. And I pray that God will continue to increase you and keep you alive to continue to put joy and smiles in our face. And today, sir, we
Amen.
would like to
Hello.
share with us how you've been thriving, the process that comes with creating content, and so that you can, of course, inspire other generations of entertainers and comedians. You're on,
Th-
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Auntie Pat Obilor. It's a pleasure being on this program. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Brilliant. So you want me to talk about how I came into
being a comedian,
Yes,
an
sir.
actor.
Everything. Yeah, everything. Everything.
Okay. I went to the university and, like everybody else, and studied agriculture, and also proceeded to do a master's degree in animal genetics because I wanted to be a farmer, and I love production. I love the process of putting resources together to create something entirely new. And for me, it was life sciences, and my best choice was agriculture because I wanted to learn how to produce food, how to process food, and how to distribute food so that there'll be enough for everybody to eat. And that's the summary. But in the process of going to school, coming out, of course, I discovered a whole lot of other things I could do while I was on campus. For example, I was on campus. I was a music director. I played musical instruments, and I did art. I did a little bit of drama in church. So I realized that I could do some of these things alongside, my course of study, agriculture. But then after graduating from the university and going for my NYSC, the first job I got was from a media company. The advertisement was for starting a Pan-African TV station. And I know I didn't go to proper school of journalism and I didn't study mass comm. But guess what? All they required was for me to write an essay on why they should choose me. I did. I wrote the essay and I was picked. I got the job. Fast forward, working at the, so of course we were trained on the job, trained by international professionals from around the world. The team of trainers was led by Ken Tiven, former vice president of CNN. So that was how my journey into journalism started. And that was the first place I officially, properly learned how to do content creation because we were making news content. We were creating news packages, documentaries, and what have you for a news channel. So my trainers were from South Africa, were from Canada, were from the US, were from all over the place, Australia. So it was a beautiful experience. But I did before then I had a little knowledge of using the camera and the computer. I was making animations. I was already making comics. I was singing. I was producing songs on campus. So all of these things came together with something I found out in the course of being a journalist, that a lot of Nigerian youths were unemployed, one. Two, a lot of them were unemployable. And three, that the few jobs that were available, HR professionals were complaining that Nigerian youths were not suitable for the role. They had to be retrained when they got the job. I was curious, like, okay, what's going on? So I did some research and I found out a lot of young people didn't get employed, not because they didn't have the good grades or they were not ready to work. Sometimes it was because they had a little bit of self-esteem issues, intimidation. They were afraid when they got to job interviews. Most people had already lost the job at the job interview stage anyways, and I thought, okay, I had learned a few things about job interviews. So I wanted to share things I learned about job interviews. Don't forget, I said my background in content creation for TV was still there, and my church drama experience. So I thought if I wrote a book, there are so many books out there that a lot of people have already seen. 24 Steps to Success, 327 steps to getting your dream jobs, 1,842 ways of nailing new employment. I knew people were already aware of books. So I thought, instead of writing another book, let me make a little sketch video to tell people what they look like if they didn't prepare for a job interview, because I felt a lot could be achieved if only people prepared properly and did some simple research about the company that was going to interview them. And that was what I wanted to do. And that was so I made the first video sketch with some of my friends at where I worked then, an online TV station. And it was fun. I did the second one, it went viral. I did the third one, and I started getting calls from filmmakers. And the rest is history. So that is my journey in a summary, so to say. And ever since then, it's been one positive thing to another. testimonies of people telling me, oh, they were having a bad day, they were in depressive mode, they were going. In fact, some people actually said they were going to commit suicide, but they watched my skit and they laughed and they rethought their plans and thought, you know what, if this guy can be looking for a job and he hasn't given up, maybe I shouldn't give up on myself. Yes. And then, as simple as it sounds, it has such a tremendously powerful impact on people that they decide not to commit suicide. You know, I remember going to Badan, a gentle man calling me aside on stage and telling me his story. And I've heard similar stories like that. So I thought, I mean, if this thing can have such an impact, I'm blessed to have that gift and the opportunity and the skills to be able to create videos for people to learn and laugh at the same time, because I do love learning. I love to teach, you know, I love to share knowledge and ideas. So it was a double whammy for me. It was, killing two birds with one stone. And that's how I became an edutainer.
Edutainer, not just entertainer. So it's really inspiring, and I like the fact that you actually acknowledge that your skit makes people renews people's hope, and that even people who want to commit suicide or people who are giving up on their job prospects would have a renewed energy to stay alive and to try again, and to keep forging on, because this everything good will come, of course, eventually. And I pray that that positivity and joy you bring to people's lives will not desist from you. Now, having
Amen.
understand your background, how you started, how you're now an edutainer, and of course a comedian with good global clout. Uh, I see you as someone who is very also purpose driven, because you've been able to use your platform to minister to to people's lives also. So for me, I think that is ministry. And I always tell people, you don't have to be on a pulpit or bear the name pastor before you can actually know that you are called or to bless lives. What you're already doing is already, you're already in your calling and and your ministry, and we appreciate you for that. Now, but of course, there are
Thank you.
people who are watching you right now and they want to start their careers. We know that the social media is there. People always say that, yes, just do a skit and throw it there. Somebody would eventually like you one day. But of course, the kind of youth we have today, we are Indomie generation. We're very much in a hurry to get things done, to be a star, to get famous, to make the money. How would you share your thoughts about thriving in the creative space and being able to create content, being able to own your creative skill? It is one thing to be talented, and it is one thing to own your skills. How would you share this thought with some of the creatives listening to you right now, sir? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, very much, man, for that question. It's very important, especially like you pointed out, when an age where everything is supersonic speed, everything is going fast, and people also want to go fast and move fast, and everybody seems to be in a hurry to go where, exactly. Sometimes we don't know. Now, my piece of advice for young people who just want to start venturing into content creation, I will just point to three things that I will break down. One, find something that you're very passionate about. When I say passionate, now I don't mean something that's far-fetched. I mean something that naturally takes your attention. For example, I address socio-political and human commentary and social commentary topics. That's what I'm passionate about. I chose employment as my theme for my comedy. There are people in the world who create movies, who make films. They make a lot of action films. They are known for action films. There are people who make romantic films. There are people who make horror films. So I think it's also important for content creators that are just starting out to have their hands or their minds on a theme. However, if you don't have a theme, there's nothing wrong with that. You can still start, but it helps. It just helps to arrange your thoughts and create a path in the direction that your career is going to grow. So it helps to have a theme or a focus for every content you want to create, or generally the kind of content you want to spend your career, on. Two, delayed gratification. Too many people are too much in a hurry for everything. And sometimes it clouds you from properly settling down to develop yourself. and you're so much in a haste, I would say. And sometimes some creatives in that process, unfortunately, sign contracts that, you know, bind them up in the way they don't want in the future in their career. So my advice for that is, young people, don't be too much in a haste to sign every contract that comes your way or jump at every offer that comes your way. Delayed gratification. Study about what you want to do. If you don't have the skills, acquire the skills of content creation. Know the subject area very well. Find what makes you naturally laugh at it or what you find funny. Do the kind of humor or the kind of content that you naturally enjoy. This is important for something I will talk about later. But those three things are what I want to say. First, as a content creator starting out, one, don't forget, you need to find a theme or an area or a topic of content that interests you. That helps you from jumping from every kind of content and every kind of theme, so that you can narrow down your focus, that you can be identified for something. Two, delayed gratification is important. Delay your gratification. Don't be too quick, don't be too much in a hurry to jump at opportunities that can hurt your brand down the line. You know, develop yourself. Don't be too much in a hurry for how can I make quick money with this content now. You know, learn about the content making process very well, acquire skills, knowledge, connection, resources, materials, equipment, experience in the area of content you want to make. It helps you. And the third thing, learn how to monetize that content you want to create. There are so many ways of monetizing your talent and content. If you do a simple Google search or YouTube search, you see tons of materials on these things. You can do paid adverts, you can do sponsored posts, you can do content, you can do product placement, you can do direct advertising, you can make it into a series. You can do branding. It's so many ways you can monetize. You know, you can get YouTube advertising revenue from that. There's so many ways. Learn how to monetize the kind of content you are making, and learn the kind of people that will be interested in advertising with you based on the kind of content you are making. So the business side of content creation is very important. Young people should learn how to put a structure to their content creation business. Don't just jump up and say, I have a phone or a camera and a microphone, let me just start making content. Yes, it's beautiful to start that way. Once you have a topic you want to address and you know you have the talent and you are able to get feedback from your friends and family and from your fans, get feedback on what they want, make that kind of content, then you must learn how to put a structure around your content and make sure that it's something you can upscale and monetize. Those are three very important things that people that are just starting out in content need to be very careful with and they need to pay attention to. Now, those three things are just the first three things I want to talk about. I can break them down for that. There are other things they need to concentrate on, but those three things are very crucial to every content creation that is just starting out.
For sharing your thoughts. I was able to also drop the comments on the comment section so that people can read it. You've talked about three very key important areas about how to upscale and monetize content, put a structure to your content, and also understand how to make content basically, and also monetize your content via product placement, direct advertising, YouTube revenue services, and the likes. Now, sir, let's go to the process of creation. Okay, the process of creation for someone who wants to start out. Now, someone has an idea. The person knows that they are funny. What are the pros and cons? How do they go about, creating what they already have? Because I know it's very easy to monetize something you have already worked on, right? So it's
Yeah.
that period between how they actually create that content and how they make it things that they need to put in place. Is it just basically share the thought with us, because that is your core area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there are many ways of approaching content creation. The first thing you have to identify is the audience. Who is this content for? Is it for children? Is it for adults? Is it for people in sciences or engineering? Is it for people that love to travel? Is it for people who love food? Is it for people who like to, learn certain things? Is it for people who have a hobby in sports? You should, first of all, identify what kind of content you want to create and who it is for. Who it is for is very important, almost more important than the content you want to create. I know it sounds weird. And this is why every content has a target audience in mind. Your target audience can be small, it can be huge. Content creation goes beyond comedy. It's not just comedy. There are people who do food content, cooking content. Some people do sports content. They analyze sports. Some people teach sports. Some people do medical content. They talk about illnesses, how to identify illnesses, and how to remedy them at home with simple things around the house before you go to the hospital. Some people make content around business, telling you different businesses for different regions of the world, what it takes to start. Some people talk about tech and how to use them. Some people talk about phones, gadgets, computers, technological devices that are coming out and what they are good with, how much they cost, how to use them. Some people talk about how to repair tech. If your phone is spoiled, what to do to it. If your cable is broken, how do you fix it? Yes, so there's so many ways. Some people tell you where to go to get the best deals online. If you want to buy this is where to go for it. Shopping. Some people talk about fashion. Some people talk about, okay, if you want to combine this color and that color, this fabric and that fabric, this is how you style your hair for this occasion. This is how you cut or trim your hair for this event. This is how you combine your colors. This is how you put the background of a place together. This is the kind of color of wall or lamp or, clothes you wear or shelf you put in your house. Some people do content around DIY, do it yourself. This is how you fix your toilet if it's broken. Some people do content around fixing your own cars if they are broken. Some people, content is huge. It's not just comedy. And they are fantastic content. So don't think because, I don't think I'm funny, I can't make content. No. Some people do content around politics. Some people just edit funny pictures. They can't even talk to make you laugh. They can't make their face in a way to make you laugh. They don't even have the voice to sing. Yes, singing. Some people do music content. They do freestyles. They rap. And then they build that content until a stage where they find somebody who gets interested in their voice or their music and calls them for a record deal. Some people do content such that they create music. They don't sing, but they just play musical instruments, and they create musical instrument content. They teach you how to play musical instruments. Some people do content about doing content. They just make content about how to make
content.
Yes, some people make content about how to make content. They don't make content themselves, but they will tell you how to make content. If you want to make this content, this is how you do it. If you want to make the content, that is their content is how to make content. I mean, it's funny. You can go on and on and on, but content creation is not just comedy. So that's why I said the first thing out of those three things, and we're going to recap on those three things again. Find a theme or a topic that interests you, that you want to focus on in content creation. 2, delayed gratification is important. I said it quickly because some people get lost and then they go and get into contracts or deals that hurt them in the future. Don't be too much in a hurry to make money now. Be good at what you are doing first. Naturally, attention, fame, money, wealth, whatever it is will follow. But be good at it. I've seen so many people that haven't really mastered something and found a cool spot that makes them unique, and they're just rushing to the money side. And then they don't last very long, or they struggle down the line. And the third thing is learn how to put a structure around your content to monetize it. All right. So those two things are very important, like I said. And so that's why in the process of making content, first of all, decide what content you want to make. 2, the practical steps now. Once you have decided the theme or the area of content creation that interests you, gather materials, knowledge about it. Once you gather knowledge about it, get yourself a medium. When I say medium, some people draw their content, they make comics and they post on social media. Some people make paintings. Some people make graphic designs. And then they publish it. They don't need the camera, so to say, except they want to do a time lapse, or meaning they want to record the process of them drawing the material and then post that video, which is also something good. So once you have created the kind of content you want to create, once you have decided the kind of content you want to create, if it's a video-oriented content, meaning it involves you recording videos of something, either yourself or someone or people, get yourself a phone, start from there. And I'm very particular about that. The very first few contents I started making for myself on Instagram, for example, were made with an old phone that an uncle gave me that I didn't even bother with. I just threw it in my wardrobe for a long time because I didn't see the need for it at that time. Until I said, I'm looking for it. I used to use what people call Palasa phone then, and I didn't care because I didn't see the need of buying an expensive phone. Is it not just to call somebody and say hello and talk? And and then I don't want to risk losing an expensive phone because I used to go out on the field a lot I was making content then, but for something else. I was making documentaries, I was making news content. So the first thing I did when I wanted to make my own content for comedy was get that old iPhone. You can buy it used, or Samsung or Android phone. You can buy it. You can borrow if you don't have money to buy. You can borrow it from a friend or family member. If it's video, I recommend, even if you don't have money for fancy lights, like studio lights or the kind of lamp behind me, just stay beside your window. Open the window and the curtain. Stay beside it and put the phone there and put the camera of the phone on so that you can see yourself. Sunlight from outside. And I would suggest recording in the mornings and in the evenings when you're starting on your phone.
Good.
So you record without light. You can stay in front of your window and just put your phone there. Later, you can buy a phone holder or a tripod and talk to the phone. If your content involves you making funny jokes or funny faces or comedy, you can do that. If it involves you talking about maybe a vlog, about you talking about certain topics, that's a good way. Later, you can buy nice lights so that you can light yourself and your videos can look prettier. Later, you can find a nice backdrop or background. All those things you can search for online, how to get good backgrounds. Buy a simple wallpaper. You don't need to go and hire a studio. Stick a few wallpapers behind you in your room and put a phone on a tripod and stand in front of it and by the window so that the background is nice. Start from there. Then learn how to cut your videos and join them together. From there, you can upscale and continue from there. So once you get your videos edited or joined together, the next thing is you put them online and then listen to people's feedback of what to do, to those videos. Maybe they want it longer or shorter, or they say it's nice or it's not nice enough. You will continue from there.
Wow, sir, you've shared tips here. I want to quickly ask something. So when all the content is ready and then the videos are edited, well, of course, I know that for editing we have to use available editing apps on Android or available on iOS. So once that content is ready and you're ready to send it out, do you just hope that people would engage with it or like it, or do you do something extra like placing an ad on it? How do you now get people to engage it, or was it a natural process for you? Did you just do a video and people just started liking it and started having 5,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000 comments?
So
overnight?
So I'm happy you asked that question. It wasn't overnight. So I started for me. So I'm going to tell you how I did mine, and then I'm going to share what also works. It wasn't overnight. When I joined social media, Instagram, seriously, like I want to start making content, it took a little bit of effort because people didn't know that I was making content on that page. So I had to inform them. The first thing I did was people that already were looking for me on social media, they will naturally search every now and then. Then there's an algorithm on social media that also lets people know if you have, if you have joined, they can recommend your page depending on what you fill into your details. Yeah, because when you've done some platforms, you see them say, follow this person, follow that person that has a lot of following or does something similar to your interest. Most of these platforms will ask you what area of interest you have. And from that area of interest, they can recommend handles to follow to you. So that was what, I did at first. I just joined Then I told my friends, I'm now on social media, I'm now on this platform. You can send them messages, look for their handles, follow them. All right. Then after that, there was something that I did, two things that I did that helped me to put my handle or my name out there. And this is also very important for people that just started making content. Any kind of content, food, sports, politics, discussion, fashion, whatever content, it helps. The first thing I did was I would go to where people are already watching content. Where people are already watching content, I will look for the most active persons. You know, people that watch a funny thing and they tag a lot of their friends. That means that person loves funny videos and they love to share it. So I will look for the handles that will tag 3 or 4 or 5 people. I will go to them. Then I will copy their handles and I will tag them in my video. And then, because they will just see that notification. You know, when I tag them in my video, they will like, okay, this person tagged me. That will make them watch me because I say, who tagged me here? I was going to different blogs. So we had some handles then that was curating funny videos from all places all over. I would go to the people that laughed the most, the people with the most emojis, with all these smiley emojis. LOL. That means those people have a funny side to them or they love funny content. So I would tag them in all my videos. So that was the first thing I did. 2, I started doing started doing sponsored videos. I was sponsoring my videos. So I would separate a little amount aside every week or every month. Not much, 1,000, 2,000. Then because exchange rates, because we're paying foreign currency, then maybe when dollar was 150 or or less, I would separate like 1,000 naira a week or a month. I would do YouTube sponsorship, and I would target my audience to Nigeria and Africa. In Nigeria, I would pick Lagos and Abuja and Port Harcourt because I knew before that those places had the highest users of internet, that were young people that would understand and like those kind of content. So that was how I started, and that was what I did. So 2 things: tag people that were already doing that kind of content, and I would tag people that were watching that kind of content on other pages to notify them that, hey, I'm doing something that is funny, you might like it too. And then 2, I would also do sponsored posts. Over time, it just kind of grew by itself organically. People just found the kind of people that found it funny would share it with their friends that they are sure will also find it funny, and it just grew and grew from there.
Wow. Wow, thank you so much, sir. That was a very huge one. I'm sure for someone who wants to really go into content creation in whatever field, because you already established that it's not just about comedy content alone. We can create content in different areas. Like, for instance, myself, I am a media girl. I work in radio. I've been on radio for over 10 years. So I know that I can come up with content around radio presentation and stuff. So for other people
Yes.
who maybe a medical doctor or whatever industry, they can also create content around their industry and become the go-to person in that industry, because that is one of the vision and the goals for this particular edition. We want to build leaders and entrepreneurs and business professionals who will become the go-to person in their industry. And thank you so much, sir, for not just giving us theory, but for also giving us practical tips on the things that we need to do to actually put our content forward there. And I was very
Thank you very
particular
much.
when I asked the question about sponsorship, because I know that a lot of people, some of the time, we spend so much time building our content and creating stuff, but we are always afraid to promote it, to spend the money that we need to use to promote that particular content. If it is worth our time, then it is also worth our money. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing that thought with us. And I really want to appreciate you for being a part of Standout Enterprise Festival 2021 edition. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on how to thrive as a creative in the entertainment industry. Thank you for sharing your journey with us as an
Thank you.
entertainer. And I pray that you will continue to excel in everything that you do, sir. We do not take this
Amen.
presence for granted. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And please keep doing what you know how to do best and keep it up. All the very best.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a beautiful weekend.
You too. Thank you, man.
I don't know if anybody have questions. Sir, 1 minute. Please, if you have questions, kindly drop it in the comment section. I'm going to try to make sure that he sees this particular question and he will send in answers to you. Please, if you have questions, drop it now before he leaves, so we can get on with our next speaker. Please drop your questions if you have. Don't take this for granted. It's not easy to have Frank Donger. Questions. Okay. Uh, okay, so there are comments. People say you're awesome. People say they love your voice. Mbata Dozier. There are comments. I hope you can see the comment section. People really appreciate you. You are loved. You are loved and appreciated.
Thank you so
We love
much.
you.
I don't take it for granted. And that's another tip in
Mbata
content
asked what's the
creation.
next step he takes after he makes content. He already answered it, bro. So you have to watch the full video to understand that. How does he promote himself? Yeah, he also answered that. He said he does the content and he tagged people who like to watch the kind of videos that he produces, and he also do sponsored ads. So you already answered that question, but you might want to check the video much later again. Go to his part and then listen again. I would like to excuse you now, honorably. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
I
you very
really
much.
appreciate you. You've been awesome. God bless you. We love you. We
Thank
love
you
you
for
so much. Have
thank
a
you for having me on
beautiful
the show. You too.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we are, without much ado, we're just going to be bringing on our next speaker, and it's really a pleasure to have. In fact, when we got in touch with him, he actually did not know that he's coming on very soon because he is on set, and we had to do everything we could to bring him right here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome our next speaker for this Standout Enterprise Summit 2021. He is, in fact, it's a miracle that when we called upon him, when we actually sent him the message, he yielded and he said, yes, he's going to be a part of this summit for this year. And I know that he's someone that is not always available for stuff like this. They are creatives, especially, they always be busy trying to create content, be on set. Like right now, he's on a movie set, but he had to excuse himself to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Uti Nwachuku here with us. I don't know,
Hola.
he doesn't need much introduction, but I would like to quickly read his profile so that you can have an idea who he is, in case you probably assume that you have never seen him or heard about him before. So I'm sure you know that there are people like that who would say that, oh, they don't know this particular person. So I'm just going to quickly do justice to your beautiful profile here, because it's very important that we let people know about your journey and the things that you've been doing to scale up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost hard to put some people in a box, and Uti Umachiku is one of such persons whose enviable career growth and versatile career profile cannot be measured in one gulp. With a showbiz career that spans over a decade, Uti Umachiku has maintained a consistent and relevant appeal, from being a graduate of computer science education to serving in the banking industry. Uti has since evolved and thrived as a screen guard in acting, TV hosting, and modeling. The Delta-born 6 feet bloke is one of the most respected yet controversial media personalities whose creative content would keep you glued to his social page. Uti Umachiku rose to limelight after he contested and won the ultimate prize in the Big Brother Africa Season 5 edition. Since then, he's gone on to not only be a successful actor, but has also proven his artistic talents in the TV presenting, music, and modeling industry. Some of the BBA winners' most famous TV shows and movies include In the Cupboard, released in 2012, Weekend Getaway, released in 2012, Tinzel Busting Out was released in 2012, Chief Daddy was released in 2018, Finding Mercy was released in 2013, 10 Days in Sun City was released in 2017. I had to take a deep breath. Mommy Dearest was released, part 2 was released in 2018. Love in the Air was released in 2016. Breathless was released in 2015, and many more. He is a fine actor, of course. You can see that. He is also a TV presenter on the Jara Show, which he co-hosted for over a decade with comedian Helen Paul. His overwhelming fame and popularity also led him to becoming an official ambassador of youth for Delta State and a tourism ambassador for Cross River State. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have one of our 7 guests for the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival, Mr. Uti Nwachuku. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out of no time to come join us to impact lives. And your topic today is on the pros and cons of the creative industry and how someone who wants to become a media personality can stand out in that industry. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone watching. I must apologize in advance because I am on set right now. That's why I'm dressed in a funky way. So any moment from now, they might just come and say, "Uti, come on set." So I'll try and make it as brief as possible. I might not be able to stay for the whole 20 minutes because yeah, that's how much time we have left. So I'll go straight to
We
it.
appreciate
So
that.
pros and cons. Creative industry. Creative industry is all about, as it says, being creative and to garner your crowd, which will ultimately lead to your success. Just like every other business, it is a business, by the way. Just like every other business, you have to be ready for what you're about to embark on, and it also has its pros and its cons because you have to stay creative. You have to keep coming up with ideas every single day. Every single thing should inspire you, no matter how irrelevant you think it is. In fact, as a creative, every single thing should be an inspiration. Just waking up is an inspiration. Getting out of bed is an inspiration. Going to the bathroom is an inspiration. Drinking water is an inspiration. How you make food, and every thought process is also an inspiration. Everybody you come across is an inspiration. Um, that's the I think one of the pros is it sort of pushes you to truly experience life, because I believe that that's what we're here to have a full experience of life and not to be to put boundaries or caps on anything. We are here to be
Right.
humans, and as humans we are here to be, hence human being. We should
Yes.
be and experience everything. So one of the pros is that it helps me to experience every single thing, even things that I might not have settled down or calmed down to experience. Now as a creative I get to experience it, because a rich life experience is not uh, reduced by boundaries, be it societal boundaries or conditioning, as you may call it, be it religious boundaries or conditioning, as you call it, or cultural boundaries or whatever. You have to be willing to evolve past all of that. You see, my basic rules of true life is, as long as you're not hurting anybody, you're not hurting yourself, and whatever you do gives you happiness, by all means do it, without caring about the next person. And as a creative, you have that license to, that unseen license to live life to the fullest. So yeah, those are the pros. Now, I don't really see any cons in it, but if you want to look at it from the con aspect, I would say, just like every other job, it's to deliver. Like, I would say pressure, more pressure than cons. You have to deliver. And most times you have a timeline, because every single day you have new creatives coming out every single day. So how do you stand out? What do you do to stand out? How do you stay relevant? And sometimes, in a bid to stay relevant, some people lose themselves. So that's a con for people that don't know who they are. People lose themselves in this whole relevance thing. Another thing that it would do is privacy. If you're someone that loves your private life, you have to learn how to separate your brand or your creative brand from your real life. Like for me, Sauti is different from Uti Wachuku. Sauti is what I show you, what I want you to have access to, as opposed to Uti Wachuku. Uti Wachuku is a very private person. Uti Wachuku lives his whole life. Uti Wachuku values his intimacy and privacy. You get what I mean? So
Yeah.
Sauti just shows you what Utimachiku permits you to see. So the cons, if you forget to separate those lives, it will affect your personal life, and it will lead to, and it has led to a lot of depression and unhappiness and frustrations and, just negativity. Another con is you have to develop yourself to the extent of learning the seasons, because a lot of people feel like, oh, once you're up there, you have to remain up there for the rest of your life. And oh, it's not gonna happen. Imagine traveling to your village. Will the road be steady from beginning to the end? No, you have ups and downs, just like the seasons. Obodo Ibo will say winter, spring, summer, and fall. Us will say Hamatan / dry season and rainy season. So there are seasons where you would bloom and blossom, and there are seasons where your petals will wilt and you have to wait for the next season. You're not going to. So you have to be strong-willed. That's why I say you have to know who you are, build yourself, build your brain, think positive, and know that life is about seasons. So one of the cons, if you're not a strong-minded person, during your downtime, you're going to think, oh my God, I'm losing it all. What do I do? If you're a desperate person, you now start to do things out of the ordinary just to stay in the news or to stay relevant or whatnot. And then another con, I would say, as a creative, I think I've already addressed this, trying to come up with content and all of that. Pro, source of income right now. The internet is the future, and the future is here. The future is now. Especially right now where we don't have jobs in Nigeria. There's a rise of content creators out there. I remember back then, trying to say you're an actor or a creative, your parents look at you and be like, what's wrong with this lazy person? Now, how many parents are feeding off the money that their children are making from whatever creative profession they have. So it's changed. I've had parents walk up to me to say, oh, my son, my daughter, they are very experienced, they're very talented, and they want to be a TV presenter like you, they want to be an actor like you, they want to be a model like you. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay, times have changed. So yeah, alternative source of income is beautiful, as opposed to waiting for the end of the month. If you're well sought after, you would get, like, in a week you can make ×3 of what people make in a month when you become successful. So that's definitely a pro. Then there's the freebies that comes with it, like especially when you're endorsing products or whatnot. Okay, did we lose our host? All right, but I'll keep talking. There's the freedom that comes with what you may call it, representing brands, or as an influencer, due to you being a creative, you get products for free. You get a lot of freebies. I'm talking about all spheres of life. You can get to the point where you don't have to pay for anything in terms of your hotels, in terms of your transportation, be it flight or road, in terms of your feeding. You can get like lifetime supply, well, not lifetime, but a long-term supply of like food and drinks. And then if you're a sociable person, there are the parties, there's the exposure. If you're still a sociable person, you get to meet all kinds of people, and as a creative, like I said, you draw experience from every single human being that you meet. So it's a beautiful, for me, I've always been a social, well, I don't like to use socialite, but I've always been a people's person. I love people. I love to be around people. I love to meet people. I love to rub minds. I love to just bask in the euphoria of good energy. You know what I mean? I love energy, good energy, that is. So that's a pro for sure. So these are the pros and cons I can think of off the top of my head right now. But if I had to choose the one pro for me, it would be alternative source of income, and it gives you an avenue to live your life the way you've always fantasized about living your life. It validates that dream. Con, I would say, if you don't know who you are, there's a possibility that you will lose yourself and you become desperate to remain relevant without realizing that there are seasons. There will always be seasons. Now, to sum it up, how do you stand out? Be yourself, be authentic. Obviously, before you become an influencer, a creative, you would have access, or rather you would have had access to human beings growing up. Friends, be it friends, family, whatever quality it is that you have, because to be a creative, there has to be that creative trait in you. So that's one thing. It's not just to join the bandwagon because everyone is joining it. You have to first ask yourself, am I creative? If you are a creative, then just like I said, you draw inspiration from everything that you go through. Think back to when you were young. One of the first signs of being a creative is people often applaud you, your personality, your character, and more often than not, you're larger than life, and you start to get the compliments from a very early age. You're drawn to the arts. You're effortless in performing the arts and whatnot, and not just in front of the camera, behind the camera too. So it's not just about being the content. You can also be a creator. Like you can be part of the crew, or you can be the crew and the content, depending on the talent that you have. So once you have that in you, be that person. Bring out that personality trait that endears people to you. From day one, I've always been a talker. Like I was that person that my dad would call. I was the child that my dad would call and say, "Oh, come and narrate that experience at school," or when my friend came over, what did that person say, and all of that. And I would sit down and I would talk and describe, and I was just very descriptive. I'd be like, "Oh, the man jumped, and he not said, and the person did, whoa." So it was always in me. So it's no surprise that I'm a TV presenter now, and I'm also an actor and whatnot. So it's always been there. So for me, I've never tried to be like anyone else. I've been unapologetic about who I am, and that is why I'm very controversial by Nigerian terms or standards. I am controversial because I am very unafraid to be myself. The truth makes people uncomfortable, and most times I don't sugarcoat the truth. I say it as it is. It is what it is. A lot of Nigerians don't like to hear the truth because they're comfortable in their chains, So once you have a liberal sense of being, you will ruffle some feathers. And I am not afraid to ruffle feathers because what I'm speaking is the truth. I say the things, I'm a realist, I'm very realistic. Nigerians love to be idealistic, but I mean, to be idealistic is good. This is the ideal thing to do. Yeah, but you also have to be real. I'm a mix of both. So, yeah, that's why I'm controversial, because I'm unafraid to be me. And that's also what has made me stand out. If I just joined the bandwagon, I would have just been like everybody else. People tend to forget that I burst into the scenes as early as 2008, and this is 2021. So that's like what? How many years in the industry? 13 years in the industry. That's not bad at all. Jara was on
That's
TV for
impressive.
11 years. Yeah, Jara was on TV for 11 years. We just so now I have a new show. It's called Behind the Glam. It's my first self-produced show. I've never produced any show before, but this time I
Oh,
decided,
wow.
it's time, because the show is for people like me who are unafraid to live their truth and speak their truth. So we've had like the most controversial personalities in the country. Personalities like Toke Makinwa, Pretty Mike, Bam Bam, uh, Erica from Big Brother Nigeria. We had Derinle, we had Ike Ogbonna, yeah, we had Lasisi, we had
Yeah,
Nini
they
Yola.
really.
Yeah, we had Nini Yola. These are people that have lived their lives authentically in front of everyone, and they're unafraid to
Mm,
be themselves. And when you're unafraid to be yourself, people are threatened, and people are also entertained, and people are also inspired. So I would say be yourself authentically, the way you have been, as long as it goes back to my number one rule. You're not hurting anyone, you're not hurting yourself. Be that person that you were created to be. Your traits that make you stand out, accentuate those traits. Make sure you are, sorry, I'm on set, so there'll be a lot of movement. Yeah, make sure you are, who you were created to be to the maximum. Do not be afraid, because the truth about it is that the people that matter, they really don't care. In fact, they're more, it's like intelligent people. They're not threatened by another point of view. In fact, they're fascinated by it. But you see people that are insecure and are riddled with their own self guilt and self condemnation. They have nothing else to project but what they feel inside on you. So it's really not about you, it's more about them. So never be as afraid to live your life in true authenticity, because that is inadvertently what will draw people to your brand. That's how you can stand out. In fact, the more weird you are, right, the better for your brand. The more different you are, the better for your brand. The more controversial, and by controversial, I don't mean going out of your way to offend people or insult or be a certain type of way. Not acting here. I mean, if you're starring in a movie, fine. But I'm very much opposed to living that life of, oh, I want to be talked about and I want to. No. I'm saying by being you, your authentic self, which is why I went back to as a child. or growing up, what were those traits that stood out about you? Those are the traits that you should hold on to and harness and be unapologetic about and be authentic about. So that's how you stand out, and that's how you go far, and that's how you own who you are. And the last thing that you have to do is practice the power of positive thinking, because you manifest how you feel. You can want to be a successful content creator all your life, but if you keep entertaining negative, dark thoughts, that is what is going to manifest. Like, disappointment will be manifesting every day because you're already negative about your expectations, because you're allowing yourself to feel like, oh my god, this is not happening, this is not happening yet. Not knowing, sorry, not
Wow. We lost him, but I'm sure that he would be back. But he already took oh, he's back. He's back.
cut off. Yeah, sorry, I got
Sorry,
cut off. Like
we
I
have
said,
him
we're
back.
trying to do 1 million things at the same time. So,
God will
what
give
was I?
us the grace.
Well, yeah. So, just live your authentic life, be yourself, and yeah, just harness your talent and don't fake it. Don't fake it. No matter what happens, don't fake it. Because what will happen is, if you do fake it and it works for you, what it takes away from you is longevity, and whatever lacks longevity is not worth it. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to start something and not finish well. But when you're yourself, you don't even need to work too much at being you. All you have to do is enrich yourself, and like I said, think positive, you manifest how you feel. But once you start to feel gratitude and positive emotions and positive vibes, and you start to feel the way you would feel when these things manifest, you have just started to manifest every single thing you've ever wanted. I practiced it even when I was on Big Brother. I was thinking about it. I started to fantasize about winning it and started to feel the way I would feel. I've always been a dreamer. So be a positive dreamer. Don't entertain it. I know the state of the country can affect you sometimes, but you need to, the same way you believe in miracles, because people like to that miracle thing. Oh, I will be separated among the equal without working. I will be this, I will be that. Yeah, apply that to your personal life. Just say, okay, even if the country is bad, it's bad right now, I'll be the favorite, because no matter how bad the country is, there are people that are being favored, and those are some of the positive
Yeah.
affirmations that I practice. I say, regardless of what's happening in the country, I will be one of the different ones. I'll be the favored one. I'll be one of the special ones. And that's what I keep telling myself. The grace that has kept me right from when I was young till now will keep, you know, being there for me. I'm one of God's favorite. I say it all the time. I'm not religious, but I'm very spiritual. My religion is love. And once you treat everyone with love and treat yourself first with love, I really think that's all that matters. Just treat yourself with love. Treat everybody with love, except they disrespect it. So, with love, you exit the building. That's it. Don't entertain negative energy. Anyone or any environment that brings out negativity in you, avoid it. If you can't avoid it, have an environment in your brain you go to when things around you are messed up or people around you are messed up, and go into that chamber of your brain and stay there. So yeah, that's how I would say you should feel when it comes to manifesting what you want. And you see, when you're doing that, I'll go back to being authentic. Just be you. Don't fake it. Don't do something because the next person is doing it. Learn from it, but don't try to be like anyone else. That's how you stand out.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Everything, most of the things you said were back to back, very nuggets, strong nuggets to live by, basically. And I like the fact that you talked about positivity, because for me as a person, being positive, being hopeful, being an optimist is something that has always worked for me. Sometimes I want to do something and I feel like I'm struggling with it, but I just start imagining it in my head, imagine how it will be like. For instance, this event, I had to imagine it in my head for it to come to pass. So anything that has to be good and that has to happen to our lives needs to be manifested in a positive way, because we can't keep thinking of positive things and also be holding on to negativities or fear. So I really want to thank you, sir, for shedding light on positivity. And you also talked about being authentic. That's a very good thing, because you said if people are fake, if you're fake in your life, in the way you live your life, then it will it might take longevity away from you. And so longevity is not just being experiencing longevity is not just about being alive, but longevity in the career that you chose. And for you as a person, I see that that is what is working for you, because if we look at 10 years in the industry, it's not a joke. And if we look at how you've sustained yourself as a media personality, in spite of the fact that we've had over 5 seasons of Big Brother Africa or Nigeria winners, you're still there. And even if some people say that sometimes you always want to jump on every big brother event or show, so that you need to focus on one person in the house, so that you become famous, or you reestablish yourself in the industry. I for one, and of course with other persons, wants to disagree with that concept, because we know that it takes a lot to even to be influential and to be listened to in an industry where you are practicing. So I really celebrate you. But for people who think that you are using the Big Brother event to chase clout or to stay relevant in your field, what would you have to say to them, sir, before you take your leave?
That's them. Like I said during my talk, what people say is more about them than it is about you. So they're projecting who they are inside on me, and most times they're just jealous that, um, you're, like you said, you're that influential. Because if I wasn't influential, then who would listen to me when I speak? I would just be another voice in the crowd. So why are you going out of your way to come and tell me that I'm trying to be relevant, or what's with the issue? I'm just like, right, okay. So, because at the end of the day, I've always been a fan of the show, which is why I went on the show. It's like someone that loves football. If you love football and you get the chance to be a soccer player, and while you're a soccer player and you've won like tournaments, are you saying that you're not going to be interested in the future tournaments that are on TV? In fact, some of these past football players become football coaches of clubs. So
Sure, sure.
excuse my French, but what the fuck are we talking about? you know? So that's why I'm saying that people only project what they have
Who they
inside, which is
are.
rejection, self-hate, bitterness, and failure. Because when they fail, they resent success, and they will look for any way possible in their head to project that failure, that failure that they feel inside, on you, because they hate to see another person successful at what they would probably fail at. So,
Good.
because what I said is more about them than you. It's never about you. Never.
Thank you, sir, for clarifying that. Before you leave, the current Big Brother is ongoing as
Yeah.
and a very active participant. I know that you're supporting Pere, and I also like the fact that you were able to call him out when he was trending over 2 weeks ago, when people say he was bullying white money. I like your stance, and I like the fact that he's
Yeah, I didn't
handyman.
call him out. I stated what happened, and at the same time, I also talked about my stance on what they said he did.
Yes,
First,
on bullying. Yes,
yeah,
we like how you
yeah, I,
defend.
I talked about, yeah, because Nigerians were bringing out the bully, they were playing the bully card and all of
Some of
that,
the
and I'm
box
like,
spectrum.
because at the end of the day, I'm not defending anyone. It's a game, and bullying is such a strong word. When it's a man like you, man to man, you're probably almost the same size. He doesn't have a gun. He didn't come with a squad. He didn't. He's not preying on someone like that's not as powerful as him. They're all on level ground. So, and
Right,
White's actually stood up for himself. So that's
right,
what it's supposed to be. As a man in guy world, you would face a lot of confrontation, especially on your way to victory. You're not gonna have a smooth ride. Remember what I said about the road? The road cannot be smooth. You can't expect smooth roads. So as a man, I was raised to know that there will be confrontation, and you have to stand up for yourself. And I'm happy that White Money stood for himself. So what they had was a squabble and an altercation. You will meet people like that, even on the in the at the office, on the football field. When did we get so like soft and weak where we start saying, "Oh, bully, 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 bully"? No, bullying is when you oppress someone because you're in a position of opportunity or power. Like, and I know people will come and say, "Oh, but the head of house comes with no power apart from saving yourself, or rather, You can't even be up for nomination apart from saving someone. That's the only power it has. Doesn't have the power to evict anyone. Doesn't have the power to punish anyone. It doesn't. So they're on level grounds. They were on level ground. So I mean, we need to
Thank you.
watch the show with a more open mind. It's more for
Yeah.
entertainment than any other thing. And a show without drama is a dead boring show. So I love the drama and the twist that Perry brought to the game. I love 8 people on the show. I love White Money. I love Perry. I love Nini. I love Liquor Rose. I love Desi Maria.
Now, who do you
Nini.
think will win this
Oh no, no,
edition?
it's obviously it's, I mean, obviously it's White now. Like we always know from the beginning. We always know
White
the winner.
money will win.
Yeah, I
Okay.
said the same thing last year. I said the same thing last year. I said Lakon was going to win. I said it the year before. I said, oh, Mercy was going to win. I said it the other year. You know, I've always predicted the winners, always. And you kind of just know by
I
week.
think they need to
Like
make you the grandfather now. By now, if you're very
when
good
you
with prediction.
watched something for so long, it's easy, and you just know the personality that people are leaning towards. So from the minute White Money walked in the house, you know, I was watching the show with some of my friends. I said, "See the winner this year." Same thing when if you took off the show, I say, "That's the winner. Now who go win this year?" I said it when Lakon came with the jacket. I said, "This is that everybody's talking about this jacket. You know, not say this boy don't win, sha." And I even put for that one, I even posted it on Twitter, and I said, "Look, every year somebody comes in, inexplicable grace, blah blah." I said, "This year that housemate is Lakon," you know. So you can always tell. I personally, I may be wrong. Anything can happen between now and the finale, but as of now,
Yeah.
White is the winner. It doesn't mean change the fact that I love the other people that I just called, you know, from Emmanuel to Boma to Liquor Rose and what have you. I like a lot of people this season. And I'm not doing that whole, oh, this is my favorite. Hate this person.
Wow.
No, I love them all. I'm highly entertained. It's like watching Game of Thrones and saying you like only Jon Snow. No, no. I love Cersei, even though she
So you're like only talented.
yes, no, I love Cersei. I love the Imp. I love Littlefinger. I love Sansa. I love Arya. You know, it's the collection of personalities that make the show worth it. And this year they have rich personalities. Love it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for your thoughts. You've been able to talk around yourself as as a media personality. You've also shared thoughts on how we can stand out in the media space and the entertainment space in general. You've also been able to share thoughts on trending topics, trending content that people love to watch, which is the Big Brother Nigeria. Because I was very particular when I asked you that question, because I know that some people want to hear your thoughts about this particular area, especially knowing that you're a huge fan, sir. And I really want to appreciate you. Surprisingly and miraculously, you wanted to stay 10-15 minutes, but you've
Yeah,
been
but
able to
they're still
30
set.
minutes so
Yeah.
far, and this is really
Mm.
really huge. And before you final parting words, sir, for someone who wants to become an actor, probably because some people they will just assume that once they go to school to study acting or whatever, or uh, they want to have their own TV show or something. What are the opportunities and what are the ways they can use to penetrate that industry? Because people would say that if you don't know this person, or if you don't have a connection in this particular field, nobody can help you. So they will look at you and assume that you have it all. So for people who think that you have it all and they want to be like you, how would you advise that they go about uh, uh, projecting themselves and making themselves visible for the kind of uh, employees or the kind of platforms that they need to come to them?
Well, I would say this generation in a very lucky era. We're in the era of the internet. So the internet is a tool that you should use to your advantage at every given time. So use the internet. Put your content out there, even if no one is watching for now. Put it out there. You never know when someone will come across your page. Put it out there. Never be afraid to seek out um, talented producers, not just directors or actors, because most times actors can't do anything for you. So seek out the producers, the directors, and whatnot, and send your short monologues or whatnot to them on the internet. One day one will open it up, and then look out for auditions. Follow movie channels. Follow like channels like them, African Magic and Co. and production houses, so that when there are auditions out there, you see them and you go for auditions. That's how I heard about Big Brother. That's how I heard about a lot of things. Look out for auditions and go and just try again. Fail forward. Don't fail backwards. Fail forward. By failing forward, it means you fail to learn and you move forward with the new information you have. Giving up is the real failure. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. And on this note, I want to say a big thanks to you for being a part of Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And you've been able to generously share your thoughts on, as a media personality, on the pros and cons of the creative industry and how one can stand out in this industry. And I know that for as much creative persons that would listen or watch this particular edition, I know that they will be inspired, especially for how you were very authentic with your thoughts and how you were able to express yourself unapologetically. I think expressing ourselves unapologetically without fear or this feeling of judgment is one thing that a lot of us, especially in Africa, are afraid to do because we are in a very deep-seated patriarchal and traditional system where people believe that you cannot do a particular thing. But it's very important that we are who we are and that we know who we are. So I like the fact that you also um, somehow indirectly shed thoughts on identity, having knowing who you are, having a personal conviction of who you are. Because when you discover yourself and your purpose, then it makes it easy for you to be able to in your truth and live in your authentic self. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this show. I really appreciate you. And on behalf of the team, the Standout Tribe team, the Standout Enterprise Festival team for 2021, we really want to appreciate you. I'm sure the viewers are watching, and for people who are going to be watching this recording much later, I'm sure they are going to be dropping comments. If we have questions for you, I'll send them to your DM. Thank you so much, sir, for spending your awesome 30 minutes with us.
Yeah.
We love
Alrighty.
you. God bless you.
Bye.
Bye. Have a beautiful weekend. Okay. Um, that was a very powerful session, and we've been able to cover basically a few thoughts and very key areas in the entertainment industry, from comedy to show business to movies to reality shows. We've had Frank Donger, aka Kunle Idowu, no, Kunle Idowu, aka Frank Donger. So I'm just going to quickly do a brief about all the topics we've had and enjoyed today, as I expect our last speaker for Standout Enterprise Festival 2021. And our last speaker, I hope she will come on board. But if she doesn't, supposed to take a topic on fear, how to divorce fear and self sabotage so that you can live your best life. If she's not here, I would gladly take on that particular topic because it's a topic that I've also learned from, that has inspired me in some way. Because the truth is, if you're afraid and if you are battling with imposter syndrome and self-sabotage, it would prevent you from living your best life. It will prevent you from achieving your goals. It will prevent you from doing a lot of things. So it's very important that you understand that God has not given you the spirit of fear, but of good health and of sound mind. And it is important that you explore that and you express yourself no matter what, even if you're not perfect. The most important thing is action. The most important thing is execution. So make sure that you always have that at the back of your mind when you want to achieve something good and something awesome for your life. So far we've been able to go through a few topics in this particular edition. We've had we started with our first speaker, Mr. Abiola Champ Salami, who is the CEO of Champ City. He spoke on how to apply emotional intelligence in life, business, and career for optimal growth and success. And also afterwards, we had Mrs. Imade B. Osobeni, who spoke on the 6 pillars for building a sustainable business. And I'm sure that was inspiring also. We also had Mr. David Larry Messon, the CEO of First Founders and a tech entrepreneur who spoke on digital entrepreneurship and the global opportunities that abound in the tech space. Most of the speakers have been able to, explore their thoughts based on their experiences and based on the things that they know. And one of the aims and the purpose of this particular summit is to give you all the information that you need so that you can be well equipped for your industry. And I pray that by this time next year, before you attend the next edition, the fifth edition of Standout Enterprise Festival, you would have been the go-to person in your industry, because that is very, very important. And I can't wait to start reading from you, reading your testimonies, seeing how far you have gone and how successful you have become in that particular industry. And so, of course, immediately after Larry Messer took us on digital entrepreneurship, we had Charles Idu, Mr. Charles Idu, who the CEO of CYI Consultancy and who is a data analyst in the UK, who spoke on the future of works and data analytics and business intelligence. And of course, we had uh, Mrs. Shola Adeshaki, the money coach and CEO of Smart Stewards, who spoke to us on the importance of understanding financial literacy, creating multiple incomes, and building generational wealth. And then we had Mr. Kunle Idowu, aka Frank Dunger, who spoke on how to thrive as a creative in the entertainment and digital space. And we also had a beautiful session, which we just concluded with Mr. Uti Mwachiku, a media personality, and he's been able to speak with us on the pros and cons of the creative industry and how you can stand out as a media personality. And this all these speakers that we've had today have been very, very inspiring, and the things they've been able to share with us would go a long way in helping us define who we are and who we are going to be going forward, and how we can leverage the opportunities around you. And don't forget, the theme for this particular edition is plunge until success happens. So it means that you have to keep, plunge forward. You have to keep doing what you have to do. You have to push basically for your success to happen. You have to push for what you want. This is not the time to relax on life. If you're still young or you're just starting out on your business, this is the time to actually, practice some of the things that you have learned. This is the time to execute. This is the time to hone your skills, because it is one thing to have talent and it is one thing to be able to hone that talent. So we want you to own your talent. We want you to be the go-to person in your field. We want you to excel. And I pray that from going forward, your business, your personal brand, your life basically will begin to speak of impact, and you'll begin to stand out in your world. It's very, very important that you stand out. When you stand out, you'll be able to leverage on so many things, and you'll be able to inspire other people as well. You might think that the little things that you're not doing, people are not seeing it. You might not get the accolades or the recognition or the likes and comments that you need, and you might get to a point and feel, oh, I'm doing so much, nobody's noticing me. That's a lie. People are noticing you, people are watching you, and by the time it starts paying up for you, you will be wowed, you will be amazed. So I want you to charge you off this beautiful afternoon. I want to basically inspire you, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what you're doing, no matter what your journey looks like, no matter how it is that you're managing your resources or your finances, just know that everything good will come. You will prosper and you will thrive. So, but like Uti said, it is important that you are positive about your journey. Be positive about the things that you want. Always embrace possibilities. don't think of any negativities at all. I know the situation around you might want you to give up, might want you to think of, ways that you want to just settle. But one thing about life is that even when you want to settle, and God knows that there are greater places for you, He will not allow you settle. But I am saying that even if God will not allow you settle, you don't have to settle. So make sure that you, at every point in time of your life, you're always striving, you're always being the best in the things that you do. Be the best in your industry. If you need to learn a few extra courses, extra things, learn it. And if you want to make do with the some of the tips you've heard or you've watched or you've learned about today at the Standout Enterprise Festival 2021, of course, by all means, put it to practice, put it to use. Apart from what, how Uti was magnanimous with his thoughts, for people in the creative industry now, for example, uh, Frank Donga all said a lot about how to practice. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that little break in transmission. It's the network, so I'm even surprised that at least I was able to put through some of the speakers before the network starts fluctuating. Basically, you've heard it all from speakers, and you've heard a few thoughts that I have to share. I know that we'll continue to connect with ourselves across social space, and we'll continue to grow together in every area of our lives. And even if things are not perfect in terms of business, in terms of our career, it is important that when we fail, we also fail forward, so that we will be able to learn some of the things that made us fail, and then we'll be able to leverage on that, and then propel ourselves for growth. It's been a pleasure, and it's been a beautiful time for me spending my Saturday with you, for this particular summit. And my sisters are somewhere out. I don't know if they are online to join me so that we can close this edition together. But if they're not here, I would gladly close it in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. I don't know. That has been a trend for me these days. So basically, just make sure that you keep yourself inspired, keep yourself happy, know that you're the best, and there is a purpose for your life. You're not just some sort of scientific calculation. There is a purpose why God put you in that family, why God put you in that country you are. There's a purpose why God, gave you that inspiration, that creative imagination. There's a purpose why you're thinking of doing that particular thing. you know. And someone said, I think it was Uti, who said, if whatever it is that you want to do, if it makes you happy and it doesn't harm anyone in any way, then by all means, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and make it happen. That is the most important thing. Every other thing will take care of itself. Every other thing will take care of itself. And on this note, I want to say a big thanks to you for being a part of the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. Don't forget to follow us on social media at the Standout Tribe, as it is spelled, the Standout Tribe. We're on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter. Yes, we are there. And my name is Pat Obilor. I will always say that I am a media strategist. I am a broadcaster. I work on radio. I've been on radio for over a decade, and I love it more than TV. But I come on TV once in a while because I don't know. And also, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm running multiple businesses. A lot of some of my businesses are failed, and some are still thriving. And also, I'm your sister. I'm your sister next door, and someone you can always count on. So, in case you want to engage with me on social media, I'm on Instagram. In fact, on all social platforms at Pat Obilor, PatObilor. I'm just going to drop my username on the screen. So make sure that you follow me there, and let's continue to grow together and inspire one another. And watch our growth process, watch ourselves excel in every field that we have chosen. So make sure that you always keep yourself inspired and happy. Do not be wary of anything. Do not feel sad about anything. Never think of depression. I know it happens sometimes. You're sad, you feel like you want to end it all. Don't. Please, if you need anyone you want to talk to at any point in time, make sure you come to me. Just send me your DM. I would respond. If you want to learn things about, if you want, it depends on any field that you want to learn more on. Just make sure that you communicate with me. So I have various platforms. I am the founder of Mogilets Africa. Is a global empowerment platform for women in business and entrepreneurs, women in building homes, women in ministry, basically. So you can follow us on all social platforms at Mogilets Africa. I'm gonna drop the username there so you can see it. Mogilets Africa. So you can follow us there. Follow on all these platforms. So for this particular event, we are on social media at the Standout Tribe. I'm dropping it also. The Standout Tribe. Followers at the Standout Tribe, especially if you're an entrepreneur or you're a corporate person or you're just an individual who wants to always wake up to daily inspiration, or you want to be in a community of young minds and millennials. The Standout Tribe is the platform for you to be. And there is actually a form on the link, or especially if you fill up the form for this event, then you automatically join this Standout Tribe. That is www.bit.ly.com/standout summit 2021. If you fill that form, I would automatically add you to the tribe of people who are driven by purpose. Yes, that is our slogan at the Standout Tribe community. People, and a group of people driven by purpose. Okay, so you know that when you're driven by purpose, you're driven by love, you're driven by everything good. You're driven by the need to impact lives and be the best version of yourself and be who God has created you to be, basically. And other platforms also that I have, but these are the major ones that are actually very common now. Mogilet Africa, the Standout Tribe, and of course my personal platform at Pat Obilo. Now, I said earlier, I've been in the media industry for over a decade, so I also have a platform where I inspire new media aspirants, media charlatans, or anyone who basically is interested in the media industry. So you can follow on Instagram at Media Brunch. I'm going to drop it, Media Brunch. Follow at Media Brunch. if you want to practice the media, you want to be in a community of media persons, if you go on that particular page on Instagram, almost I think about 85% of our members, people who engage, are all media personalities. And I'm sure you'll be getting thoughts and insights and inspiration about the media industry, so that whatever level that you are now in the media industry, you can always leverage on resources that are available to you. I also have a private WhatsApp group where I bring in people who want to learn some of the things I understand in the media industry. And but the only way you can come on the group is when you get a copy of my book titled Life of a Media Girl, or 31 Media Hacks You Should Know. Those are two media books that I have written that are very viable, that are very good for you. I recommend it to you if you're just starting out in the media industry and you want to scale up for the next level. So media has evolved. It's not just about the traditional media. It's now also about, global media. It's also about innovative media, and of course, digital media. Digital media is innovative media. So, and this book possesses some of these thoughts and answers and resources that you need. When you pick the book, I'm sure that you're on your way to becoming a media personality, not just a media personality, but a personality that is going to thrive in the media space. You can make your own money. You can build your own personal brand away from your organization, the organization you work for, basically. Because I always tell people, as much as you want to promote a media industry that you're working for, that job can be taken away from you at any time. So it's also very important that you build yourself as a personality. To the glory of God, in all humility, I am Pat Obilor today, and I can stand on my own as a media personality, even if I don't go on radio or television for 5 years. So that is the kind of personality you need to build for yourself. You need to be able to carve a niche for yourself in your industry, so that as much as people want to celebrate the platform that you are on, the platform that you work for, they can also celebrate you as a single individual. So that's very, very important. Do not lose it. So what else? If you have any questions about all the events, the speakers, the events generally, or you have a feedback, or you have something to tell me, please drop it at the comment section right now before I end the broadcast. And if you don't have anything to say or to ask me, kindly just note all the social handles that I have shared and try to engage with us there. So there are multiple accounts, so I'm not on every of the accounts. But if when I see them, or my handlers lets me know that okay, this is the person that sent a message, I will see it and I'll respond to you. Like I said before, you are not alone. I am your sister. I want to be a part of your life, a part of your growth process, and I want to see you excel in your entrepreneurial endeavor, and of course in the creative space. So anything, just shoot me an email, send me a DM. Our official email for the Standout Tribe is the Standout Tribe at gmail.com. So you can also send an email there for inquiries. And one of the speakers, David Larry Messon, dropped an ebook, a free ebook on digital entrepreneurship. I'm going to be sending the book to every of the participants. So please, they do not ignore the link of the event that I sent to you. Try to use that link to sign up so that we can respond with a copy of the book, and then you can have the book all to yourself. Thank you very much. It's been fun, having you. It's been fun having this particular event, and I really want to use this medium again to appreciate our speakers. They've been awesome with their thoughts, with their topics. They've been inspiring also with their lifestyle. And I pray that everything good will come for them, and everything that they've been trusting God for, because they've been a part of this summit, everything will start happening in their lives by God's grace. And for you who is listening to me right now, or who is watching me right now, thank you so much. I know it's not easy in this part of the world to be online with data, burning data and everything. I've had to, experience that myself. It's been very, very expensive. So I do not take it for granted for doing everything you can to be a part of this summit. I really appreciate you. And I pray that by this time next year, you will have abundance. You will not even think twice to join us again as we make impact together. I love you all so much. Thank you for being a part of the 2021 edition of Standout Enterprise Festival. And of course, a special appreciation to my sisters who came on earlier in the show. Ejiro Osakide, thank you so much, sis, for your support, technical wise, for moderating the first two guests. Thank you also, Dr. Kweju Afanu. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And also my sister all the way from the United States, Danielle. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It was 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. At our head, and the other time she called in, she logged in with us, and I know that I must have disrupted her sleep somehow, but she just wanted to support, and that's very, very important. So if you, it's good to have a good team of people who are part of your life, who want to support your growth process, and be a part of your journey and your success stories. So please do not ignore the importance of the right connection and the right contact, and always be willing to collaborate with people, like Shola Adeshakin said during her session. And of course, I want to thank Mayowa Onobanjo. She has been very helpful with the whole graphic design and updates also. Thank you very much, Mayowa. And I want to thank Ife Chesterfield. He's my graphic designer also. He's been very helpful. In fact, since May that I came to Nigeria, April, May, thereabouts, he's been very, very helpful with the whole graphic design stuffs, book design and everything. And I'm recommending all these people. The reason why I'm actually thanking them is that I'm recommending them, work with them, be a part of them, of their growth process also. They are on social media at Ejiro Osakede, at Dr. Page, at Efe Chesterfield, at Mayowa Onobanjo. Just follow them, send them DMs to patronize their products and services and the things that they have to render. And if you are an entrepreneur, this is an open comment section for you to advertise what you do, so that anyone who is watching this video in future might have an idea what you do, and then they can randomly patronize you. Thank you so much for being a part of this summit. I really appreciate you all. And I think I will take my leave now. I love you. See you again in 2022 by the grace of God for Standout Enterprise Festival 2022, the 5th edition. My name is Pat Obilor. I am your sister, and I love you. Bye for now.